wish you a lot.
Cheeky bleeders have hidden the Prime sub option.
I'm pretty sure Cheeky Bleeders is the follow-up to Peaky Blinders, isn't it? It's the brothers when they were a bit younger, pre-war, the Cheeky Bleeders. RMW, thank you for the 29 months. Sleepy Kipper, thank you for the Prime, very kind. Listatus, thank you for the 9 months. Coffee Power, thank you as well. Hello, hope you're all good. How do you find the New York Mac? You don't, dude. It was only up on the test. The test is over. The Toyminator of New York. That was so fun. Right, let's have a swig of me brew. Yeah, the New York map is shut. It's closed shut. Brooklyn Bridge is falling down. I don't know. Right, let me just find a map. That one will do. There's a map. I'll join that one. Is this new music? No, the music is the same music. There's 3 tracks that I play. The first one's the original one. The middle one was made by Abnormal Bird. And then the third one was made by Sound Engineer, which is an acoustic version. But they're all I've been using them for a couple of years, I think. You cut cheeks with the rats. Cheeky bleeders. Oh. Right, let me... On the subject of music, it's time to turn it off. Ah. All we are saying is give peace a chance. Am I still drinking the matcha? I am crowd control, but I don't use a whisk or bowl. No, I use the mug that I make it in. Electro. And I've bought a frother, you know, like one of those little metal whisks. I'm not using bamboo. Maybe authentic, like, experts can tell the difference between what whisk you use, but I can't. So no, I'm sticking with like a regular whisk. I'm not like people like, oh, you must use a bamboo whisk and you have to soak it first. Fuck off. I'm lucky if I wait long enough to make it before the water's too hot. Am I going to tell chat about your promotion? Oh, it's all me with you. No, I don't know. I'm starting to have second thoughts as to whether you're capable of the role. Can we get Evil Pool this game? You had enough Evil Pool last night. When I was going, don't tell me your shit doesn't stink. I think there was enough of that last night. With the faux rage of people coming upstairs going, why are you shooting new spawns? Oh, come on, get a life. You've never shot a new spawn in your life. You know you have. Come on. You ain't Rene. Jonky Tonky, thank you for the gifted sub. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Oh, look at that. I feel like I'm in a Pussy Riot or something. I don't know. Right, actually need to get into the desk properly. Massacre in Manhattan. I like that title. The Manhattan Massacre. That's the name of the video, right? My first life in the DayZ, in the new DayZ map, in the latest DayZ map, turned me into a stone cold killer. I got a bit unlucky, I think, with the death as well. I got shafted by that. Oh, bloody hell, she's packing, isn't she? She's got she's got a cock and two balls, kinda. Koza, thank you again. Juicy Fruity, thank you very much. 90 months, Juicy. Holy shit, dude. Thank you very much. Got crumbs on my mouse mat. That could be a follow-up to Murder on the Dance Floor by Sophie Ellis Bextor. There's crumbs on my mouse mat. But you better not stop the flicks. How did I get killed? There was a tundra on the ladder, just high enough. And I think the dude managed to reach the tundra. I think he threw something on the floor that made him tall enough to reach it. I saw him fucking about throwing stuff, and I didn't put two and two together, but I think he stood on something he'd thrown, reached the tundra, and then shot me with it. That's what I think he did. I missed anyone. Mike, I think I didn't miss, but just in case. And Sleepy Kipper, thank you for using your Prime sub on my chime. My chime? On my stream. Sleepy Kipper, thank you. Man Von Doom, you got shot attempting the ladder, did you? Yeah, you definitely did meet me then. That sounds familiar. I was trying to send people over the top. Some people went and some people didn't. Go up the ladder. He's got loot up there. He'll give you food. If you happen to like eating 308 bullets. We had links, I think, yesterday. One of the creators, his name started with Red, but it was all a bit of a whirlwind yesterday. We may have some info on the name. This is a question on YouTube. Kidara, hello. I can't remember that. There's an exclamation New York command on Twitch. I don't know if it's on YouTube or not. It's designed by Red Hunter is the name. It's Red Hunter as you think it would be spelt, but the E is a 3 and there's 2 R's. So it's Red Hunt 3RR. £2. Thanks for coming in. Did you have your daily movement today? Yes, it was a £2. Sorry. Cheers for the support, dude. Kosobob, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Fifth Wall, for doing the command. There you go. There's a link to the Discord for the creators of New York. Play with fresh spawns in New York. I like the fresh spawns. I don't normally like doing Discord team-ups with more than one other person, though. I haven't actually got a Discord team-up booked for this week. I have got one with Sauer and Muller next week. So I'm playing with Sauer and Muller all being well on Monday. But I don't normally play with more than one person in Discord. For them, I make an exception. Well, he said he was feeling a bit better the other day, but he's not come back to streaming yet, but hopefully he will be by Monday. It's a way away. On the subject of streaming, I'm afraid I'm not going to be streaming on Thursday. I'll probably say this a few more times. But yeah, no stream on Thursday, I think. I might be able to squidge one in, but I've got something to do. Which means I can't be doing multiple things at the same time, unfortunately. Withy, this is lightly modded. I think there are some decent lightly modded servers. One's winter though, Zero. You've got Zero, Karma Crew, Day One, off the top of my head, and then vanilla you've got Spaggy, obviously. You know they're all pretty decent lightly ones. You should learn to multitask. Yeah, I can't be in London and also be in my PC room at the same time. And I know streamers sometimes get pretty big egos, but I'm definitely not omnipotent, dude. I don't think I am, anyway. I don't know, sometimes I feel like I should book 2 seats when I go to the cinemas, but I don't think that's the definition of omnipotent. For the twins. Sorry, that's a Simpsons line. I don't need 2 seats, I ain't that fat. Your time off has not been approved. Well, fuck yeah! Some call me the ninja of DayZ. No, they don't. Oh. Stefan Talvin, possibly. Thank you very much for the follow on the YouTubes. Thank you. Only the omnipotent man will pass. Not the penitent. Oh, Dean, sorry, dude. Well, I can't make any promises, but if I'm not on Thursday, it will be Sunday, but because the kids are here this weekend. But I might get back in time. I just don't know. I've got something I have to do. What sandwiches? I had chicken mayo, sweet corn and lettuce, or chicken salad with some sweet corn and lettuce. If you want Americanisms. Got to put that fat wallet somewhere. Full of receipts for things that other people bought. That's not true. My missus is a lot more frugal than I am. Right, let's go this way. We'll have a drink at the well. Treat ourselves. Not spicy today. It was the rest of the chicken from yesterday, so it was chicken thigh that were chicken thighs that were cooked like and then flavoured, so they weren't like shop bought. Well, the chicken came from a shop, but it was just like plain chicken, right? And the other half of the packet's what I had for lunch this morning. He's selling my AP. I wish. I don't have an AP. To be fair, if I did have one, I'd say I don't have one. But I don't have one. That's true. But I would say either way, to be fair, but I don't. I've just got 6 Vacherons and 7 Pateks, obviously. Didn't know I had bullets. Some of that, you slag. I tried to load it. Honestly, I hadn't really registered that I'd got bullets. Stupid. No aim training to do. This is sniff this. It should have worked. The VOD should have been there. I'm kind of frustrated. I actually worked out a way to upload... Well, how I could have done, sorry. What I fancied doing was cutting the New York part out from YouTube because it's 1440p. I wanted to cut just the New York part out and upload it as like an unedited live, so it would appear as a video, you know, like... It seemed like a smart idea. It seemed like a good way of sharing it with more people, just the bit that was kind of hectic. But I can't do it. You can edit inside YouTube. If you've got like a 5-hour video on YouTube, you can edit it and make it, let's say, the last 2 hours, for example, but it won't let you edit when the video gets to something like 8 or 9 hours long. It takes away the editing. It just won't do it. So I can't edit it on YouTube. I can obviously, I've got a Shadowplay recording, I can properly edit it. When I say edit on YouTube, I literally just mean cut the New York part. I can do it on my own PC, but that's much more complicated. I had to get off yesterday. How did the interaction with Dr. Peppermint end? I think I killed him, Golden Age. I think he ran oofed, and I think I killed him later. But he only had a Tundra, which is a great gun, but not when you're a meter away from the guy that's got an M4, you know, so I had somewhat of a distinct advantage. Thank you, £2, dude. Do I use Premiere to edit? No, I don't, Roach. I use Vegas 14. Uncuper, who does the most of the editing now, he uses Adobe Premiere, but I use Vegas 14. Because I learnt with Vegas, I didn't learn with Adobe, and I don't want to switch now. It's too much of a ball ache. And I also try not to do very much editing nowadays. I think I might try and cut down that New York adventure and do that myself, but we'll see. I've got so many potential videos at the moment that we ain't going to get them up. We're gonna fall behind. I haven't done an edited video for something like 4 weekends as well, which I'm not particularly enamoured about. You know, it'd be nice to get one out now. I got to befriend someone on this stream and kill them for their gear again. I don't remember doing that, Merciful. I don't remember befriending someone and then killing them. If I'm going to kill them, I normally just kill them. I'm not saying it's never happened. It might have done, but I don't remember doing that for a while. This loot is actually not too bad. Do I have merch? Brandy, if you type exclamation merch in the chat, all one word, then you should be able to see the merch site. Mad dogs, I think that's unlikely to happen, unfortunately. Fifth wall, yeah, it was about the last 3 hours of the stream yesterday. It was hectic, to say the least. Why are they all in shit condition? Get rid of the prison pants. Wear the police cop pants. Chambered 9mm. We're packing some serious heat now. Fucking hell, they did that quick, didn't they? Fuck me dead. I don't know if you noticed or not, but I got a little bit of that kind of stuck against the wall desync again. I got that loads last. But yeah, I maybe could have just dealt with one there, but I kind of got half stuck against the wall and then they surrounded me. I should have shot them through the window with the two, I suppose. I'm bleeding as well, but we'll still wake up. But it's nothing. Thank you very much for the 12 months, dude. I'm definitely getting way more door desync. I don't know if it's related to ping or not. My ping on the New York map was about 190, and I was getting way more of it. So I think if the ping is higher, the door desync or wall desync in general just seems worse. Adam, I never know exactly, but most streams other than Sundays are sort of 6 to 8 hours. So I try and do somewhere close to 12 hours on a Monday. Beyond that, it's normally 6 to 8 hours on the whole. Just depends how I'm going. If I'm on a cracking life, I'll go a bit longer. If I die, I'll stop, you know. Last week I had one stream that was like 10 minutes shy of 6 hours, and I think I had another one that was much closer to 9, I think, but could be wrong. You're getting more even with lower ping, are you? I mean, I should add the link to the merch in the description on YouTube. You're right. Not many people read descriptions, but it's still something I should do. I still agree. I think that's not a bad idea. I'll probably do that sometime between now and the sun going supernova. One or the other will happen first. But I'll try and remember. I love trees. Yeah, that's pretty true. DayZ is just one of those games where they change the hitboxes on the trees and then the next thing you know you're riding a door like a merry-go-round. It probably isn't to do with the hitboxes, but it is something for sure. actually lose that much blood, really, did I? Can zero? I don't know, dude. It was at night time, which will make it easier to find. If you just skip through to the bit where I'm near the police station at night, it was then. Shouldn't take more than 2 minutes to find it, just with that information. How many hours do I have in the game by now? I honestly don't know, Slickster. I must have somewhere around 16,500, but it's probably more. I honestly don't know. I'm on what was my second account, and there's more than 10,000 hours on that. My main account must have at least 5,000 hours on it, and that's a minimum. So yeah, I don't know, a lot. People get annoyed about the hours, though. Someone's going to go, but you can spoof this. You can spoof the hours. Yeah, yeah, I definitely spoof the hours. Yeah, about 10 years worth and 8 years full time, nearly. Yeah. Travis, yeah, we've definitely got some videos to release. That's very true. Getting a few frame drops today. Might just be because we're in Electro, but it's kind of a bit skipperoo. Where did the other ones go? Don't really need the tetracycline. There's another one. Wondering if that was a player for a second. It's not. So I've got a blood bag. Don't really want to take the blood bag just yet because I'm a little bit lower blood from the... She was looking over her shoulder with the come and get me eyes. Not today, thank you. The Steam hour counter for DayZ is pretty reliable, aside from if you do things like, I don't know, play and then exit and then leave the game up and then go downstairs for 3 days or something, you know, like if you only play DayZ while you're playing DayZ, right, if that makes sense. I think also if you've got the launcher open, sometimes the launcher can count. So say you play DayZ and then you finish, but you leave the DayZ launcher open. I think that still counts as DayZ being open, so you could potentially get extra hours for that, but my launcher's open when I'm playing the game. I've got only about 4K, only, hey. So nothing, thank you again. I don't think it really matters. It's not a sign of how good you are. Experience really does matter in DayZ, but it doesn't mean much more than that, you know. Experience can be useful, but there's plenty of people with 500 hours that beat me.
Hello.
Franticop, thank you. Hello, hope you're good. We're going to get the fucking night time. That sucks. How long does it take me to get ready to stream on a work day? It doesn't, Fumble. I think I went live about 3 minutes past... Yeah, 5 minutes past 2 I went live. I came into the stream room at 10 minutes to 2. And then I went in the Discord and chatted in the Discord briefly, and then I didn't even start getting ready to stream until 2 PM. And then I went live at 2:05, so it doesn't take long. There's not really much to do. Like, there's other things to do. Like, this morning I spent nearly an hour on my PC doing the banking for the month. You know, I have to keep like books and stuff, so it's near the end of the month. So I had to do an hour's worth of admin this morning. There's other things to do, but I don't normally do that when I'm about to stream, obviously, you know, so... I've been on Twitter a bit this morning, I've checked my emails, and so I do other things, but actually starting the stream, I can literally just come in and press go nearly. Will I hit the gas zone today? I don't know. That was actually a plan for Livonia at some point, because I just want to go to Lukov Airfield, even though I'm sure it's probably not that different, but... They're meant to have changed the airfield. I kind of wanted to go and have a look at some point. Your turbo arrived. Car drives like a dream. Yeah. Very cool. Glad to hear it, dude. That's cool. I watched a video from the dude that does Car Wow. I can't remember his name. Where he was gasbagging on about how his 911 is and stuff. And for about 5 minutes I started to get the idea that I'd really like to get a fancy car. At some point in the future. I don't mean like right now. I've got other focuses right now. Like maybe trying to make sure we don't have much of a mortgage and maybe move to a bigger house one day. Matt Watson, that's his name, yeah. But I did get that kind of like, how cool would it be? I'd quite like a 911. No, it's not going to happen now. If I wanted to stay in this house forever, I could probably make it happen. But people on my road, definitely, they don't drive fancy cars. You have 2,500 hours. You still die all the time because I'm nice to people.
Pretty cool guy. I like that. Keep it up, champ.
Oak, thank you for the super chat. I think that's okay. Sometimes the deaths where you get turned over, as much as they suck, they can be very memorable. They are still cool gaming moments. Sometimes they're really annoying, but they can be. Schmagan, thank you very much for the support, dude. Very, very kind. Can I just say it's easy to watch the videos on YouTube. I have not been liking them. But if anything, it's easy to go back. The channel. Thank you, Decap. It's easy to watch the videos on YouTube. It is pretty easy, but some of the ones in December didn't do so well. The couple that came out in January did okay, but I just need to get. We need to try and get a bit more metronomic on the YouTube video releases. I'm really quite eager to have one a week for a while, but the lights out footage was tricky. It's always going to be a long one. Uncupa's draft version of day one, so it's going to be 2 videos. Uncupa's draft for day one was 3 hours long for the first day. By the look of it, it's going to be 90 minutes, plus a few added map animations and stuff. So just day one is a 90-minute video. It takes a long time to make a 90-minute video, you know, but people want a video every weekend, but you can't put out a video like that every weekend. The New York playtest is over. Who do I use my Prime on? I kind of move it around. Sometimes I don't think I'm actually using it at the moment, Svesta. I've used it a couple of times on Holly. And probably will again, now that I've remembered. Holly DayZ. This kind of light is really awkward. I had a 911. I had a 911. It's a heartbreaker. I'm not really a car guy. Really, it would be a waste. So, but you know what it's like. You watch these videos and you start thinking, "Whoa, how cool would that be?" But I literally only drive like I go and get the kids every 2 weeks.
$5.
You know,
your mother dresses you funny.
No point.
Keep looting.
My mother dresses me funny. Do look a bit of a mess. Dollar, thank you for the support. Schmagan and Oak, thank you both of you. Should I buy this game? I'm downloading it. Oh, you've already bought it then, haven't you? You're going to need some patience, Lewis, maybe. You're going to need some patience. It's going to take more than the 2 hours before you can refund it to decide if you like it or not. DayZ, when you first start, is a lot of pain and a lot of suffering. You know, you're going to die of thirst, you're going to die of hunger, you're going to follow a road and you're not going to feel like you're getting anywhere. It's going to take a while. But the bit where you're getting lost, you actually really enjoy once you're not in that position anymore. Once you know where you're going, you miss the bit where you didn't know where you were going. I didn't care, no. I didn't, thankfully. Back in the regular first world for me today. SB Moon, yeah, I've no idea how much insuring a fucking 911 would cost, but crazy money, you know. I don't even know how much they cost. I'm guessing they're like 100 grand plus or something, but I bet they're crazy money. I don't even know how much a 911 costs, so I would guess around about 100 and up, but I have no fucking clue. I'm not in the market to buy one anytime soon, like I say. Redline, yeah, I did read a bit about that. I think it's getting a little bit easier now, but I did read a little bit about that. About, GTs, and how they only make a few. In Europe, they're kind of tricky. They only make so many of the top ones, the quickest ones, because it's something to do with rules on carbon fucking footprints, and they have to sell like zero emission cars to then have the emissions left over to sell the other ones, kind of thing. It doesn't really matter. But I think that's the GTs that are the really hard ones. But it doesn't matter. I'm not going to buy one. But the GTs are the ones you can't really get. They're only making like 650 or something of the touring one, and so many of the other some shit. I don't know. As a YouTuber had to buy 4 Takens to get a GT3. That's pathetic, isn't it? That's how it is, though. You know, that's how it is. What are you going to do with 4 Takens? I guess he sold them at a loss, right? Or they sold them. But imagine having to buy like 100 grand or whatever it costs electric car 4 times to then spend money on another car. Hey, Rusty, you're right, dude. And that's a bit like Redline just said with the same analogy. That's a bit like watches are. If you want to buy a Patek Philippe Nautilus or something, like a Patek Philippe sports watch, you ain't going to get one. Like if you go into a dealership in London and say, I'd like a Patek Philippe Nautilus, the watch, it's only available in white gold. I think it's somewhere around about 60, 65 grand. That's a guess. I don't know, but that's a guess. If you wanted to go into a shop in London and buy one of those, you'd probably have to spend £1 million on jewellery. Maybe 500 grand, I don't know, but you'd have to spend crazy money on other things that they can't shift for you to buy that one watch. It's madness, you know, same kind of thing. Yeah, it is. It's plenty quick enough, Kizzer. I've never had a car quicker than the one I've got now. Well, Mezza, I don't think a 911 counts as a hypercar. I don't like getting out of a Ferrari Testosterone or a Lamborghini Countach or similar. I would be spilling out, but a 911 is a little bit more like a regular car in some ways. It's not a hypercar. Do I have ludicrous mode? No, I didn't get. I got the long range one, not the whatever it's called. The plaid version. They don't do a plaid in Model Y anyway. They only do the plaid in X and S, don't they? Decibel, thank you for the 14 months. Cheers for the support. Oak, thank you for the super chat again. I have a 72 Cutlass 442 that sits in my garage. Pisses me old lady off because she won't park her Jeep. She wants to park her Jeep in there. Very nice. Yeah, the 911 is only a supercar. That's right. it's fucking crazy. I think they look quite nice actually, but yeah, not for me. One day I might try and get something like that, but it may be when I'm retiring. When I'm too old to have the reactions to drive the fucking thing. Decibel, thanks again, dude. Well, I'm not getting any Ricky, but I think the Cayman's 2 seats. I'd need the back seats for the dog, dude. And also, I could probably just about pick my 2 kids up in it as well, right? There you go. Look, there are reasons to get the other one. Adrian, yeah, thank you. The event was great fun. I'm still miffed about my ultimate demise, but it was a great run. I enjoyed that a lot. So apparently I'm allowed to go into the other events, even though I've already qualified. Apparently I'm allowed to enter. If I enter, I'm allowed to go in them. So I don't know. I've spoken to Chimney and sort of said, well, I'll enter it, but I feel a bit bad about taking a spot from other people. But I've also kind of mentioned about maybe trying to shoutcast the next event, perhaps. But I don't want to shoutcast this. This is me just chatting, by the way. I'm not saying it's definitely happening. I really don't want to shoutcast the next event if I'm tripping on any or standing on any toes for the people that shoutcasted the last event. You know, I don't want to usurp somebody else or whatever, you know. I've also never used the admin tools. Well, not quite true. I used them briefly to fly around to record some stuff for Deer Isle about 3 years ago on a server that was not open to the public, but I've never used the admin tools beyond that. So Welsh Goblin, did he not actually get the car then? That would be cool, to shoutcast on somebody else's thing doing it. That would be kind of cool. The only problem with that is that, like, you really want... I don't know. I think if you're not in control of the camera, it's not... you kind of want to direct where the camera goes while you're talking about what you're doing. I don't know, but I've never done it. I think it would be fun, though. I'd quite like to try that. I think it'd be quite fun to do. Depends on the event. I think that singles event that was at the weekend is very good because you've only got 20 minutes before the PvP starts. Some events you've got like 2 hours of looting phase where no one kills anyone, you know. Like some events, like the event begins at 3 PM and then nothing really happens until 5, you know. Everyone's just like running through Chernarus to meet up and whatnot. So he bought three electric Porsches brand new to try and get a Porsche GT, and then they wouldn't sell it to him and he had to get a used one anyway. Fucking hell, that's the definition of smart, isn't it? Fucking hell. How is that hard? You talk all the time and nothing is happening. Dialogue, yeah, but there's actually a point to shoutcasting, right? Like, I don't think if I'm shoutcasting, I'm just going to be sitting there and just chatting with you guys. I'm going to be trying to talk about the event. But the event, like, you really want something to talk about in the event, so sometimes events can be slow. This one that just happened was not slow, you know. I could still do it, don't get me wrong, but I don't think shoutcasting event needs to be 2 hours of just chatting interaction and then the event starts when someone starts shooting. I don't think that's how it is, you know. You're shoutcasting the event, you need to shoutcast the event. Guys, they're dimed. Can't see your message. Someone else has replied to you, and I can't see it. Right. Don't worry about getting messages on the screen. Just at me, and I'll try and see something. Hey, handsome guy, thank you for the new sub. Dave, I think it'd be fun. Hi, Dissy Dre. Hello. Hi, Squashy Aussie, how you doing? With 2 shoutcasters, you can fill the time discussing DayZ stuff. Maybe. I don't know. I've never done it, so I don't know. And I've never, obviously, most of the time that someone's shoutcasting a DayZ event, I'm in it. So I've not really watched many of them either. So, do you know what I mean? So I don't really know the meta, because I'm normally in the event, as a rule. However, just from a personal take, if I'm shoutcasting an event, I kind of feel like I want to follow the event as it unfolds and talk about the event and not chat with other people in a Discord, if that makes sense. Maybe because I'm a miserable fucker, but I guess if I was going to try and shoutcast an event, I'd be trying to make the stream about the event. Can I give you my best play-by-play DayZ voice? It's just my voice, Redline. There is no voice. The only problem I can foresee is that, like, at the end of Lights Out, after I was dead, I kind of like watched Wasted and then we talked about it a little bit, but I was getting so excited. My voice was so loud, I had the neighbours next door knocking on the wall. There is that danger that I might get a little too loud. Darker today. How can you read messages and keep focus? A lot of respect for that. Medimed, I'm just running in a forest, dude. I'm not really paying any attention to the game at all. I know. Am I going to do any collabs with other streamers? Merciful, I'm playing with Sour, Sweet and Muller Yogurts on Monday next week. That's the first one I've got booked at the moment. Yeah, that's the next one, basically, dude. Burritos, it'd be kind of fun. We'll see. Am I still looking for a new home? I'm not looking for a new home at the moment, Barney. I think me and the missus would like to move at some point. But I'm not not actively looking right now in any way, shape or form, you know, so not really. It's something I'd like to do at some point, but I'm not really quite in the position to do so yet. There's always something else going on, I suppose, you know. Why am I even taking that? The most funny thing, how insanely close people get to each other but have no clue. Mezza, yeah, I think in the event that just happened, I got close a couple of times to players. I watched back the bit where I shot at Gibbs and Pieces in the event. I watched it back from BWAD's perspective on YouTube this morning or last night. I can't remember which. And they were talking, and BWAD was watching, and there was shots. So you don't quite see the shots. You don't quite see what happened on the screen, unfortunately. But then in the background, I think it was Chimney, you can hear in the background going, oh, I forgot to turn off God mode. Never mind, eh? and then they try and skirt over it with, oh, it's probably for the best because they would have traded there, and if they'd traded, that would have been worse. It's probably better for both of them that didn't happen. I'm like, yeah, fucking no, it isn't. As I piled fucking 4 DMR rounds into the dude. It definitely isn't better for me. Nonetheless, that was cool. I quite fancy having a go. I think I wouldn't be very good with the camera though. Dance, monkey, dance. This is where I should probably start dancing in the game, like people do, you know. Well, Reed, somebody, I won't name him, but somebody messaged me, and I think this might be the shout. I think at times it's possible to get a bug. I've had it once, I think, ever, where you're in the underground section, but for you only, it's not dark. I wonder if that's the bug that he had. He may have had no bug, and it might have just been insane, but I do wonder if perhaps the guy in the tunnels had the bug where it was daylight underground for him. I've had it once where I didn't need like people were like, why can you see? It should be dark. I was like, I don't know, I can just see. It shouldn't be like it, but it is. I've had that once, ever. I wonder if he had that. What sort of FPS do I get when streaming? It's limited to 120, dude. So I have some issues with the stream on my second monitor because my second monitor is only 60 Hertz. And so I kind of have to limit it as a result of that, basically. It's a bit of a wicked pisser. So I get 120. Not always, but I get 120 quite a lot. You had that happen in the Livonia bunker. Interesting. There you go. Muscle cars rock. I bet they do, but probably more so on Americaland roads. I like the look of a lot of muscle cars. I like the look of them, but muscle cars are normally built for like drag racing as such, aren't they? Muscle cars are normally quite wallowy, and I'm not trying to diss them. I like them, but muscle cars on UK roads is you have to be a bit braver, you know. UK roads are a bit twisty and like. What you'd consider to be a country road in Americaland is probably like a main road over here, in a nutshell. You probably want America roads for a muscle car. Only in certain spots, but it was normal brightness, then 2 steps it would be pitch black. Interesting, Jeebus. How many pairs of gloves do I need exactly? An idiot. I am going to take the blood.
Years. I'm now buying tissits and eating my toast upside down and absolutely nailing the correct pronunciation of everything. What have you done to me?
I'm now buying Tisso and eating my toast upside down. Dude, you live in the dream. Cheers for the support, Regan. Thank you. Best Spam and Regan, cheers for the resubs. Thank you. Lucas Frank and R&R Performance, cheers for the follows. iPotC and Carlash, thank you for the resubs as well, guys. Cheers for the support, peeps. Thank you. Roads are dog shit in the US. I appreciate I've only been to New York and Vegas, so I've not got a great deal of a judge, but okay. I'll next time I go down like the sort of road that I have to go on, like when I go and get the kids or something, or I'll record. Like, it's not that common, but in Suffolk especially, there are roads where it's literally a two-way road, but it's as wide as your car, and it's meant to be for cars going both ways. You know, that's quite common in the UK. So it's like a track. It's like somebody's driveway, but it's actually a road. And like every, I don't know, 400 meters, there's like a muddy bank that you can pull into. And like that's how cars get past each other going the opposite way.
It's time to start running.
That's how it is in Newmarket, yeah. Yeah, and people still drive around like they're fucking like they're rallying, you know. Colin McRae style-y. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, our roads are full of potholes. I went in a pothole the other day that I honestly thought I'd cause serious damage to the car, but I think I've gotten away with it. But one of the problems with the UK, I guess, but it happens a lot. I think our roads are probably made in a similar way to yours, in terms of construction. But the UK has such high temperature changes. You know, like it can be 25, 30 degrees Celsius one day and then 5 the next, and it seems to really fuck up the roads. Like, it doesn't seem to take long at all, and then the roads are just like crumbled into nothing and need fucking repairing. Yeah, Norfolk and Suffolk are really bad. Both of them are, like, they are. Temperature changes of 20 Celsius in one day is quite a lot. But it happens all the time, like constantly, you know, like it can feel like summer one day and then winter the next, kind of. Lots of places can be similar, I guess, but yeah, it's really weird. You can get swings of huge amounts, even on the same day, you know. We're an island, very changeable. Bent 2 wheels thanks to potholes. Fuck. Yeah, well, the desert, obviously, from day to night. But in your desert data, like, if you take the temperature at 3 p.m. on one day, and then take the temperature at 3 p.m. the next day, that's where I'm talking about the temperature change. I'm not talking about from day to night. I'm talking from the hottest part of the day one day to the hottest part of the day the next day. That's what I'm meaning, right? I'm not talking about it's desertly hot and then at night it's cold. Although that would obviously be very bad for roads, but maybe when it's pissing it down and whatnot too. A lot of the UK roads are older than America as well, by the way. That's the other thing that you need to bear in mind. A lot of our roads are older than your fucking country, okay? They're built on, like, the remains of Roman roads and stuff, you know? They're just shit, okay? You can't win on a road competition. Sorry. Our roads are worse. Home, thank you for the bits. I have no experience with casting myself, but I'm 100% positive that you absolutely nailed the job. Oh, thank you, Holm. I appreciate the kind words. I'd like to have a go at it. I think it would be fun. I'd quite like to have a go at it. I can see that the first time anyone tries to do it, the camera work would be tricky. You know, trying to actually track the action and not just feeling annoyed at yourself for missing everything. I think would be tricky. Cheers for the support, dude. Wales, some of the Welsh roads at least are beautiful, Reese, but yeah, there's some interesting ones. I really like driving around, like Snowdonia, like all around that area, all around North Wales and stuff. There's some really cool roads, nice twisty bends, and all up in the hills. It's kind of cool. BFG, they've changed Partner Plus, so Partner Plus, it doesn't have a top area. If you're now in Partner Plus, they're not calling it that anymore. It's called something else because it's not just for partners. I think affiliates can hit it as well. So they're not calling it Partner Plus anymore. But if you hit the relevant criteria, then you get 70-30 split on all gifted subs and all paid for subs. Not obviously on Prime. But on gifted subs and paid for subs, people that are on what was Partner Plus are going to get 70-30 if they don't already. So yeah, there is no 100 grand limit. I mean, that's a lot of money, of course, but there's no limit now. So PSO, I'm not really counting days. I do know the last day I had alcohol, but I don't know how many days ago it was. I haven't had a drink of alcohol. God, I said that like my dad used to. I haven't had any alcohol since the 28th of January. Pretty much a month, I suppose. But I'm trying to go February, March and April. I'm not counting days. I'm not doing everything. I am being pretty healthy, though. I've averaged 10,000 steps a day for February so far, like, without fail. I did have a couple of days that were only about 1,500 steps, but every other day's been more like 11 or 12 or 13,000, right? So... but yeah, I am doing pretty well health-wise. I feel pretty good at the moment, actually. A month with no alcohol. What a surprise! I feel a lot healthier. There was a 60-40 level under the old Partner Plus. Yeah, I think but it's not for partners anymore, is it? It's for everyone, I believe. I think that's right, Meza. Depending on what level you hit. Real footsteps, SB Moon. Yeah, not just DayZ ones. Way to go on being dry. Thank you, Kenstra. I do feel a lot better, you know. I did feel a bit wallowy and lethargic towards the end of Christmas time, like around the New Year. Everybody does, though, don't they? You gorge yourself on too much food. I drank way too much. I had alcohol every day for about 3 weeks towards the end of December. And whilst I enjoyed the taste of the whiskey and whatnot, I didn't enjoy the lethargy. I didn't enjoy that, but nonetheless, I still did it, and I'll probably do it again next December. But yeah, I do feel so much healthier now. Hi Neil, dude, you're right, man. I got one of the new helmets yesterday on the mouse, briefly, but yeah, I found a helmet on the mouse yesterday. Dissy, I do feel healthier. I don't really think it's anything to do with the matcha tea. I am still having at least 1 cup of matcha tea a day. It tends to be the first cup I have every day. I ain't gonna lie, the first sip of a cup of matcha tea in the morning is not nice. Matcha tea is, once you've had a couple of sips, like, you get the flavour in your mouth. There's kind of a Moorish quality to it that is quite nice. But if it's the first drink in the morning and you have a sip of it, it's not good. It's like drinking, like if you mowed the lawn on a wet day and then you made a cup of tea from what was in the back of your lawnmower. It tastes a bit like that. It's not the best taste in the world, but the aftertaste is kind of savoury and quite nice, you know, but yeah. Anyway, I'm still having 1 cup a day. I do feel a bit healthier, but I like I just said, I'm off alcohol for a month. And I don't know if you'd call going for a walk exercising, but like, I went out today about...
Your roads are older than our country. Funniest thing I've heard today.
Sorry, dude. JD, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you. Yeah, I went out about 20 to 11 and I got back about 10 past 12 maybe. I did stop briefly. I just had a little sit on a bench, but 5 minutes or so, I don't know. But yeah, I'm doing about that. It's only a walk, but it really does make you feel a lot better, you know. It's only a walk, but it makes me feel much better. I don't really want to fuck my ankles and my legs and knees up running. I'm just not... I think I could jog, but I don't want to put the stress on my... I already have enough problems with my feet. I've got really dodgy feet. I don't really want to jog anyway. I just think it would spoil it. It's really good for my mental health while I'm walking. If I'm jogging, I think it won't be. I think it'll be frustrating, but... I think I'm going to have to get the bike out and start cycling, like on alternate days or something. I think that might be a plan. I'd quite like to do something that's a tiny bit more cardio at some point. I'm not desperate to, though, because I really like the walking. That's the thing. And the walking seems really good for me. I tend to keep my phone in my pocket and just, like, look around and think and shit, you know. The dog's doing okay, PSO. Yeah, he's been doing okay for more than a year, you know. He's still a spaniel. He's still a 2-year-old spaniel, and, well, he's nearly 2. 2-year-old spaniels are a handful, you know, like, no matter how much you train them, they're still a handful. They've got that willful streak in them, you know, like if you're eating a sandwich and the dog's next to you, like, you've got half a mind that he's just going to snatch it out of your hand, and, like, you'll be lucky if you... He never has done, but if I looked away, he would. But that's not... He's fine, he's doing all right. He's still got his nudges. And he's still a little bit eager to try and hump any blanket or dressing gown or cushion that he can find. He's a humper. But he's doing all right. He's getting there. Humping seems funny until you put your arm on your cushion and realise it's covered in spunk. Then it's not so funny. 10-0. Thank you for the 6 months. I'm a humper too. Do you take him away with you then now? Well, we haven't been anywhere, Jambon. We haven't been anywhere, so... Not yet. We're going to like a 50th birthday weekend thing that's at like a... It's kind of at a caravan park type place. It's not caravans. It's, you know, one of those glamping places where they have like teepees and shit, you know. But I don't think dogs are allowed. So the only place we're going, it's in May. He's not allowed, so we've not had any chance to take him anywhere yet. But if we were going somewhere in the summer on a staycation, I think we'd take him. Yeah. Okay, girl. Well, ours is he's not a working breed. He's a Welsh Springer Spaniel. He's from a breeder that does like show dogs. There is no working breed with Welsh Springer Spaniels. There's just Welsh Springer Spaniels. You know, it's a bit like an English Springer. They're basically all working. You know, like an English Springer Spaniel. They're just working dogs, aren't they? You know, but people do keep them as pets, obviously. The Welsh Springer Spaniels are not anywhere near as popular as the English. And I think that's because over time they've never trained so well. They're not actually as good as working dogs. English Springer Spaniels are much better behaved. Welsh Springer Spaniels are little fuckers. They know what they're meant to do, but it doesn't mean they'll do it. You know, they'll do it as and when they think. Did I find someone to cover me during this time off? Fuck you. I might have a weekend off 2 weeks before it redlined as well. I might possibly have it's in the middle of May where we're going on this thing. I might possibly be having the first weekend in May off as well. And I'm not covering that either. It's not my 50th, no. Despite the dude on YouTube comments yesterday saying I was fat and 50. I'm actually fat and 38, as everybody knows. Kinda. Dark Vet, I think you do have to be careful with the ears, but my missus has... My missus has kind of been on the ball. He's had no problems with his ears so far, but it is a common problem with them, I believe. Yeah, they've got big ears, haven't they? But I don't have a lot of nice things to say about the breeder, but the actual bloodline of the dog is good. You know, he's bred to be... they give him a score for their eyes and their hips and stuff, and the dog's got a good score, you know, like... It's got a low. He's got a low rating for inbreeding and shit, which is so. The breeder knows what he's doing in terms of breeding the dogs and picking the lines and whatnot. And he's been breeding Welsh Springers for like 40 years. But unfortunately, I think he breeds them a bit more like livestock than I would like. You know, they were kept outside in a shed. They weren't kept permanently with the mother. The mother was kept only with them at night and not during the day. And there was 9 of them in this little room. It wasn't ideal. Would you watch Redline taking over Paul's stream? Oh my god, what a sycophantic question. Just say no, guys. Please say no, or else I'm going to take the next week off. Well, that's the thing, K-Girl, I agree. You get a Springer Spaniel, that's what you're going to get, you know. If you want a dog that's going to be lazy, don't get a Welsh Springer Spaniel. If you want a dog that's going to be easy, don't get a Springer Spaniel, you know, like... You got to take if you get a breed of dog that's quite an active dog that's going to need that's going to be quite loony, you know, you got to enjoy it. You know, it doesn't make it easy sometimes. You know, like when it's like, I don't know, 10 o'clock at night, and you're trying to settle in, and you, like me and the missus would just put on one show that we're going to watch together. You know, maybe we're going to watch one episode of Peaky Blinders, and he just won't fucking settle, and he's doing his best to be a pain in the ass. We normally just put him away. You know, it's bedtime for you, bad boy in your bed. But no, nonetheless, like it can be frustrating at times, but you get what you get. You know, if you want a lazy dog, get a lazy dog. Just to confirm, if you vote, if everybody votes on the Twitch poll, if everybody votes yes for Redline, I'm taking the next week off, starting tomorrow. I'm having a week off, so that vote is also, would you like Paul to be off from tomorrow for a week? Just to confirm. Huskies and Malamutes should be pulling sleds. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know a lot about them, but we get our dog as an absolute minimum gets like an hour proper walk outside per day minimum, and lots of other things like to try and keep him busy, like to give him the simulation of working. You know, like we play little games with him in the garden and stuff, like little like finding stuff kind of things, but. Nonetheless, like he's kind of okay. Even if he gets an hour lead here, it's enough to satiate him mentally, you know. But the one problem is, like weather, and the challenge that it's okay if you've got loads of time, but if you're walking your dog daily and it's getting to the point where it needs a bath every day because it's caked in mud, and it can be a bit of a problem, you know. That's the thing that you've got to try and manage a touch. Just at this time of year, it's a lot easier. You can let your dog run around as much as it wants when it's June or May or whatever, but it's a bit wet right now. Brandy, thank you for the gifted subs. Cheers for the support. Let's get him a basset hound. Oh, I see this lovely old fella walking. Quite often when I go for my walks, Darkfair, I thank you for the support, by the way. I see this old fella, he must be about, I reckon he's mid-70s, and I think he's got a little bit of dementia. He's a lovely guy, he's really, really nice, he always says hello. We normally stop and have like a 1-minute conversation every time I see him. Sometimes I see him 5 days in a row, sometimes I don't see him for 2 or 3 weeks, right, but he's always walking this basset hound, who's like older than he is in dog years, you know. If the dog's like trailing behind him and stuff, but it's kind of, I really like it when I bump into him. He's a nice man. But yeah, he's always, the basset hound does not want to be walking. I think he's walking more for him than for the dog. Laszlo, dude, don't gamble them. Save them to trade them for some bum coin one day. No, he's walking the man. He's walking the hound in that case, Darkfair. The dog's always dragging behind, not wanting to walk. He just wants to be at home, I think. Since you all let Paul sway your votes, I'm shutting down the casino. That's just like Redline. If Redline was playing football and somebody scored against him, he'd cry and take his ball home, wouldn't he? That's it, I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing for 2 weeks now. Give me my ball back and fuck off. Well, what can I say? Casino is closed. He's trying to... I've read it out. To be fair, I've read it out a couple of times. But I quite like a week off, to be honest. I've booked tickets to watch June 2 on Saturday evening for me, the missus and the kidlers. So I'm looking forward to that. But that would be nice little day in the middle of my week off, that would be. I'll see you next Wednesday. Giggle, and there's definitely a lot of training involved. You're absolutely right, but I'm not saying there's. I kind of subscribe to there's no such thing as a bad dog to some extent. You know, like you might get a dog that's a really well-behaved, well-trained dog that's injured and then snaps in a way you weren't expecting, perhaps. But nonetheless, I don't believe there's anything as a bad dog. But there still are differences. But it doesn't matter how much you train some dogs. Some dogs are a lot more obstinate than others.
TRMZ love.
If you've had loads of dogs, you know that, right? Unless you're using like tricks like shock collars and things, which they have to obey. But if you're training them with, like, you're going to do what I say and I'm going to teach you to do what I say, but you're not using electric collars and other things that are like safety nets, then some dogs are going to break here and there, no matter what. So, some dogs are just much harder than others, you know. Some dogs are much more willful than others, and you get that with all things, you know. You get that in, like, if anybody's ever into horse racing, some horses are absolutely fucking psychos, you know. Some horses are absolute psychos, and it's easy to say, oh, it's just about training. Horses are intelligent, same as dogs are to some extent, I would guess. Like, doesn't matter how much they train them. Some horses are very willful, and some aren't. Same with dogs. Oh, Ditka, I'm sorry to hear about you, Mum. I hope everything goes as smoothly and as well as it can, and I hope she has as healthy a time as she possibly can in the circumstances, dude. That sucks to hear, man. Thank you for the bits. No need for bits for stuff like that, dude. Always at me or drop me a whisper or something. You don't need to pay for me to hear something like that, dude. I appreciate the bits, but thank you, dude. And all the best. Thank you, Ditka. Pantychrist, thank you for the bits. Tomo, Aspson, Mr. Fode, Raz, Brandy, thank you for the support. Cheers for the gifted subs, Brandy. Jamie, they don't take very long. I got a new passport last year and it came back really quite quickly. It came a lot quicker than I thought it would anyway. From a law perspective, how long have the infected been around like this? I don't think DayZ is meant to happen much after it happened. So, and obviously we've been playing the game 10 years, but time has stood still in DayZ like it does in The Simpsons, you know. So, I think strictly speaking, we're meant to be playing not long after the infection. So, like, there's still people off the map, shelling the map, because there are still humans on the planet, they're just not here. Ditka, thank you, dude. I appreciate the thought. Cheers for the bits, dude. Oak, I have a service dog and he has a dream when he's working, but if he is not working, he runs amok. If he is not wearing his vest, which is fine because dogs need that. Yeah, Oak, some are different than others. I definitely agree, though, that training is a massive part of dogs. It's a really contentious subject, that, you know, and there's lots of stuff in the news about different breeds and so on, and I don't really want to start that can of worms. We had enough cans of worms yesterday, but I do think it's possible that dogs can have a relapse, let's say, no matter how well trained they are. You know, if a dog's got, like, I don't know, say a dog jumps off a wall and you don't realise it's really hurt its back or something. Sometimes things can go awry and you're just not expecting it. You know, like a dog's got a really painful back and you don't realise, and then you go to hug it and then it's like, like shit can happen, you know. Oh, thanks again though, dude. Here's for the support. Last Stand UK, thank you for the prime.
I have a service dog and he is a dream when he is working, but if he is not working he runs amok if he is not wearing his vest, which is fine cause dogs need that.
Thanks again, Oak. Are there any warning signs of a gas attack? There are, Necromancer. So, obviously you hear it being, you hear the barrage firing from off the map, right? So if you're in an area where you think a gas attack could happen, so for example, I don't know, let's say you're in Novi Sobor, or even better, you're at Tissi, and you're at the tents at Tissi military base, right? If you hear the barrage from off the map, look in the sky. See if you can see a red flare, because where the gas lands, there's a red flare in the sky. So keep it, like if it's nighttime, you can really see it. Obviously, it illuminates red light, and you'll see it very easily. But if it's daytime, it's still there. You just might not see it so easily. But yeah, if you hear the barrage, have a quick look around, see if there's anything red in the sky. If there is, start running. Arthritis in dogs can be a real hazard. Yeah, it can be, yeah.
Great work.
I think I'm getting fucking arthritis in my toe. It's not fucking gout before someone starts telling me it's gout. I've got a little knobble on the, like, what, not the knuckle, but on the hinge of my toe. So if it was your finger, it's not the knuckle, it's the bit in the middle of your finger, but it's obviously my big toe. So the bit that bends in the middle of your toe. I've got a little bobble on that, just on one side. It's not red, it's not painful really much, but every now and then it is. It's not red and it's not fucking gout. I actually showed it to my mum the other day, who was a nurse for 40 years. I know that's not a diagnosis, but nonetheless, she was like, I think it's probably arthritis. If it's anything, get the fuck away. There's nothing wrong with you. Pretty much was a response. Stefan, bright night like this isn't just modded. All third-person servers would look like this if you were playing on official. So this nighttime is not modded. This is how third-person looks if you play official. However, this server, like any community server, this is a community server. Any community server can choose whether they want to use the third-person night or the first-person night. Nobody's forced into using either one. I'm a doctor, it's gout. A Twitch doctor, no less. The most qualified of all. What's that red thing at the top of the screen? That's new, isn't it? There's like a red glow at the top of the chat. It might be a bunion, I don't know. But it ain't fucking gout anyway. Gout is... I've read a bit about gout, but it's definitely not gout, okay? Gout normally involves your skin going a bit red, and it involves all sorts of other things. I ain't got any of those symptoms. And I also, gout normally goes away. Like, you get symptoms that flare up and then it normally subsides, you know. I've had this for ages. It's alright, Redline. If your missus sees my foot, she may well leave you. Sausage. Have you considered gout? Dude, I hadn't. I'm glad you brought that up. You'll get a bill for 2k also. Yeah, that I don't know if you in the Twitch chat. There's like a red glow at the top of the screen. That's what if I signal left or right to change lanes in my car, I get that red glow at the top of the camera. If it's if there's something in the lane to tell me not to pull into it. Looks exactly like that. Yeah, I haven't got any swelling or anything. It's just like a little bobble, like a little bit of extra bone on the hinge. Ooh, a hunting scope. It's a hunting scope for hunting people. I'll drop that. You can. I bet there's space in here. Yep, let's keep it in there. Also, there's a corky bar, so oh my! Red thing is a pinned donation of 1k. Well, I think that's something that Twitch have done. That's not something we've done. Looks like there's a timer that's going to it's going to gradually go down. That's a bit how YouTube has it, where you. So YouTube chat has a similar thing like that. If somebody uses like a super chat, it stays at the top and then gradually like goes away. I just haven't noticed it until today. Sounds like a ganglion cyst. Ganglion Cyst. I'm pretty sure that's the main bad guy in the next Marvel universe. Ganglion Cyst. The Ganglionites are coming. Hi Dennis, hope you're good. Twitch is basically copying YouTube with the super chat. Well, they both kind of copy each other a bit, Mizu. You know, like YouTube tried to emulate things like Twitch have got bits and so on. Like YouTube have tried to, like YouTube had subs and then YouTube bring in memberships. Sorry, Twitch had subs, YouTube bring in memberships and so on. They both copy each other to some extent, don't they? I saw Ganglion Cyst do a DJ set at Reading. And his nemesis, Captain Dermis. Congrats, historically gout was the rich man's ailment. I haven't got fucking gout! YouTube and Twitch should just merge. I don't think they should. I think that would be bad. I think YouTube doesn't really want what Twitch does. I don't think it would actually be a good idea. And it wouldn't affect me much, would it? But I think it's better that they're alone. And I don't think YouTube really wants to do too much with streaming. We talk about it a bit, but yeah. Thanks for the super chat, Oak. I'll wait until Robot Lady reads it out this time, but thank you very much, and I hope you and your dog are having a good time of it. YouTube is less censorious than Twitch. I've never been censored on Twitch, but I don't know. It's an interesting take epic, but there's quite a lot of people that would disagree. I'm not saying you're wrong or you're right, but lots of people got very uppity with YouTube not so long ago.
The other day and got on the elevator, and Archer wouldn't let the door close because he saw people passing by and wanted them to get on with use. 5 years later, we should have taken the stairs.
Tilda, I'm talking about game streaming, of course, but they are obviously very popular for music streaming, but there's a pay-for service, right? If you want YouTube Premium, you get the music. Oak, thank you very much for the super chat. Hope you, the missus and the dog are having a good time of it, dude. Oh, sorry, text from Moogly. Only a three-letter text going, yay. I texted telling her I'd booked tickets to see Dune 2 on Saturday. She wants to see it. It's quite nice, actually. Maggie's 12. Sophie's 15, and she's just not interested in films. I've got a story to say about that in a minute. It's not a good one. It's not a bad one, but anyway. My eldest is 15, and she's not interested in movies whatsoever. And so when she's coming to this film, she couldn't give less of a shit. But Maggie is a lot like I was as a kid. She really likes movies. She likes it. She gets into the story of the film. So most of the time that they come, normally me and Maggie will pick a film, normally on the Friday night perhaps, and we'll sit next to each other, and I just sit, like I have my arm around her, we just sit and watch a film, and it's really kind of nice. I like that. It's kind of nice, you know, but it doesn't happen very often, but nonetheless. It's kind of cool now, because they're that bit older. When you're taking a 4-year-old to the cinema, you're seeing Anna and Elsa and fucking Boss Baby and God knows what else, right? You're like literally spending 30 or 40 quid just on the tickets to go and wish you were anywhere else. Some of the Pixar ones are okay, but a lot of them are really bad. You know, a lot of the more kiddified ones are really, really horrendous, like a crime. Boss Baby, I think, is possibly the worst film I've ever seen. I did fall asleep through a lot of it, to be fair, but it was bad. Joker is worse. It is not. It is a good film. You're just a mizog. Watch it again, but enjoy the nuances of Joaquin's performance. You know, really just study Joaquin's facial expressions. Really study him, like when he's having that interview with Robert De Niro. Really zoom in on his face and just look at the nuance in all of that he's doing and everything. It's brilliant. If you watch the film Joker purely from the perspective of Joaquin's acting, you'll enjoy the film. It's just brilliant. Anyway, Funeral Face, dude, thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Cheers for the support once again, dude. Cheers for the gifted subs, man. Yeah, on the subject of Sophie not liking films, I picked the kids up on Friday, week and a half ago. I'm picking them up again this Friday. But I picked them up and we were just chatting. I was like, oh, how's school going and whatnot? And we got onto the subject of what the kids want to do when they're older. And Sophie dropped the bombshell that she's decided she wants to be an actor. And I was like, but you don't even like films. You don't even like films. She's like, no, but I want to be an actor. I didn't try to put her off or anything, you know. I never do, you know. Whatever she wants to do, I don't. I think it's important that kids want to do whatever they want to do.
Watch
but
the Con of Comedy with De Niro.
I do find it somewhat weird that I think, to be honest, there's two things going on. She's got to a point now where she's more eager to be popular with her friends at school, or the friends she's trying to make more of. She's trying to be more popular than she is trying to be good at school. And so wanting to be an actor seems cooler than wanting to be an architect. Or she's had spells where she wanted to be an architect and spells where she wanted to be a lawyer. They're the two main ones she's had so far. But now she's now she wants to be an actor, but she doesn't like films. A lot of I can understand that, but I guess I'm not going to try. She can try and do whatever she wants to do, you know. I don't mind whatever she wants to try and do. Like, have at it, you know. But I would imagine that most people that you're right. A lot of actors don't watch their own films, but I would have thought that most people that really make it in any genre usually start with a passion for that. They might lose their passion for it. But like if you just taking DayZ for example, like if you're a YouTuber, to keeping it more simple, if you're going to make YouTube videos consistently for years on DayZ, you must have a passion, or gaming, whatever game you do, you must have a passion for the game and for what you're doing, in order to build and grow from the you must have that interest. Usually, I'd have thought, to do that kind of career, you know, like I'm sure a lot of actors or thespians or whatever down the line are a little bit jaded and a little bit bored of it all and only just turn up and do the work or whatever. But you would have thought in the early stages where you're burning to do this thing, you must be really interested in it and absorbing films and looking and analysing people's performances to try and look at how they're doing and what they're doing and so on, you know. Like, if you're really taking something seriously, you'd be doing that, I think, most of the time. Not when you're 15 and still at school and think, oh, it might be cool to be an actor, but when you're older, I think you would. But you're also watching DayZ videos on YouTube. Well, that's exactly my point, dude. I'm not now, but when I started out, I was. I don't watch DayZ videos on YouTube, no, but I did in 2014. I watched every DayZ video in 2014. I watched every DayZ video in 2015, and most of them in 2016, but I don't anymore. Because I've found my path, I've worked out what works for me, you know. Actors seem to go into directing after they get bored with acting. Some do, don't they? And now he has Gal. Doinkle, thank you for the 34 months. Graveplot, thank you for the... Graveplot, 34 months. Doinkle, thank you for the 48 months. If you like Joker, watch The King of Comedy with... I think I might have seen it. I haven't seen it, actually. I remember... You know, there was a reference to that film before, like, talking about Joker. I've never seen it, but I do need to see it. If you say so, Sneaky. I'll let you know when I feel that the second part of your sentence is correct, okay?
Paul, seek help for your sick, craven, diseased loot addiction. But before you do, go get us chat a little more loot. Please and thank you.
Definitely. I'm going to get me a... oh shit, I better load... Yeah, I better load my gun, hadn't I? I've been carrying that for fucking ages. I've not loaded it. We need that. Yeah, I'm going to get me a DMR down the hill, especially for you, Ironballs. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. Bofaka, what, dude? GG, I can't even watch the cooking segments I've done on the news. That's cool. I've never, you get used to it, but when I was making videos and whatnot, and in the beginning, I used to really hate the sound of my own voice. Nobody likes the sound of their own voice. So if you're on the telly, I'm really bad with it, you know. I don't like being in pictures and stuff, to the point where I really get... my missus gets annoyed with me, but I don't like being in pictures. I'll try and get out of nearly every picture ever, you know. Like, I just don't like it. I don't really want pictures of me knocking around. I think I'm fucking... I don't like to look at myself. I'm not really one for a mirror, you know. I'm more one for a balaclava. The Joker role has produced some of the best performances in the history of film. I think Heath Ledger's was a very good performance. I think Joaquin's performance was very good. Personally, I'm not so keen on Jack Nicholson. I know a lot of people love him. Gravy's favourite is Jack Nicholson, but I'm not so keen on that. I think I liked it at the time, but Tim Burton's Batman has not aged well to me. But I think two of them have been... What, did Jack Nicholson win an Oscar for that as well? Have 3 Jokers won an Oscar? Because Joaquin got the Oscar. Heath Ledger got a posthumous Oscar. Did I ever watch Psy Syndicate? Occasionally. Yeah, not so much on YouTube, but I've seen him stream a few times, yeah. I think I very, very briefly met him. And when I say met him, we were in the same room or the same area for about 5 minutes in 2016. So when I went... I'd not been streaming very long. I started streaming in 2015 and I went to EGX in 2016. And he was there with some other people as well. Still streams, Steph, and Psy Syndicate still streams. He streams regularly. He was streaming Armour the other day, I think. Adam Crook is the PvP GOAT. Have you heard of him? Yeah, of course I have. He killed me on the mouse once. No surprise there, really. But yeah, Adam Crook's an amazing PvPer. There's lots of amazing PvPers in DayZ, by the way, but he's definitely one of them. When you were starting streaming, were you working full-time job? I was, Agri, yeah. So I used to work... I was a regional manager, not assistant to, for a retail company, and I used to do the 8 hours were 8 till 6 Monday to Friday, and I used to stream 3 or 4 times. But what I'd do, I'd get home, I had to have dinner with my ex-wife and kids, and get the kids to bed, like sort them out. They were young at the time, so they'd be going to bed quite early, 7 or 8 maybe. Probably have some food sometimes after the kids had gone to bed. They'd be going to bed at 7 sometimes, you know. But I'd get the kids to bed, and then I used to stream from about 9 p.m. I'd stream from 9 p.m. till about 2 a.m, maybe 2:30, and then I'd get up for work the next day about 6. And then, to be honest, when me and my ex-wife split up, I went full time. We split up at the end of November 2015. And I went full-time May 2016. In that time, in the 5 months before I went full-time, I wasn't doing all of my hours. I had a regional role, so I was meant to work 8 till 6 Monday to Friday. I just hated it. I had to move back to my parents' house because, like, the house I was paying the mortgage on, the kids and my wife were there, and I had to move out. But yeah, I was meant to work 8 till 6, but I used to edit YouTube videos on my work's time and stuff. I didn't do anywhere near as much of the travelling around visiting stores as I was meant to. There used to be about 2 days worth of admin that you were meant to do each week. I could do that in about half a day. So I used to drop a day of doing store visits, and I used to do my admin time really quickly, and then I used to do some editing while I was working for my last company. Facility. You don't want the gout foot to be on camera. Oh no, that's true. Bring your sexy back. Just for the resub, dude. Muffin Man, thank you for the 11 months. 8 till 6 would be enough for you to hate most jobs. It wasn't too bad, Wet Pooch, because it wasn't 8 till 6 like you had to travel to where your work is and start at 8. It was a regional job, so the hours were 8 till 6. But you could be getting dressed at 7:45 and then leave the house at 8 o'clock, get in the car and have a 3-hour drive to where your first appointment was, you know. So, like, your day started at 8, but you might be travelling 150 miles and then you were meeting somebody at 11 kind of thing, you know. Funeral, thank you. Yeah, I try and stick to it. I am going to miss a day this week, so I try to do Sunday through to Thursday, but I may well be missing. I may be AWOL on Thursday. I've got something to do, and I need to go to London. It's not very exciting, but I don't know if I'll be back. It's a hell of a slog. It's like get in the car, 2 hours drive, hour on the train, and then the same in reverse. And in between, I'll probably try and get something to eat and whatnot. You know, by the time I've done that, it will be a bit late for streaming, I think. Jobs you get paid for the commute is way nicer. Well, that's the thing. In that job, it was 8 till 6, but there was no commute. My region, when I first got the job, my region was everywhere inside the M25, and I lived in Essex. I lived in Witham in Essex. So, but not long later, I ended up managing the whole of the M25 and all of the M1 corridor going up to Leicestershire. So, like, if you've got a regional job like that, your day starts when you get in the car. You know, like, because one day you could be in Leicester, and the next day you could be in, I don't know, like central London in Leicester Square. Do you live out on the moors? There's no moors in Suffolk, dude. Not that I'm aware of. I don't live in any moors. If you were told day one of retail that someday you'd be here, would you even remotely believe it? Well, if somebody told me when I started in retail that I'd be an internet streamer playing video games for a living, I'd have gone, what's the internet? When I started working. That's actually not quite true. But when I was at school, there wasn't much of an internet, you know, like if you wanted, like when I was doing schoolwork, if you wanted to look up something on a computer, you used an Encarta CD-ROM. There wasn't much on the internet. I should imagine when I was 18 there was Alta Vista and there would have been Alta Vista and Ask Jeeves, but there wasn't any YouTube or anything back then, you know. It was a different time. I don't. Why am I even bothering? Let's just leave it. I don't need that shit. Bob and Smokey, thank you for the resubs. Alta Vista. Clicking on a thumbnail and then waiting forever for that picture to finally load in. Well, I'm afraid I didn't get that DMR, Ryan Balls. The convoy wasn't there. But we'll go to another convoy spot or three. I'm imagining your last job was Peter K from Carshare. Well, he was working in a supermarket, right? I did work for Asda for a while, but in Carshare, Peter K was working for a supermarket, and the job was just him and the I can't remember what her name is, but him and that girl was in Phoenix Nights as well, the same actress. I think that's what made her famous, actually, her part in Phoenix Nights. But so Peter K maybe gave her first job, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong, but anyway. Her name's Sean something, but I might have imagined that. Anyway. Yeah, I was driving a lot more. I had some days. I worked, my last job was for a pick and mix company, so it was retail, but they just had concessions in other stores. So they had concessions in like Tesco's, Morrison's, Sainsbury's, Wilkinson's, who aren't around anymore, and then like Odeon and Cineworld cinemas and some other cinemas and some other places as well, like WH Smith and what. But like, so I remember like I was living in Witham for about 4 months. Every Wednesday, I had to drive from Witham to Coventry, and my job, I was a regional manager. Like in that company, they had a CEO, and then they had a sales director, and beneath that they had 5 regional managers. So it was a small company, but it was CEO, sales director, and then me in terms of the chain of command for the retail side of the business. They had buyers as well that were kind of on the same level as me, or maybe even probably a bit higher, to be fair. But on the retail side of things, our jobs were like the third in command of the business, right? Only a small business, but anyway. Every Wednesday for about 4 months, my job was to drive to an Asda in Coventry, buy 4 large tubs of sweets, and then drive home. That was what I did every Wednesday for like 4 months. And it was at that point when I started thinking I'd quite like to give this up and become a streamer. What the fuck am I doing? And obviously it's not a hard day, but it felt like somewhat demeaning that I'd spent 20 years in retail and 20 years trying to be kind of okay at my job, and they couldn't find anybody in Coventry that was capable of buying 4 fucking packets of sweets. The reason for that was that they had a trial and they wanted to try and fudge the sales a touch, but they wouldn't let, like, the local merchandiser couldn't go in and do it because that would be blatantly obvious what was going on, right? So they wanted someone Coventry wasn't in my area, it was just in somebody else's area. So they were sending me because I wasn't from that area. They wouldn't know I worked for Candy King. I was driving up in my jeans and t-shirt and just going as a customer. So they were fudging the sales on a trial so that they could get the trial. I guess it's been long enough now. I don't know if that trial was successful, or I think I left. Probably is fraud, yeah, but it's not fraud on my part. I had emails telling me I should do it. So it's okay. I'm all right. If you get told to do something, yeah, it's not ideal, is it? But that's what they were doing. I did kind of sort of like they were a bit crap with stuff. Like they installed a load of little stands selling tubs of sweets, like pick 'em it sweets in tubs, into Poundland, and they got the POS wrong. They got the signage wrong, and they needed it changed in a hurry. And there was like 80 stores. No, not true. I think there was about 40 stores in my region.
Winking face.
There was 40 stores in my region, and they wouldn't let anyone else change the signage other than me. Like, I had about 60 people working for me and 2 regional managers, but they're like, we want you to go around and change all of these. Not true. It was me and the 2 assistants. They would only let us do it, and the reason for that is that we were salaried and they didn't want to pay the merchandisers, because if they had to pay the merchandisers, they would have had to pay extra money. You know, they would get overtime, whereas they could just make us do it in our working hours. And so it was me and the 2 assistants doing it. And I said to the person that was giving the instruction, I was like, I understand that you're going to save a little bit of money in not paying the merchandisers, but you are kind of completely devaluing the time that we have in your company, right? Our company, by saying that it's better for me to drive 3 hours to change a sign in a store when we have a merchandiser that lives in the town that could change that sign, but you won't pay them half an hour to do it. You'd rather I drove from 3 hours away and spent a whole day doing it. Don't you think that demeans my role some? And they went, well, you could take it that way, but that's what we're doing. Get on with it. Fuck. I quite liked the company, but they were fucking useless. The company was quite nice. The people in it were quite nice, but they never had any budget. They never had any budget for anything. And that trial, they wanted the Poundland trial had to reflect a high profit for the other areas of the business that were checking up on them. So they couldn't associate any cost to staff on it. They had to send us, because we were salaried. They could pretend like there wasn't extra cost because we were doing it. Yusarian, thank you very much for the support. Once again, could I repeat what map I'm playing on today? I'm playing on the Lollapalooza map today. Lollapalooza. Do I need the cleaver if I've got all those knives? Yeah, I probably should. I tend to hoard knives in the beginning and then sort it out. I definitely don't need the cleaver. One pristine. This one. I think we probably only need... Just 2 pristine knives is probably enough. I can probably just about get away with 2. Yeah, this site could go on there. Oh no, it doesn't go on the 1911. Have to be a low mount? I don't think it does. Won't fit, dude. It won't fucking fit. Apfel, thank you very much for the 19 months, dude. Cheers for the King Mold, thank you as well. Sinistar, well, thanks for coming in, dude. Appreciate it. AI is watching. Always watching. Gotta start moving again before I get this loaded, isn't it? No, he's not. Rich, that's cool. It was a lot of fun. I was properly lolling at some of what was going on yesterday. I enjoyed it a lot. It was cool. It was just, it was silly DayZ, you know. To be fair, the New York test with 50 players was not real DayZ in the survival sense, but it was so much fun, you know. Like if you've got time to play DayZ like I have, then like 3 hours like that is really kind of cool. It was just like silliness for 3 hours. It was cool. It's the sort of thing like just to highlight the negative, which is my way. I can't help it. Sorry. It's the sort of thing where I upload that to YouTube and it was just so much fun and everybody in the stream pretty much enjoyed it. And then you put it on YouTube and somebody would go, "That's not how you play DayZ. You're not even playing DayZ. You might as well go and play PUBG." That's what would happen. But it was so cool. It was a lot of fun.
Years. That's wild.
Adam, dude, thank you for the 4-year inning and cheers for the support. I really like your voice for the internet. That's how they sound. Most people in here don't sound like that. Did you know, guys, if you jump from here, you can actually land in the water. If you time it just right, you can land in that water. And I've sent 2 people to their death with that lie in the past. Only 2. But I nearly started tabbing around these looking for a punch card. Ooh. Now we're talking. We just need an ACOG scope. Do I have magazines? I'm sorry, not magazines. Do I have bullets for this as well? I've got a box of bullets there, look. Have I got a vest? I've got a stab vest. This doesn't look like the same Chernarus I play. Vil, this is on Chernarus Vanilla where we are now. This area is exactly like this on Chernarus. You can get really good loot here. I found M16s and AK-74s and SKSs at this area. However, they've made those slightly rarer on the most recent patch, so it was on like 121, 122 and before maybe. Really felt like that was on his head. I do have an AK-101 mag. Probably don't need to unload it just yet, but I do, you're right. Glockenspiel mag. Slightly hairier, yeah. Ow. Adam, thanks again. Apfel the Assyrian, King Mold, cheers for the resub. Yeah, I must have missed the brainstem. I think you're right. Is there actually a video of you playing Watch the Fresperons the other day? And Spencer, it's not a video, but if you check yesterday's VOD, I think roughly the last 3 hours are it. It may well be a video, but it was only yesterday, and we are massively behind on the videos at the moment. So it might become an edited video at some point, but there's like 4 other videos to make before that already, so it might make a video, but it might not be for about 2 months. I don't think I'm going to even take that. Let's just leave that there for somebody else. I can't be fucked. Too much like hard work using it. Do you have a favourite pistol? Village, my favourite pistol is the MK2. Without a doubt. Pretty much on most characters, most of the time, the pistols are for shooting zombies, and the MK2 is the best zombie killer. It's a little bit frustrating against the military zombie with the helmet, but beyond that, it's great. The MK2 is my favourite pistol by a mile. I think my second favourite is probably the FNX, but the Glock runs it a close second, to be honest, of those two. The FNX for killing zombies staggers the zombies, and the Glock doesn't, so for me the FNX is just slightly better than the Glock. Kind of hoping we might find ourselves a like a site of some sort for the scout. That would have been cool. Oh, that's kind of nice timing. Just as I'm taking the mag out anyway. I remember the old rack Shinbone, and I do remember the books as well. You could actually read the books once upon a time, couldn't you? You could find a book and read it. And I do remember the rack. It was a PMC rack or something, and it was terrible. I remember having a video where I killed a really high-tiered player with a rack, vaguely, from years ago. But yeah, the rack was kind of fun because you could find it in police stations. I don't think we'll ever see it back. It looked kind of nice. I quite liked the look of it, but it wasn't a good gun, you know. It was pretty shit. Not even got that on hotbar, and I don't think it'll end up... Put it there. It is actually my best CQB weapon right now, that Glock, so it should be on the hotbar somewhere. I think it's time to be sensible. The BK's good, but it's no more powerful than the Pioneer. And the Pioneer's got a mag and spare bullets, so we might as well just do that. Watching you play the New York City map last night was pure entertainment. Thank you, Thick Daddy. It was really cool. I would quite like to have just tried to push that to YouTube as a video, just that bit, unedited. But I can't, unfortunately. There is a way to do it, but it's too long and it won't let me do it because of the length of it. I'll have to get it rendered and actually properly edited at some point. If I can. We'll see. Tundra, dude, thanks for coming in. Hope you have a good day at work today. No key chest for the resub. Thank you. I left the rags on purpose. Yeah, I left the rags on purpose. I left them on purpose, I did. They're not knifey booties, no. Jungle booties. Jungle booty. What do I like more, the Tundra or the Savannah? That's a tricky ask, that. Like asking any self-respecting DayZ player what they like more, the Tundra or the Savannah. It's like asking anyone what do you prefer, masturbating or masturbating with sandpaper. Where did I leave the rags? I don't even remember where I got the thing from. I prefer no sandpaper before. Like, lots of people are going to be putting sandpaper in the chat, right? I don't remember what I did with the rags. Did I find it in here? Yeah, I did. I didn't mean to leave them. I don't really need them, but I didn't mean to. Yeah, no, the Savannah is good, and it's if you've got a 10-round mag, it's a decent enough gun. It's very powerful. It's a decent gun, but the Tundra is much better. I would only take a Savannah over a Tundra if I hadn't had one for ages and I just fancied a change, but the Tundra is better. It's the same damage. They both do very similar things, but the vertical recoil on the Savannah, as much as some people like to say it doesn't make a difference, it makes it really hard to shoot at range and know where your shots are going. So you could hit somebody and knock them unconscious with the Savannah and you might not even know, you know, they could be uncon behind a bush. I thought that bush sounded like a player for a sec. Yeah, you could hit somebody, knock them uncon, and you don't even know with the Savannah because of the recoil. And you obviously don't have to find a magazine as well. You can just use use the gun as is, which is kind of cool. Hi Buzzy, hope you're good as well. 600 grit hits the spot. Ooh. First time joining live. Big Rad. Well, thanks for coming in. Hope you're good. That's a nice little find. Now I could fix up this vest, but I am not convinced that I'm going to waste it. One sec, guys. I didn't put my old man drops in before I started the stream. I really like the Mosin and double barrel shotgun combo and a pistols aside. Most of the time I'm in OG survivor mode with cowboy hat and no body armor. I die often. Well, the body armor's the main reason why. The shotgun is very good. I like the double barrel, but I do find I can't think of a video game except for when you could do the akimbo shotguns in whatever Call of Duty that was. That was fun for a short time. But I can't think of a game I've ever really enjoyed shotguns in ever. I just don't like them. I just think they're boring. No, one of the Call of Duties you could akimbo the shotguns. I feel like it might have been Modern Warfare 2. I can't remember. But yeah, I don't like. I think again I've said this a lot, but I think they should make the shotguns rarer. I think the MP133 shotgun should spawn in police stations, but not on the coast, like zones 2 and 3 and 4 maybe. And I think double barrel should be maybe zones 2 and 3 and 4, like civilian if there is such a thing, you know, but further in the map. I think you shouldn't be able to find a shotgun in Electro or Berezino or places like that, or Chernarus. The coastal areas, the zone 1 areas, should be more like repeaters and things like that. It would just make the game more fun. If the guns that were more rifle size on the coast were only BKs, repeaters and sporters and stuff like that, the game would be made way more fun, I think. Brader, thank you for the 4 months. I upset TheRunningManZ in a YouTube comment. Say so, Basher. It didn't have too much of an effect because I don't remember it. Okay. Sick. I can't remember the Last of Us very much. I only played it around about this time last year. Maybe it was March time, but I enjoyed the playthrough, but I can't remember much of the gameplay now. I enjoyed the story. Sorry, just paused for a sec. Back in 2015, I swear every other video was about how trash the dual wielding is. Well, I didn't say it was balanced, Kenster. I just said it was fun, you know. I enjoyed it as in it was fun. And I think it got nerfed a little bit. That was a long time ago, you know. But it was fun to do for a short time. But I never find shotguns fun in games. I just don't. I don't enjoy them. The double barrel is a really good gun in this game, right? But it's too fucking easy to find. It's too... there's a bit too much RNG with it, and it's just a bit... Like, sometimes, with buckshot, you shoot at someone that's over there, by that bush in the middle of the screen. You shoot at them from here, and they are completely geared with a plate carrier and a helmet. You fire one red shell at them, and they drop down dead, you know, like... And other times, you fire 2 shells, and you do a more slightly precise shot in terms of where the sights are, and they don't even bleed, you know? That's the thing with the shotgun, and it should be that way, but I just don't like that. I don't like the fact that sometimes you don't get kills... and you deserve them, and sometimes you get kills and you didn't deserve them. I just don't. I prefer other guns. They just seem more fun. If you use an SKS and you kill someone, you meant it, you know. Like, if you get a kill with a shotgun sometimes, you very often just blap and get lucky. Caroline Cabral and D-Spies, thank you for the follows on the YouTubes. Don't forget on YouTube, if you're watching the stream and you've never been here before, you can sub. It's free. And it just means you'll be reminded next time I'm doing this shit. You know, what's not to like? Would you love longer or shorter PvP fights? I don't know. I actually don't dislike the balance of the game in most ways on vanilla right now. I'm fairly close to what the vanilla think. There's a few tweaks I'd like to make. I'd like to change the helmets a bit. I think the helmets aren't good enough right now. I think in the game currently, if you're playing vanilla, every shot from closer range knocks you unconscious except for 22. I don't like that. If you're wearing a military helmet and you get hit by... I'm not talking about... I don't care about realism. I'm talking purely about game balance, right? I don't think you should be uncon from a Makarov to the best helmet in the game. Personally, I don't think it should. I don't think a Makarov should be and other pistols, to be fair, should be a one-tap oncon to a ballistic helmet. I just think it's too powerful. And likewise, I think the oncon timers are a bit short. But I quite like the balance in vanilla, right? A lot of other people, a lot of other streamers, you'll hear the words unconscious is death, unconscious is pointless. I really don't subscribe to that at all. I go unconscious, wake up and win the fight all the fucking time. Like, unconscious is not death. Maybe if they make the unconscious a bit longer, like I kind of want, maybe it would be death a bit more often. But I think unconscious is a really cool mechanic in the game. But sometimes you're unconscious for too short of a time. But I quite like the damage in the game right now. I think it's fairly close. I honestly, as much as it pains me to say this, I think the DMR probably needs a very slight nerf. The DMR is a bit much. The DMR should probably have the same damage as the SVD does, roughly. It shouldn't be better than the SVD, I think. It's just so powerful, the DMR. Where's my water bottle gone? I kind of don't want to. I don't want it to be nerfed because the DMR is so good. But it like one tapping like plate carriers at fairly long range and things is incredibly OP. It feels like it's as powerful as a Tundra or a Savannah, but it's semi-automatic and you can spam it. You know, it's just really good. Someone talked. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I ain't hear shit. Flint Striker, thank you for the 33 months. Rusty, Andreas, thank you for the follows. Cheers on YouTube. Cheers for the subs, guys. Thank you. You may well be right. I just, I didn't hear it. I don't know where to look. DMR got buffed in the last patch. Not really, Eddie. Wobo calls it a buff, but the buff it got in the last patch was that its iron sight range was increased. That doesn't really buff the gun, you know. That's one thing that Wobo talks about in his videos. Like, he'll say the usable range of the DMR with iron sights is whatever, X amount of meters. Let's say it's 400. It's a fake number, but the DMR's usable range in real circumstances is not 400 meters unless you've got a scope on it, you know. Like, just because it ranges it to that, it doesn't mean you're going to be hitting iron sight shots at that range very often, you know. Like, if you're trying to shoot someone with iron sights and they're 200 meters or above, you're doing well to hit them unless they're standing still, you know. In reality, for the game, that wasn't really a buff. Didn't really make any difference. It did get a buff in a previous patch where they increased the range at which it knocks players unconscious and whatnot. As far as unconscious goes, how do you feel about being able to drag or pick up an unconscious player? I think it could be good. I'd like the ability to drag or pick up dead players, so why not unconscious players too, you know? That. How many bullets of 22 on a dude with a stab vest? I've no idea, dude. I don't study shit like that. A lot I would have thought, to knock a monk on.
Years of absolutely dominating.
Why would a bear stop eating you if you go unconscious? Well, that's the assumption that the bear's trying to eat you, you name. I don't think bears are always trying to eat you in the wild. I'm no expert. I'm not Ray Mears or anything. But if you get attacked by a grizzly bear, it's often because you're in their territory, not necessarily because they want to eat you. Maybe they've got cubs nearby and they think you're a threat to the cubs. You know, like if you're unconscious on the ground, you're no longer a threat. Maybe they walk off. You know. But I don't think... A bear may well eat you, by the way, of course. I'm not saying it's not happening, but they might not be eating you specifically for food. Ezekiel, thank you for the 36 months. Really appreciated it. Thank you. Where is this going now? This is not going to go. I don't even need... I don't know why I picked him up. I might get rid of this in a sec. It's starting to get on my nerve. Oh, Confrontations. I ought to go to the coast. There is a convoy spawn on the coast there, isn't there? I often forget to check it. Oh, it's so close. There was a guy that lived with bears for years, and they ate him one year when there was no salmon. There was a very cool documentary about a dude that lived with bears, narrated by the fella that was the bear. I always forget his name, and I shouldn't. Got one of the most distinctive voices ever. Werner Herzog. I remembered his name on my own. I've seen that documentary about the dude with the bears, narrated by Werner Herzog. He's the bad guy in the first Jack Reacher film with Tom Cruise. He's very good. But yeah, if you get the chance to see it, it's a decent documentary. I cannot remember its name. It's probably called something Bear or whatever. The Grizzly Man, that's it. It's called Grizzly Man. If you get it's a decent... I've seen another one with talking about a couple that were like chasing lava flows from volcanoes, and they were like studying volcanoes and really playing, like getting riskier and riskier and stuff. And whilst it wasn't the actual documentary wasn't that interesting, he made it so interesting. His narration and it just was I could sit and watch a documentary of his most of the time. I think even if it's not that exciting, you can still watch it. The camera keeps rolling as he's eaten alive. Yeah, that's right. It's audio only, but it's never been played to the public. But it's been played. There is a roll of it in existence. That's right. Peach, thank you for the 37 months. Ezekiel, thanks again. Absolutely dominating, dude. No doubt. Gonza, thank you for the Prime as well. Cheers for the Prime subbing. Lava wrangling, yeah. You'll never guess what happened to the two people that used to get painfully close to lava all the time. You'll never guess. Kind of like why I'm here. You make it interesting even when the gameplay is questionable. I don't know what you mean. Nova, very good, man. Not many people play these games, know those differences in caliber. I don't care, is the point. I don't care that in real life the DMR is a bit more powerful than the SVD. I don't care. It doesn't matter, you know. In real life it doesn't take half an hour to grow pumpkins and 20 minutes to heal your broken leg, you know. It's a game, and what matters in the game is game balance. You know, it doesn't matter about the real life stuff. It's not. We're not playing shooting simulator. We're playing DayZ, the survival game. You know, if you want to play it realistically, the second you die the first time in the game, you've got to turn Steam off and never play it again. Well, they can be the same, Nova, because it's a game. You know, it's a game. They can be the same because that's how games can balance things. You know, of course they can. I wonder if you touch lava really fast, you don't get burned. Don't try that. That isn't working for me. Well, you typed in there. Hello, Gerald, by the way. Then the Deagle should be the same as the IJ. That's not the truth, though, is it, Nova? I'm not saying that. The DMR and SVD are the apex guns in the game. The Deagle is the best pistol in terms of damage. The Makarov is not. You know, that's not a fair comparison. You're just making a silly argument, dude. The SVD, in theory, is the second best gun in the game, and the DMR is the best gun in the game right now. I don't think the DMR should be quite as powerful as it is. I think it should be more closely matched with the SVD. That's a game balance mechanic. That's not the same as saying every pistol should be the same damage as the Makarov, because there are other guns than the DMR. There are other guns than the SVD. They're the best two guns. There's also the FAL. There's the Org AX. There's other guns, you know. There's plenty of variation between the guns, right? By the way, dude, in terms of damage, the AKM, the AK-101 and the AK-74 are all basically the same, you know. I hate to tell you, but there's very little difference between any of them in the game, you know. Like, they all do basically the same damage, and they fire 3 different calibers, so you should probably be fucking twisting your melon right now. Like, what matters is what's balanced for the game, you know, like, the DMR is a touch too powerful. It's actually easier to find than the SVD as well on Chernarus, so you can find a DMR slightly easier with less work than you can an SVD in vanilla Chernarus. Diesel, thank you for the 26 months. Bogus bet, nothing to see here, just one middle-aged man paying to watch another much younger man play a game. Fair enough, Bo. Cheers, Bogus. Thank you. A10 Warthog is OP, but back then they never asked for a nerf, did they? Definitely mix. Are you conflating like video games with real life? You know, like maybe they could add an A10 Warthog into this game, and you could just drift around the map and everybody. You know, would that be okay? You know, it's a fucking game, dude. Understand the difference. No, I was joking. Fair enough. You need a little capper emote or a little wink will help a lot. Okay. I love the DMR, by the way. The DMR is so much fun. I genuinely get excited every time I find one. And maybe if they nerfed it a little, I'd lose that excitement. But in terms of the balance of the game itself, it is a touch powerful, right? I think the devs probably know that. But I feel like they've probably made a conscious choice for it to be that way, you know. We shall see whether it stays, but... Shit. My frame counter just said 30 frames then. That doesn't seem right, does it? 30 fucking frames. It felt smooth, but... Didn't feel like 30 frames, but it said it. Get killed with the DMR when you have one. Everybody gets killed in the game, James, but I do take a lot of risks, right? Because I enjoy the game. Certainly having a DMR can help your chances some, though. But, of course, people die in DayZ. That's not a reason to say there isn't any need for balance, though, is it? You know, balance in games is quite important. Having one, like, meted gun that's better than all the rest is never a good thing for a game. Right? The DMR right now is slightly better, but... It's slightly balanced by the fact that it's hard to find. But it's not the hardest gun to find. I had 2 DMRs on official the other week, for example, that I found myself. Didn't get them from kills. Unfortunately, we're fairly close behind some fucker by the look of it. Damaged. Damaged. I'm going to swap just because it's not one. Jeffy, that's the idea, dude. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, pretty much, yeah. Put you on... Diesel, bogus, thank you very much once again. Like that jacket. We'll have it. Okay, we'll take it. I'm going to regret not fixing this vest. I might fix the vest before we leave. Just eating bangers and mash. Loads of fried onions. That sounds good. I haven't had sausage and mash for fucking ages. I quite like Branston pickle with... Ooh, now that's a find. Someone's dropped that there. It doesn't spawn there. I quite like Branston pickle. That's a good find as well. I don't like the ACOG. That ACOG, the modded ACOG. I fucking hate it, but nonetheless. Right, now we've got to try and work out what we're carrying and what we're not carrying. That's going to be a bit tricksy. Got to take this because we've got the scope somewhere, haven't I? I think I found a scope. Yeah, in here. When did I take my shoes off? That's top tier looting. Was it in here? Must have been when I did the jacket. Fucking wee bastards tricking me with your fucking heresy.
Just found out what bittening is.
Bogus, dude, thank you for the bittening. I appreciate it. No need to do all the bittening all at once though, right? I'll be here most of the year. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. There's other streamers, of course. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Davey, yeah, I think there is an element of truth to that. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a real passion for any particular subject, though. You know, like, you can have a passion for ballistics or have a passion for weaponry and never served in the army. You know, I think that's definitely true. Like, but I think the bit that can get a little bit confusing is when people think that the game has to be like that, but they don't differentiate between the things that make the game balanced in all sorts of ways, such as like broken legs and growing stuff and so on. You know. But I think there was a little bit of confusion there. I don't think that was what was happening there, to be honest. But some people do. I think it's whatever people are interested in, though. I think having a real passion for a subject is kind of cool. Like I'm an absolute bore about watches, as everybody knows. But I've never fixed a watch. I've never worked in a watch shop. I've never worked for a watch dealer or anything. But I still think I know quite a lot about them. I get a little frustrated if I ever happen to be in a store. People tell me all sorts. Like, it's just not true. You know, like if I have to bite my tongue and not sort of argue back with the, you know what I mean? Like, I was in a tag boutique in Cambridge a few months ago, and the rep said, "Oh yeah, we happen to be talking about Zenith for no reason. Definitely not because I was wearing one."
That time of the month again. Thanks for the content. And
he went, "Oh yeah, they're really good, those Zeniths that you're not wearing right now." I really like Zenith. Did you know that they were the ones that had the movement in the Daytona from the first beginning? The Rolex Daytona had the Zenith movement in when they first introduced it. And I went, "Are you sure?" And he went, "Yep." And I went, "Oh, okay, that's cool." And I know damn well it's not true, but I just had to I just buttoned it. I just didn't see the point in being the know-it-all that told him he was wrong, because what's the point, you know? Like, that kind of thing happens quite a lot if you're a bit of a nerd, right? The first Rolex Daytona was a manual wine wheel. It wasn't Zenith, it wasn't at all, but that's by the by. But yeah, you get quite a bit of that. How many watches have I got on my person right now? Trench coat full. I don't wear trench coats unless I'm going out streaking. Right. Seemed a bit slow to put my the bag on my back there. That was a bit weird. Yeah, there are definitely differences between breeds of dog, Jim. What is it about little dogs that do little dogs just get born with little dog syndrome? They can be lovely, by the way, but a lot of people that own little dogs tend to have 3. And there's always at least one that yaps at any other dog, and then it sets the other 2 off. Always. If you see 3 little dogs, they're usually like sausage dogs or similar. You never walk past 3 dogs with your own dog without them all yapping at you. Always. If you say so, Mr. Pheasant. Thoughts on Yorkshire? What, Yorkshire Terriers? I think they look quite cute. Right. Let's get on to the next convoy spot then, see if we can get lucky. Have a £150 Great Dane and he doesn't bark at any dogs. No. Big Yorkshire. Great Danes don't need to bark at nothing though, do they? They just walk around like they own the place. They're quite sort of, I don't want to call them lazy, but they're quite chilled out dogs for the most part. I used to do deliveries to a place that had 2. And they felt like they were like their heads were almost up to my fucking nipples. They were massive.
Do you
My
know
dad
what
had
the
a
colour
sausage dog
orange is
attacked,
like?
attached to his
fruit,
inner thigh. I thought he said
orange.
attacked. He wasn't too pleased, oh dear. You know what the colour orange is like? It's like the fruit orange. It is, dude, it is. Let's name other colours that are like a thing that's the name of the thing. I can't think of any. Cheers for the support, Austin, dude. 62, thank you very much. Biscotti, thank you for the subbing, dude. Seafoam green. The seafoam around our way is brown. Mainly because it consists of human feces. It's not even funny because it's kind of mostly true, but nonetheless. Let's just laugh and pretend like it ain't. I'm going to drop the Glock, Mac. Can't drop the Glock. Can't drop the Glock. I'm going to keep it. I'll keep it. Thames is not that bad, not anymore at least. Well, based on that show that was on the other day with Joe Lycett on the Channel 4, there's no sewage in the waterways unless it's raining that day. In which case there may well be. Plum is a good one. AF, yeah, plum is a good one. Plum colour, plum, yeah. Someone said banana. I don't think banana is a colour. Like, plum is a colour, I think. Banana is not a colour, as far as I know. It's just yellow. How do I feel with tons of stamina? Nah, come see, come sir. I just see it more of as a challenge. I come the right way here. It's my, I think it might be this way. We're meant to be finding the spot where the convoy is. This is it. Will it be there? I don't think the convoy's here though, so the convoy isn't here. Oh, there's a military zombie though. Maybe the convoy was here.
Thanks for yesterday's NYS hash and t-show.lol.
It's for yesterday's New York shit show. Thank you, G-Doc. It was so fun. Cheers for tuning in, dude. Thank you for the resub. Moonlander, thank you for the 16 months. Scotty, thank you as well. Oh, there's loot here still. There's loot on the ground. That might be where somebody... That looks like a CR527, I think. So it might be where somebody picked up a DMR and dropped the shit gun. There's also loot there, like a floating bag. Here's a CR527. That sucks. So I'm guessing the convoy was here maybe 20 minutes ago. Or so, as a guess. There or thereabouts. So the loot is still there, where the truck was that was supporting it. I'm going to have a quick look, see if there's anything else. Doesn't look like there is anything else, which makes me think that some fuckers come through and cleared it all out. I found the DMR on this spot more than any other. Not today. Oh well, we've still got a blaze. If we get vaguely lucky, we can get ourselves some 308 at Moschino tents, if nowhere else. Not Moschino tents, sorry, the summer camp just south of Moschino tents. I did say I was going to fix the vest. I think we ought. Is that new dynamic points of interest despawning? Disidre, there's been police convoys and military convoys since the... when did it start? It started with the Livonia bunker update. It was the same patch of that, so it would have been about November 2022. Roughly, give or take a few weeks. It was around then. You still get a burst of adrenaline when fighting, or is that past? It depends, dude. In the event on Sunday I did, but in a lot of fights, no. In some,
Peace
yes.
and health. Paul. I hope all is well.
Cheers, CJ, dude. Hope you're good. Thank you very much for the resub. Hope you're good, dude. Rebel, thank you for the 34 as well. CJ, thank you for the 70. Convoys are in vanilla DayZ, Dr. Disrespect. Yep. I really wish you didn't have that name, dude. Don't change it. There's nothing wrong with the name. I'm going to say, someone told me that if you went prone, it just leaves you alone. It definitely doesn't. I didn't want to shoot it. I haven't got the gear to kill it, so it's better. I'm better off just letting it do that.
28 more of these and I will have been subbed for the same amount of time as when Spurs last won the Premier League.
28 more of these and I will have been subbed for the same amount of time as Spurs last won the Premier League. Spurs have never won the Premier League. They've won the old Division 1, but the Premier League's only been around since like 93. Sorry, Wilkins. Liverpool have only won it once, to be fair. Thank you for the resub, dude. Big Cat Mini Time and Ryo, thank you for the resubs. For the follows. What am I talking about? The follows on YouTube. I know what you meant, Wilkins. Sorry, I just couldn't resist a little dig. Maybe Shropshire's listening. Maybe he's not. It hasn't moved very far, has it? Yeah, go on, fuck off. I was going to beat you bare-handed, but then I thought better of it. He hit me in the helmet. My helmet went from... It was either worn or pristine, but it went to badly damaged. Thank heavens for the helmet, eh? You can smell my dog food. You can smell my arsehole puckering. I'm from Shropshire. Are you, Ghost Malone? I have a Twitch viewer. Well, I don't have him as such. Twitch streamer gets cancelled for treating his viewers like possessions. I have a regular viewer on Twitch for some time now called Shropshire. So he's a fellow Salopian or whatever they're called. He does the language. I don't know. Hey, thank you very much for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Taint, cheers for this. Martin, holy hell, just shocked someone goes in for almost 6 years. That's amazing. It is crazy, Martin. I've known CJ for a long time from chats on Reddit back in the day, I vaguely remember, or Twitter at least, anyway. But I think my oldest, not to talk down, 70 months is a staggeringly long time to put up with my bollocks, right? Not literally, but I think my oldest subscriber is... I have a couple of subscribers from when I first got partnered, and I got partnered in June 2016, so I have some 105-month subscribers, which is fucking insane. Scrubby, thank you. Cheers for tuning in. I hope you keep enjoying the game. Thank you for finding me. Liverpool comeback versus AC Milan in the Champions League final, still one of the greatest comebacks ever. I watched that game, Emmy. I was meant to be going down the pub, and everyone else I was working in a company called Powerhouse at the time. Everybody that worked there, we were all going down the pub, and I decided I didn't want to go. And I was honest. I just said, look, I don't want to watch it in the pub. I really want to watch the game. That is a fucking beautiful find. Because we have the blaze in the scope. I don't want to watch it in the pub. The game means a lot to me because I'm a Liverpool fan. I'm going to watch it at home where I can enjoy it. Just going to watch it at home. You get a really great atmosphere watching a football match in the pub, and I enjoyed watching a lot, but I just wanted to watch it at home and just really watch the game. And at half-time with AC Milan 3-0 down, my phone would not stop pinging with texts from the people I worked with. They were all out together. They were texting me and ripping the piss out of me something fierce because Milan were 3-0 up. And I had to turn my phone off in the end. It was really... I obviously I carried on watching the game, but I turned my phone off so I didn't hear any more about it. And then when it went 3-2, I turned my phone back on and started texting them back. It was beautiful. It was such a good thing, that. Honestly, though, you go back. At the time, I thought Liverpool were pretty decent. You know, like, go back and look at the teams between Liverpool and Milan in that game. Milan at that time had some fucking greats. Liverpool shouldn't have been... Like, they did well to win that game, by hook or by crook. Andre, thank you for the follow on YouTube. Michael Reed as well.
Dude, you are easily the hardest working streamer I follow. Keep running.
Ah, Jeff, thank you. I am taking Thursday off potentially though, so maybe not. I'm only doing a 4-day week this week. Not going to set the trap. I should have moved it. I'm not... alright, I will set it. But I'm going to set it somewhere weird. The bear traps are okay. I don't... If I stand on a bear trap, it's an annoyance more than anything else, right? I don't mind that, but the mines, they can fucking take a running jump, the mines. I can't stand them. Where should we put it? I'm going to put it at the side. Someone will still trip on it. But they'll be more surprised when they do. There's obvious places to put it, like just at the front there, or right at the top, just as you get to the top. But Dirtsy Dudek with the spaghetti legs, yeah. Jeff, thank you for the tip. Appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know. It's hard to call it hard work, really. There are elements of being a streamer that are mentally tiring, not so much the streaming, but all of it. But I really enjoy it, dude. And it's only 4 or 5 days a week. It was more hard when I was doing the editing and I was doing 6-day weeks and shit. Only in terms of time. But like, I really enjoy what I do. So. Xabi Alonso was great. Yeah, Xabi Alonso was great. But we had some other players like that were not Champions League final level. And maybe I'm doing a disservice, but people like Vladimir Smicer, and he played really well, scored a goal and stuff, from what I remember. And Patrick Berger and so on, you know, like... We didn't have anything near the same level of quality, but that's not what wins Champions Leagues, is it? You know, like being the best team is what wins your trophies, not necessarily. Proof of the pudding of that is the game on Sunday. You know, on paper, Chelsea's team were definitely better than Liverpool's team on Sunday in the League Cup final. You know, B Raider. It was my last month was April to May 2016. So. It was April to May 2016. I got Twitch partnered in June of 2015. I got the dates wrong, by the way. It'll be 9 years I've been Twitch partnered in.
June. Just a lowly Chelsea fan stuck between wanting to watch you play DayZ and wanting to avoid footy chat. Put me out of my misery.
Sorry, Fraser, dude. Yeah. There's a few grumblings in the press about Pochettino getting the boot. I hope he doesn't. I think Pochettino's okay, but I think the problems are bigger than the manager, aren't they? AC Milan's team that day: Crespo, Dida, Cafu, Nesta, Maldini, Gattuso, Kaka, Shevchenko, Zidorf, Pirlo, Stam. It's insane. I couldn't reel the names off, but I saw it. I was reading the team. I read a bit about it the other day, Lofty. And I looked at the team and I was like, how? How did they not beat Liverpool? And that's the thing with the one-off game, and that's one of the beauties of most sport, you know, like I know Liverpool are a good team over the years. They've been an amazing team, but on that day they were massive underdogs, but they still won. Kind of. Penalties. No attempt on staying dry. Is this not an official server? I don't need to stay dry, Sleepy, but I wouldn't need to stay dry on an official server either. Fair enough, Jamie. But it's been nice seeing Van Dijk a bit closer to his best again this season, to be honest. But You don't need to stay dry sleepy on official. Like the game is not meant to be that it rains and then you have to stay indoors. You can play it that way if you want, but you don't need to. It depends what clothes you've got, what section of the map you're in and such like. But yeah, this as far as I'm aware, this server's got regular official cold settings, but Chernarus isn't that cold. We're not that far into the map right, so a bit of rain's not going to do us any harm. Brutal, yeah. To be fair, over the history of the game, usually the better team will win more often than not. If that weren't the case, Real Madrid wouldn't have won so many trophies. You know, they've won it more than everyone else, and they normally have the best team. You know, so it wins out over time. But underdogs win. You know, that's one of the beauties of sport, right? I can't find a good server on DayZ with a map, Mary. I can't help you, dude. You can easily use iSurvive and use an external map, dude, and just play on any server. You don't have to use an in-game map to know where you are. Wilkins, I've not seen any of the Six Nations, I'm afraid. Don't even know the score. I know England lost to Scotland. Thank you, Del, for not bringing it up. Maybe you did and I missed it. I didn't know there were cold parts of the map. Dazzy, the game uses altitude as a means to make you colder. So on Chernarus, anywhere near the sea is sea level. It's warmer than if you go into the map. Like as you're going into the map and you're heading into the northwest, you're going higher and higher up. So I don't know, Sinnerstock town is much higher than sea level. So Sinnerstock is colder than Berezino, for example. Italian kicker missed the penalty to beat France. Oh my god, I didn't know that. That's insane. Italy are getting a bit better, aren't they? They are becoming more competitive at rugby. Would you choose between Prime, Sammy, Hypia or Van Dijk? Stefan Henschos. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard not to say Van Dijk because he's been part of a team that won the league. I think that's the thing. Like Hypia was a great player for a long time, but they never won the league, you know. But winning the league doesn't fall on any one player. Like Liverpool never won the league under Steven Gerrard, didn't they? Maybe the slip didn't help, but nonetheless, Steven Gerrard was such an influential player. But I feel what the current team are doing, trophy-wise, whilst it's not the best period ever, it's come after such a barren spell. It affects your mindset a little. Like, Hopia was a great player, but I feel like Van Dijk, both of them at their absolute peak, I feel like Van Dijk is slightly better. But I also feel like Van Dijk has had some rough spells, whereas Hopia was much more consistent. Whilst he was at Liverpool, anyway. I got a sewing kit. Must have a sewing kit, right? Sewing kit. I need to get rid of this pen. I don't know why I'm carrying it. Get rid of that. You know what? Kind of criminal. I picked that box of bullets up ages ago. I haven't even loaded it. I've still got the Pioneer in my hands. Sorry, the Pioneer hotbar. I've got a Blaze on me and I've not even loaded it. There's probably been people in the chat screaming at me about it, but there we go. I'm doing it now. Thought you were on about Dick Van Dyke. Dick Van Dyke's got the most authentic English accent in all of cinema history, I believe. What do I think of the Vicky? Vicky's pretty sweet. I think I'd much rather the AS Val or the VSS because the permanent suppressor is pretty hard to argue with. The Vicky's kind of fun. Kind of half interested with those shots, but they were a fair way back. I think they're probably too far back to make it worth it. We might as well just carry on. Hey Cornish Pirate, how you doing? Pheasant, cheers for this. Is there something in life you still wish to achieve? Yeah. Living to 100. I want... just talking about internet things, I'd like to carry on doing this for a good while yet, but I'd really love to get a gold play button on YouTube. I don't have any aspirations to be huge on Twitch, like huge, like... I don't think I could ever be, but I don't have any aspirations to be like XQC or Kai Senate size on Twitch or anything. I'd like to try and keep things ticking over. I'd love to get a gold play button on YouTube, but I think we're somewhere on around about 480 odd, maybe 481,000 subscribers on YouTube. So I've got to more than double the YouTube sub growth. That's definitely going to involve making a few more YouTube videos than I have done this year so far. So to get a gold play button on YouTube, you need 1 million subscribers. But in terms of like professional stuff, I don't know. Maybe with streaming and YouTube, you're never really sure how it's going to go. I'm just trying to enjoy it while it lasts and keep doing the best I can. Really, I'm not worried about anything beyond the gold play button. And the ruby play button is 10 million subs. I just don't think that's achievable for me right now. If I keep going, I believe I can get a gold play button. I'm not even bothered about a ruby play button. 10 million subs seems like a long way away. If I ever get to 2 or 3 million subs, which I think is a big ask for me personally, but if I ever did, then I'll start thinking it's possible, but not now. There's a ruby play button for 10 million. They introduced it when PewDiePie got to 10 million. But they've also done like a 50 million one, I think, and I think he got something for 100 million as well. Have I ever watched Kessio streams? I have not, no. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should have more goals. If I had more goals, maybe I'd be a bit more laser focused on trying to move forward towards them, but I'm more of an inputs kind of person, you know. I'd much rather focus on the inputs than worry about goals, you know. So I'd much rather focus on the streams and enjoying it. It's almost like a fucking typical stupid football analogy, but take each game as it comes, you know. Take each game as it comes and then see where we are at the end of the season. You know, I hate it when players do that. They always do it, and managers too, but I guess that's the truth, though. I just try and enjoy it, or try and do the best I can. Ganja Gaming and Paul, thank you for Paul Utley, thank you for the follows on YouTube. Cheers for coming in. Liquid, cheers for the bits. My wife blames you for my DayZ addiction. I didn't correct her. That's all right. It could be worse. You could be down the pub spending all your money, or like betting or something, right? DayZ is KOS all the time now. I don't agree. I had a crazy run on a new map yesterday that was all KOS, that's true. Well, still talked a bit, but shot everyone I could. Not true, I didn't shoot the singing guy, did I? But I don't agree that DayZ is KOS all the time. It's certainly not on PC. I think on console it might be a bit more, but there are adventures to be had on PC. But if you play first person, and while you're a new spawn, you talk to other new spawns, you can team up quite regularly if you want to. I don't know enough about either of those players, same player. My knowledge of European footballers is not very good. I just don't get enough time to watch any of it. Do I have a set schedule? Ghosts, it's kind of loose. I tried to do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But sometimes things get in the way. Like on Thursday I've got to go... I think I've missed a hunting stand. No, I haven't. It's not. It's further over. On Thursday, I've got to go. I've got to go to London, and I might not be able to get back in time to stream. But it's one of those things that's come up. Here's again, Ganja and Paul. Thank you for the follows. If you and another guy are geared and you run into each other, it's definitely KOS. I think it's much more likely. It's still possible to have a friendly team up, Steve, but I completely agree it's less likely. But the problem here is that people recognise my voice, and maybe it changes my ability to have an adventure with somebody when they're geared now. So I can see things slightly skewed in some ways. But there are people playing the game right now that have never streamed or made a video that can still have team-ups when they're fully geared. It does still happen. It is rarer, but it can still happen. But it's how you do it. If you want to team up with a geared player, you have to be in complete control of the situation to make it happen. You can't just like be in an open field with your gun in your hand and you go, all right, mate, because they'll probably shoot you, you know. But if you catch someone, let's say you catch someone in Vibor and they're in a house with only one exit and you're at the front of the house and they know they can't leave the house. You've got them cornered and you're talking to them. At that point, if you can sort of be kind of chill and sort of say, look, I've been watching you from a little bit of a distance. I didn't want to shoot. I saw you while you were drinking at the well. I could have headshotted you and I didn't. I wanted to come and say hello. I'm looking for such and such. If you've got anything for trade or whatever, you can absolutely start a conversation at that point. And if you really don't over-egg it, but try and emphasise the fact that you could have shot and you're choosing to talk. Even people that mostly KOS will very often go with that. But you've got to read the room and see if you believe what they're saying, and if you don't think it's right, run away, you know. And before I go any further, Senna, dude, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Cheers for coming in. Thanks for the raid. GG on Sunday. It's not true that you can't team up when fully geared. It's rarer, but it can happen. One thing that it's from an old video years ago that I saw once. Can't even remember the name of the YouTuber, but if you want to team up, try to look in the, like, do this, right? Look at your character, and you want to be really teaming up with kind of a mirror opposite, like, sorry, a mirrored version, like looking at your character in the inventory, whoever you team up with needs to be similarly geared, basically. So if you look here and you're a new spawn, you need to be teaming up with a new spawn. If you look here and you've got like, you look like Action Man, it's possible to team up with a new spawn, but you shouldn't really entertain teaming up with anybody else. Unless you happen to be an Electro and you really got faith in yourself. Right, I'm going to go for that. I know which one it is. I'm going to go for that, I think. It's the one that's quite close to the military tents, just north of Sosnovka. The only problem with those is that I've got a great gun for overwatching the heli, but that particular heli is on a bit of a curve and it's impossible to overwatch from anywhere good. It's not really... It's kind of on the top of a curve, like a little slight dome, and you can't really overwatch it from anywhere. Anyway, I'm still going to go for it. Trashcan, thank you for the new sub. Appreciate it. Mike, thank you for the sub on YouTube. And Senna, thanks again. It's totally random, or if KOS or not, but probably a week ago, me and another dude was totally geared at Candy Cane, fighting each other for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, we talked about how shit we are, and both Flashing Red teamed up for an amazing 4 hours. There you go, Blue. So you can even team up if you've been shooting at each other, it seems, on the mouse, which is much more shooty than Chernarus. So it does happen. What's my favourite modded server? Scrubby, I only really like the lightly modded servers, so I don't have a favourite as such. But I only really like the lightly modded servers, so Zero, Karma Crew, Day One, that kind of thing. Spaggy servers that have mods, you know, but... I do need to try DayZ Underground again. DayZ Underground's good servers, but I haven't been on there for a while. Does anyone stream snipe you? No, Ben. Stream sniping is a figment of everyone's imagination. Another way you can team up with someone that's fully geared, that again it might not work, but if you shoot somebody unconscious from close range and you know they're on their own and you drag their gear off so they can't get a gun out when they wake up and you let them wake up and you're not a complete douche, you can team up with that dude. Like, if you want to be fully geared and team up with another fully geared player, someone needs to have all the power. That's how it... If someone's got all the power and they're not being a dick about it, as in they're not going, come out with your hands up! Come out with your hands up if you want to live, you know, if they're just being a kind of chilled out player, but they've got all the power and the other person's life was literally in their hands and they're letting you live. In that scenario, there's an ability to team up that can happen. Sometimes you're the one that's unconscious being woken up and sometimes you're the one doing it, but likewise, there's a chance for a team up in that, potentially. Let's get the gun out. The heli's just through these trees if it's where I think it is. There is 2 heli sites around where that landed. I think it's the left one close to the tents, but there is another one over that way as well. I'm pretty sure it's just through these. Yeah, that's okay. We won't move down. Notarat, thank you for the 2 months. Trash camp, thanks again. I don't know what I've done. All this walking on my right foot, my little toe. I think I've been having a... We have a couple of minutes for the server to... God, I've got another fucking one. Ooh. That's something highly exciting stuff. People will really be interested in this. I'm transferring an ISO. I just had confirmation it's gone through. That's exciting stuff, isn't it? My word. The kind of exciting things that get talked about here. Notarov, thank you very much for the 2 months once again. Right, the server should be back now. It's not. Oh, it is. There's people in the server now, so I'll get back in straight away now. Unless we get that bug. Music seems loud in comparison to mic. Well, I don't sit right in my desk when I'm not in the game, Angberg, so that's why, dude. I think the music is fine. The mic is quiet is the problem, but the mic's quiet because I'm closely mic'd. But when I'm checking emails on my phone, I'm not near the mic, you know. When I'm in the game, the mic is literally pretty much touching my face, right? Obviously, it's not when I'm not. We're in the head torch. Well, the thing is, guys, like, you're saying the music is touch loud. When I talk with my mic in the regular position, I can see the spikes in the music and they're both the same level. So it's mic'd the same as my mic when it's close to the mic. Sorry. The levels are the same. Maybe I could make it a little bit quieter so it's background, I suppose. It doesn't need to be the same level, but the issue is that whenever I'm on the changing server screen, I'm always away. I'm always further back from...
Have my base off bit.
The reality is as well... Oh, shit. I'm going to go to the heli. I am a bit close to the heli, but I've got to obviously go and loot him. He looks pretty geared. He was eating, but you don't wear ghillie suits to be friendly in my book. Let's shoot him and see. Not that it matters, you know, around here on this there's a lone wolf. Yeah, I think I'd rather shoot. He's actually not that geared. That'll give him a bit of a fright, won't it? I think I'm going to leave these 6 bullets in this gun. Just if we died, I could come back and get the gun. Scotty, cheers for the 3 months. Notarath, thank you again. I'll say that about another 5 times, not, by the way, dude, probably. I reckon just this bush here is the perfect place for this. Perfect it is. So I dropped the knife. I've got a knife sharpener. So I don't really need to be carrying 2 knives. Kind of stupid that I am, to be honest. Well, that's kind of cool. It wasn't the hardest shot. One thing that's always worth doing, this is probably common sense, but if you've got someone that's kind of jogging at an angle like that, the more that you can get behind them to make the angle narrower, the better, you know. So I didn't shoot straight away. I came around to the right just a touch. That's obviously intentional, right? If you could, the more to the right I could come there, so I was effectively behind him, you know. Even though he's getting a tiny bit further away, the narrower the angle is, the higher percentage chance you're going to hit the shot. So rather than take a shot that was more side on, I kind of came round to the right a little bit before I fired, you know. Common sense, but people sometimes don't kind of realise or don't do it. Air trapping the helicopter would be kind of fun, but because I've just fired, I'm inclined to just want to get in and get out, I think. A Mac frame. Did I get the other one? I did get the other one. I don't think I want to try and build a gun today, as good as it might be. This heli is shit, isn't it? This heli is absolutely... It's really shit. I've got space on my back. I didn't even realise. I'm fucking around there. I can just put it on my back. The difference in sound between the two areas there where I was shooting was cool, wasn't it? Between shooting in the heli and out the heli. Oh, knifey booties. I'm going to take this Mac frame. We'll have a little read about it when I get into the trees. Have my Bezos bits. Thank you, dude. Here's for this. B-Raider, with you being in the heli when you shoot, it doesn't really dampen the sound, but it does sound like an indoor shot rather than an outdoor shot. So it changes how it echoes, but it doesn't really make it quieter. Pistols aren't very loud though, so like if somebody shoots a pistol, they're not actually that audible. Like, you don't hear them for like kilometres. Like if somebody shoots an SKS, you can hear it for fucking miles, but if somebody shoots a pistol, it's much lower. I don't know the exact difference, but it's lower. Mac frame combined with 7.62 barrel or 7.62 by 54 barrel to build a rifle. So you can build two different guns there, one that takes the Mosin round and one that takes the SKS round. I might keep that for now. It could be kind of fun. Don't want that. I fucking hate that. Oh, what was the one video you made a long time ago where you met a random survivor, went on an adventure, then he died in Viborg, and the video ended with you asking if anyone knew the guy, because that was called the Apocalypse Partners. His name was Ben. It was a long, long time ago. He did reach out via YouTube message back in the day. You used to be able to send YouTube messages many years ago. I think he messaged me via that, so he'd seen the video years later. Not much in that video, it was just me and this other dude having a random adventure, and then I shot him. I tried to shoot an SKS. He was really in trouble with zombies, and I tried to shoot a zombie with an SKS, and I did hit the zombie, but the bullet travelled through the zombie and killed him, I believe. That must have been 2015? 2016 at the latest. I did ish that dude. Fireball, I've got 2 kids and I have 1 ex-wife. I'm not married at the moment. That wouldn't stand up in court. Not many courts if there's a zombie apocalypse. It's okay. I'm not married now, nearly. I'm living with my fiance, but we're not married, no. Crowd control. I think I'll go with Toby. Will New York Antics make your next YouTube video? Definitely won't be my next video, Vinces, but it probably will be a video at some point with any. Yeah. There's so many things to make videos out of. I got a DMR and a Livonia official and had an absolute killing spree in Borek last week. There's the PvP event on Sunday. There's the New York stuff from last night. That's 3 weeks in the last 4 or 5 streams. And then also, just over a week ago, we had that crazy adventure with Robin on Alteria. That's a video too. So in the last maybe 10 days, there's been 4 really good YouTube videos, you know. You guys don't know how lucky you are watching all this live stuff. You really don't. Well, but there has been some really good adventures or good streams in the last week or 2, you know. That would, like, stuff that feels like it would make a really good video, basically. Those walls are close. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked by that one. He seems like he's aggroed in onto the house. Oh, I'm bleeding. I was watching that wolf. He really looked like he was excited by the house, like there was somebody in here, which is why I was more focused on him, but seems not. You don't have that many bullets. Nice frame drop there. God, that zombie scared the shit out of me for a second. I thought it was a dude. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's not good. I shouldn't have been able to vault on that and it didn't let me. Have any more 9mm? I don't think I've got very... Or if I've got any more. I think it might be out. I've got some more. Toe Jam, yeah, it was great. It was really fun. I enjoyed that a lot yesterday. I could maybe have took that repeater and killed a couple of the wolves with the repeaters, but... I need to go back to the well. I should probably stop shooting now. I don't even want to look in. She don't. Can I get this filled before that zombie comes back? Pappy, thank you very much for the Prime. Cheers for using your Prime sub on my channel. Very, very kind, dude. Thank you. Right. You can get a few half-decent things in this town. Sometimes like a Mosin or... like you can get some hunting stuff around. Like, well, not hunting, but you can get like a Mosin or similar, that kind of thing. But there's not really any strong reason for me to loot here, I don't think. I'm pretty sure gas landed at the Moschino tents just before. So when we get over the hill here, the Moschino tents might not be lootable. We shall see. Yeah, I can fix the vest in a minute. Oh. Okay. I'm going to use the leather kit that we got from the dead dude. You met Martinez from Villa in London yesterday, did you? I need to read the rest of that message. Betty Swallocks, that's insane. Took our kids to Bubble Planet in Wembley, and whilst playing in Bazinga in the ball pit with my kids, I poked my head up and I saw the World Cup winner and Villa #1 Martinez, and being a massive Villa fan, I practically ran over at him, leaving my 8-year-old daughter struggling to stand up. Am I a bad dad or not? Yes, you are. But I think a lot of people would have done the same thing, so I wouldn't sweat it too much. Everyone's okay. Not as bad as if you took your 8-year-old over and gone, well, hello, I don't know, like, hello, young Miss Swallocks. You wouldn't call your daughter that, but I don't know your daughter's name, right? But hello, Betty. Just so you know, this man here, Martinez, I love him more than you. That would have made you a properly bad dad. Knife in boots, yeah. Good shout. Pappy, thanks again. Message, thank you for the follow on YouTube. And my daughter. Read that Liverpool has inquired about Simeone Inzaghi from Inter. What are your thoughts? What, as a manager? I don't know anything about him. I don't remember him as a player. I don't know how he's been doing. I'd be surprised. Possibility, I don't know. I think they're going to want to meet candidates. The thing is that it's hard with Leverkusen. I'm not saying it will be Alonso, but I think they can only have tentative conversations with Alonso for now because they're top of the league. They can't have it coming out that Alonso signed. The gas didn't land here, or it's already gone. That's good then. I don't know. There might be a player here. There's quite a lot of zombies down there. And usually the zombies start spawning in just as you arrive. There might be a dude. Usually you get here and there's like a couple and then there's more. There may not be, but just always worth being a bit careful. Have a little look for a minute. I've got nothing suppressed at the moment. Well, nothing suppressed that has a bullet. There's a heli crash to the right, is there? It's normally, if there is one, it's through those trees. Oh yeah, well spotted. I was so kind of transfixed on the base, I didn't even look. But that might be why there's zombies there. Maybe the player has been around close but gone to the heli instead. Maybe, I don't know. Let's go and have a look. Fucking hell, that thing. It looked like a player crouched in the base of a tree. That's Moschino tents, yeah. Original, thank you for the 3 months. Big Luigi, thank you as well. Like the zombies are at it. Well, here's hoping this heli's got better loot than the last one. To it now, I probably can. That's kind of decent given what I've got right now. I haven't really got a good CQB weapon. That is definitely one of those. On mag as well. Very big risk here. Gonna get back in. I think that's enough of that check for now. I don't think there's anything else. I might have missed something on the corner, but I need to get this drum mag in my inventory somewhere and get that FAMAS shootable quickly. Yeah, I got the grenade in the end. Got it for a sec, but I spotted it all on. Ahmed, thank you for the follow on YouTube, dude. Thank you. Right, that's good. That got rid of the leather kit. That solved our problems, hasn't it? Actually lucky in the addition of it as well. I think most of my spare bullets, I loaded them in the 101 mag, didn't I? I'm going to have to get them out of there. The suppressor doesn't go on the FAMAS, unfortunately. Not that one, anyway. I think the FAMAS only takes the bottle suppressor. I will show you, but I know it doesn't. Feels really kind of atmospheric at the moment, just looking down here with the rain. What? Oh, how much does that fucking suck? I think that's cruel. I think finding a worn mag that you can't even load with the first complement of bullets before it goes damage is cruel. How much does that suck? Fuck me dead. Worn mag, worn gun, can't put bullets in mag before it's damaged. Why was it even fucking worn? You can't press B on the weapon, see what fits it. No, Jules, that's not in the regular game. Another day, another dollar. David, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Tomty, anything you do with guns nowadays, like if you use a gun to melee a zombie, for example, or a player, it can damage it gradually, but Obviously shooting it can damage the mag, but loading and unloading absolutely can too. They all kind of degrade it slowly. Come on. Kind of happy with where I got that killed. It's kind of in a decent spot. Like if someone came from up the hill overwatching, they wouldn't see it. Come on. Rooster, thank you for the new sub. Very, very kind. Think Kicking Birds, cheers for the gifted sub. Very kind as well. Cheers, David, too. Yeah, I think any gun can potentially jam, even if it's pristine, believe it or not. I don't think it's impossible, but the chances are very, very low. More often than not, if you get a jam, it's because the mag has gone damaged while you're firing it, but sometimes it still doesn't. Lots of guns that can jam have a tiny chance to get jam, even when they're fixed as best as you can do it. I know it's a feature the devs have added, but I do find it a slightly frustrating one. You fix the gun as best you can. You've made the gun worn. You've made the magazine worn. That's the best you can do, and then it still has a chance to jam. I think that kind of sucks. And anything like a pistol with no magazine, even pristine ones of those jam regularly. The act of being chambered only seems to increase the jam chance for sure. That's definitely in. I've got to loot this thoroughly now. But I thought I saw a player. It was the top of that bush. Oh no. Too late. Oh, and then I got him just as he screamed. Oh well. Come on. That bastard. Any more if we got? Right, come on then. I'd like a cleaning kit. If the gas didn't land here, it almost... Oh, there's the Vicky. We ought to take the Vicky just because she's new. I have to work out how I'm going to carry the Vicky, but I want to. Running out of space here, aren't I? Save some by... I'm going to drop that. That will probably help. Save some by loading this in for now. Sounds good, doesn't it? Well, so long, Mac frame. Shall we hide it somewhere nobody will ever find it? They'll never find it, will they? Did I not get the Org Mag? I thought I clicked it. I meant to click the Org Mag. I did see it, but an Org A1 Mag. I didn't click it. I thought I'd click that. I feel like I've been here too long for the noise I've made. It's damaged. I'm still going to take it because it's the new one. I want to wear the new hotness. No, I'm not that shallow. I'm going to wear the old one. I am that shallow, but I don't want to use my epoxy putty to fix it. Box of 556 in the last 10. Fuck's sake, I don't even need it that badly. I don't even remember what fucking tent was the last one. I think I do. If I die now, it's definitely not my fault. Although I did miss the ammo. Right, I'm hoping that if the gas did land over at the summer camp, because I heard gas land, if it wasn't here it must have been at the summer camp. If the gas did land, I'm hoping it's gone by now, because I really need to loot there and see if we can get a weapon cleaning kit. What's up with my looting lately? Well, I'm probably just a bit more focused on other shit, dude. I didn't miss 545 ammo, I'm dropping it. It's all good. I haven't dropped it yet. I already dropped the baby AK. I've got guns I'd rather keep. Like the Vicky is the one I want to try and get a kill with. The Vicky more than any of the other guns. We did get a kill with it on experimental, but it'd be cool to use it now. Gonna try and get that. Jay, thank you for the sub on YouTube. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Where's the other mag? Thought I had some more bullets. Oh god, that sounds really good. The suppressor definitely won't fit on the Vicky. No, the suppressor is not... you can't use any suppressor on the Vicky other than a bottle suppressor. It won't take anything else. The AS-Val and the VSS are the suppressed versions. This is a non-suppressed one. It does take the same scopes as the VSS, so it'll take all of the AK mounted scopes as well. And it absolutely shits bullets, about as quick as the FAMAS. What tier drop is it? I think it's tier 3 and 4. Doomsday, no gun as good as the Vic here is tier 1. I think it's tier 3 and 4, I believe. Based, I'm playing on a community server. I do sometimes play official, but not so often. I did have a stream on official last week. I don't think this server is any easier than official though. Maybe some of the top end guns are slightly easier. In fact, they definitely are. So that's the only slight difference. So for example, at that heli, I found a suppressor for a M4. That suppressor on vanilla only spawns in the gas zone. So there are a few tweaks. But by and large, this server plays quite similar to vanilla. Ghost, cheers for the gifted sub. Once again, Ghost274, thank you. Kowalico, I agree there are more cheaters on official, for sure. However, just full transparency, I normally say like, my last 4 fully geared characters on official have all died to cheaters, which was true, but last week I had an entire day on Livonia. I ran around with the DMR for about 6 hours. I never met a cheater once, which was the first time in a long time. So, the first time where I've had truly endgame gear on official and then it actually got to use it, and that was good. So, I'm not saying it's all fixed or anything, but at least I got a good run with a good gun, you know, like, that seems fairly rare. I don't need a PU scope.
Hey Paul, you need to go back to. You missed Atha.
Just to come back to the what's up with the looting. The honest truth is that managing 2 chats and more people is harder. I am going to miss a few more things. I think, even if I'm not scanning chat all the time, I'm not in any way saying it's your fault. People like to take it that way, but trying to... I think I'm inside. That was a great shot. I think I'm inside. I think I'm inside with the door closed. He's just spamming. Doesn't know if I'm... That was a crazily good shot. He must have been covering the door. Grenade comes in, I'm fucked. Hey, they're up behind me. That's a Tundra. There's 2 players. I think there's one behind and there's one in front somewhere, but...
I find a degree of consternation in the metaphor of shitting
timing.
bullets. The simple physics of the process with the shortened rectum barrel would suggest poor muzzle velocity. And as for the cocking mechanism, perhaps some pleasure to be found there.
They're shooting at each other. Head T-ball, thank you. They're not together, it's separate parties. Oh, fucking hell. There's been no more shots. It's possible that one is dead. One may have killed the other. They may be together and it might be a ruse, but I don't buy it. There's no sense in that ruse at all. It doesn't make sense. I don't think they're baiting. I don't think it's a trap. I think they're shooting at each other. It sounds legit to me. The guy close by us, Ron, with the Tundra. I can't remember what shot fired last. I think it was the one over there. That way. But if the Tundra guy won, he might not even know I'm there. I think a couple of shots were at zombies, but then I think they shot at each other. Well, that bear is really close. On that Orgay X so badly. Oh, it was really dumb. I had to try it. I don't mind trying it because my mag was damaged. I know people are going to say that was dumb, and you're probably right. There might have been more than one. But I had to try and get the Orgay X. I think there was probably still two. If he pushes me, the FAMAS is great, but the damaged mag, I might get 2 or 3 shots before it jams. So I just didn't want to. I didn't want to risk it.
I need to change my shorts.
Greed Goblin gets you. Greed Goblin, I guess you mean. I don't know. I don't really regret going for it. I guess now I'm dead. I wish I hadn't, but I would probably do the same thing again. The dude was to the side. He may have pushed round to the front door instantly. He might have done. I suspect that there was 2.
Liquor last night when I prime subbed. Never subbing again. JK gave me and my wife a hearty laugh. It's Chernarus like the band Metallica.
Tylica, cheers for the support, dude. cheers for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you. No, I don't regret it. I don't think it was greed either. I think it was taking a risk based on reasoning. There was a good reason to try and get the Org. You know, it sucks and I died, but I don't think I got killed by the guy that had fired at me from the side. I think there was 2, you know, which is more info than I had, as it were. But there's an Orgay X on the ground there, and I've got a FAMAS that's like damaged mag. It could really cost me, you know. So yeah, I don't know. I don't regret it. Obviously, I wish I hadn't done it because I died, but I could have done it and lived, you know. That you don't know until you try. So, taking hindsight out of the equation, I don't regret the decision. I think it was the call I wanted to make. It's easy after the fact to go, oh, that was a mistake, but beforehand there were reasons to do it. No fucks, thank you for the bits. Tylica. Metallica. But Metallica ends with liquor. Metallica. It's not metal-ica. You want Metallica to be Metallica. It ain't, it's Metallica. It's not Metallica, it's Metallica, which does involve liquor. I'm afraid the onus and blame there lies squarely on your name and not my pronunciation. Nonetheless, I will never remember. I'm going to call you Tire Liquor intentionally from now on, obviously, dude. But thank you for the bits, right? I appreciate it. Obviously, you know what your name is. You can't be wrong. But I think your comparison was not the best, given that it is Metallica. You ever tried to bait someone by holding a helmet out of a doorway or a window? No. Nobody has, including the freshborns. In the real world scenario, maybe you might get a once in a blue moon chance to do that, but it's incredibly rare, dude. You have to get the very right window in the very right circumstances, and you're stuck on the very right side of it to be able to do it. The chances of being able to do that are tiny. So I know it was a kind of cool tip in the... And one day, one time, I'll get the opportunity to try that, but nobody's really done it more than once ever, I suspect, dude. Freshspawns haven't done it, dude. That video was set up to show it you, right? It doesn't mean that you can't do it in real life, but in the real game, day to day, you're not going to get the opportunity to do that.
Shotware for a while and keep on running.
It's still a cool thing. But in the video that the Freshspawns made of that, it was there to show you could do it. And it's a cool thing, you know. Somebody out there will have done it because of that video, and that's cool. But the chances of getting the opportunity are tiny. And you can only really do it with the motorbike helmet. Ideally the tinted one, otherwise it's going to not work anyway. Any other helmet doesn't work. How many times are you really geared with a motorbike helmet? Like, you don't... A regular helmet doesn't work. Because you can't see the face where you should see the face, you know. So you've basically got to carry around forever a motorcycle helmet in order for that to work. Who's going to do that? No one. Welder, thank you for the 16 months. It's still kind of cool to know you can do it, right? I think the video's cool, so I'm not... I think the video is cool, but the reality is that it's not something you're really ever going to get to do in the real game, you know? I actually thought I'd switch maps after I died, but I really enjoyed that life, you know? I thought it was cool. We only got a couple of kills, like the dude at the end there. I did move without them realising, though, which was cool. Like, somehow I managed to move without them knowing it, so that got me one of them dead. There might have been 3 altogether. I have a funny feeling it might have been 2v1. And I don't think both... I think both were still alive. I think it was 2v1 and nobody was dead. I could be wrong. It might all be, they might have been all been together and they were shooting Zeds, but I don't think so. The last two sounded like snipers shooting at each other. Don't need no shitting light bulb. This is Fetlow, yeah. Max Raymond, you can only get the last death as long as it's up to date. Exclamation last death. Beyond that, the deaths are probably clipped, but you'd have to go through my clips from the last 24 hours or so and see if you can find it. The last death thing only works for the last one. James, thank you for the sub on YouTube. Here's for the follow. Welder, thank you very much for the resub. Yeah, thank you, Welder. No fucks, thank you, Bits. I'm not seeing you in the chat, Tyrelica. Tyrelica? It's Tyrelica. Obviously, we spell tyre that way in the UK. If you're Americaland, you won't spell... In Americaland, we spell tyre T-I-R-E, right? In the UK, we spell it T-Y-R-E because it's our fucking language. So if you're not English, you're probably not understanding that quite so well. See what you've done there? Food on the stove. You've got my head stoved in, you have. Now I've got 2 bleeds for that bandage that's not food. Sweet bro, the way you spell other words does not change how you spell other words. That's not how language works, is it? There's plenty of words that sound the same that are spelt differently. For example, the word seem, as in, it might seem like I'm a bit of a douche. It's true. Or, there is a seam in that trouser. There's a seam of gold in them there hills, you know. There's plenty of words that are spelt differently and sound the same. So you can't say, well, how do you spell fire? Because that's not how spelling works, sorry. Like, I'm going to steal some steel, for example. Apparently I've missed an EpiPen. Can't chat on Twitch for some reason, but yes, it's my name and Ica at the end. So Tyrrell I can see as a name, right? Tyrrell, that looks sensible. Tyrrell is your name. Now I completely get that. Tyrrell is a name, Tyrrellica. But for me it looked like Tyrellica. I just can't help it. But I do understand what you mean now. Tyrrell's a name and also Formula 1 team as well, right? Tyrrell Racing and stuff, but if you can't talk on chat, you should be able to. I don't know why you can't, dude. I don't think you'd be banned unless if you've never talked in the chat, you wouldn't be banned. That would be a bit strange. So I don't have a clue why you can't talk, dude. That's weird. But dude, thank you for the tip. I'll try and remember to call you Tyrrell from now on. Tire liquor. That is kind of funny. I'm not doing great with the loot today. I'm not doing great with the Zeds. But the stream's been fun for me anyway. The PvP's been okay. I know we only got 2 kills on that entire life, but I didn't exactly shoot badly. You know, that dude that opened the door got a bit of a rude awakening, didn't he? I guess he wasn't expecting it to be right where I was, but it wasn't the hardest of hip fire shots to hit, to be fair. He was filling half of my screen. People have to follow for 10 minutes before they can talk. Alright, so we're in follow-only chat mode.
I can't chat on Twitch for some reason. But yes, it's my name and Ica at the end. I realised that it's tiring UK and that's why me and my wife died over it, lol.
Dude, that is funny. Cheers for the support, Tyrrell. Tire Liquor should be your in-game name from now on, by the way. Tire Liquor is a cool name, right? Given that. Like, obviously spelling it that way, really, but it is kind of funny. Well, maybe just spelling Tyrrell and then liquor as in how you'd actually spell liquor, L-I-C-K-E-R, but that's kind of funny. How are you so good at hip firing? What's my aiming reference? I practiced some on Aim Labs, is my reference. I don't have a target. I don't have anything on the screen. I know people will say that, so some people may disbelieve or not, but I do miss plenty of shots as well. But if you do Grid Shot Ultimate on Aim Labs, it doesn't help you very much in terms of improving your aim, really. But it massively improves your hip fire. It just does. Like, Aim Labs is free software that you can download on Steam. There's subscription benefits if you want to subscribe and get more use out of it, but you can do a load of aim training on it and it's free. And Grid Shot Ultimate massively improved my hip fire. It's the same when you're trying to throw a grenade. You need to be able to find the centre of the screen kind of intuitively. Sometimes I miss and sometimes I don't, you know. But I've got pretty good at finding the centre of the screen in a quick minute or in a quick second. Like, just as a reaction. I'm pretty good at hip fire. Seems to be a lot of zombies out today. How is he not fucking dead? 5 heavy attacks he's taken. How are you not dead? Oh, fuck it. I could have gone in a house and made this easier for myself, but that seemed like too much like an easy way out, right? Let's be yellow health instead. And yellow blood. I say pick up a box of MK2 and go and hip fire. That works to some extent. It works a lot slower though, dude. You can do as much aim training in about 1 minute on aim labs as you could with an MK2. And several days of in-game effort. Aim labs is amazing at improving your point firing or hip firing, whatever you want to call it. It really helps a lot. The thing is, when you're doing aim labs and you're doing grid shot, you actually have a target. You have an on-screen crosshair that you use. But if you want to get a good time, actually had bullets in that. Didn't know. Anyway, if you actually get a good time with grid shot ultimate, if you want to get enough targets hit within the minute. So with grid shot ultimate, there's 3 little blue balloons on the screen, or 3 blue balls. And when you shoot one, another one instantly appears. So you just have to constantly shoot 3 balls over and over and over again. And the more you get shot in a minute, the better your score is, right? But in order to do it quickly, you end up aiming intuitively. You can't possibly do it by looking at the cursor. If you're looking at the cursor and gradually aiming from one to the other, you don't get a very good score. You have to do it. You're kind of looking at what your target is, but you're bringing the cursor to it and shooting all like on the snap kind of thing. And because of that, even when there is no cursor, if you played no aim labs ever and you tried to do grid shot ultimate with no cursor, you'd miss shitloads. But you do 20 minutes of grid shot ultimate and then take the cursor away and try again, you'll be way better. Because you start to build up like a muscle memory for where the center of the screen is. It really, really works. And also, it's actually a skill. You're actually harnessing something. You're getting better at it. That's kind of partly what's fun about gaming, you know, practicing at something and getting better at it. It's kind of a cool thing, you know, rather than just fudging it with some shitty monitor crosshair or something. What do you dislike most? Low blood or low health? Definitely low health. Low blood's just a bit of colour, whereas low health, it just makes you slower. It becomes more laborious. Low health is much worse. Someone's built a nice little shelter for the well. Jules, yeah, it's not right to use the monitor crosshairs, especially if you're on a... some people do, but if you're on a server that's... Like, if you're on a DayZ server that's turned the crosshair off, so you're on a community server that's chosen to turn the crosshair off, using your own crosshair is just... It's just not sporting, you know? It's not cheating, but it's kind of exploity, you know? It just sucks. I have to say, it really sucks that manufacturers go that way. Obviously, everybody wants to make more money and sell more things, but putting crosshairs on the monitor sucks. There's always been that element to gaming, though. You know, you used to be able to complete Street Fighter 2 just by button tapping with Chun-Li and E Honda, and it would be even easier. Rather than just button tapping, you could complete Street Fighter 2 by getting a controller that you could just macro the button tapping. You know that. But where's the fun in that? Well, it's not much fun to complete the game button tapping, but it's even more fun, less fun if you don't even have to do the tapping. Exactly, Wackato. Exactly right. Would you explain how to set up your mouse to use aim labs as well? Well, the easiest way to do that, Darkwing, you don't actually have to... In aim labs, you can go into a setting and tell it what game you play, and you can tell it what your sensitivity is, so you don't have to do anything with your mouse. So if you go into your DayZ config folder, there's a number in there that's your mouse sensitivity, so you can copy and paste the number from your DayZ config folder into aim labs, so it will match exactly your sensitivity. So you can do that just by copy and pasting the number from the config folder. Hot tiramisu and tire liquor. He's put a space in it now, look. Cheers for the 28 months. Look, tire liquor. Embrace the name, dude. I really don't know why you can't chat if you've been around for 28 months. That don't make no sense, assuming it's the same dude and not someone else that's just changed their name. What is mouse smoothing? Turn it off. You should never have mouse smoothing on. It's not what you want for... It's like... Think of it like this, right? I'm not very technical, but think of it like this, right? You're in a car and you want to stop. You want to go from door 1 to door 2 and you want to stop straight away, right? So with a mouse, you can go from one to the other and you can just drag from one to the other. But what mouse smoothing does is it predicts what you're trying to do. So when you get to the door and you stop, it doesn't stop. It decelerates and then stops. So it gives you a bit of a lag. You stop where you want to stop, but the mouse doesn't do that. It tries to give you like a comfortable brake to a halt, like a car would do if you're being chauffeured in your roller or something. So mouse smoothing... What you want when you're gaming is you want to be able to point your cursor where you want to be and then shoot or whatever. Mouse smoothing tries to stop the cursor speed being so abrupt when it stops. So the game has mouse smoothing. If you, in the game config folder it has mouse smoothing, you should type that to 0 to make sure it's not on. And also inside Windows there is something called, as someone's just said there, Dipster. There's an option in your mouse settings on Windows called Pointer Precision. That's mouse smoothing. That should be off too. It is basically like it's like inertia for the cursor on your screen. I don't understand why anybody really wants mouse smoothing. Like if you're just using your PC for Windows and you want to point at an icon on your desktop or something, why do you need mouse smoothing? I never really understand what the benefit of it is. Like you point your cursor to where you want to be and then you click it. Why do you need to have a smoothing effect on it? I don't really get it. Cool. There is there's quite a lot of hoo-ha about it. Jack Frax did a video about it, but there are monitors coming with built-in AI that will do all sorts of things, like give you like wall hacks effectively, or not quite, but there's monitors coming that will look at your screen and then give you all sorts of benefits. So it might be that, like, mainly at the moment it seems to be around games with a mini-map. So if you think about Call of Duty, when you get a UAV, right? When you get a UAV, it puts dots on the map, on the mini-map, to tell you where the enemy is. There's going to be monitors that will be able to read that mini-map and then make those dots players on the physical screen. So you might have a red dot that on your UAV that says that someone's the other side of that wall and crouched, right? But the monitor itself will show a crouched player behind that wall. It's like Minimap ESP. It absolutely fucking blows. Like the idea that anybody wants that in gaming, you know, it's just like if that becomes the norm and everybody has it, then most game developers will have to take away the minimap and they'll start to have to develop their games so that they don't work with that software. Otherwise the game is completely broken, isn't it? Even if it can't show crouch players or not, dude, it'll still show a player standing there and you'll be able to know, oh well, there's somebody there, they must be crouched, you know, either way. It still sucks, you know, like monitor companies. And what a surprise, companies want to make money, but monitor companies will literally, like, effectively ruin online gaming to sell some more monitors. But if online gaming is ruined, they'll sell less monitors, you know, like... Like, how the fuck... Talk about short-termism, you know? Like, what we're going to do is completely ruin online gaming for a quick buck now, but never mind any other game in the future. I could be using the screwdriver, I suppose. I don't know if it's any better, but... Do I think it'd be possible for developers to create some sort of detector for those? I doubt it, dude. I doubt it because it's third party, isn't it? It's not connected to your PC. The AI is inbuilt in the monitor, and there's going to be very little way to. Just like now, there's no way that, let's say Tarkov developers or DayZ developers, they can't do anything about monitor crosshairs. They don't know who's using a monitor crosshair or not. There's always a way around these things, you know, but it's on the monitor. There's no way that they can look at that, I would suspect. So I sincerely doubt it. I think they'll have to do like countermeasures in other ways, but with the way AI is going and the way things are going, like the minimap example I just gave is one thing, but there'll probably be monitors at some point fairly soon that will highlight another player because it can see it quicker than you can. So it will be like legitimizing ESP effectively is potentially going to happen, you know. So you could have your monitor set so any zombie is shown a particular color and maybe any human is shown another color, you know. That kind of thing, that's not been announced yet, but if they can do minimaps, they'll be able to do that fairly soon after, won't they, you know. Jambon, there's quite a lot of PC monitors that have a crosshair. Yeah, mine's got one. When I first got the monitor, I turned it on by accident. Like there's settings behind the monitor on like physical buttons, and I turned it on and I was like, what the fuck is that? Is that some kind of error code or what? I don't understand. It's so dumb because it's clearly a crosshair, but I was like, what does that mean? Am I in some kind of weird gaming mode or what? I don't get it. I had to go and like look on Google to read about what it was and how to turn it off. And at that point I was like left utterly frustrated that there is monitor crosshairs. I couldn't believe it. It's an Asus 27-inch. I can't remember it's a Asus ROG Swift 27-inch 1440p 165 Hz dealie. Monitor crosshair doesn't really work because of the difference between the hipfire locations of weapons. Well, even in DayZ, I don't think it goes directly to the centre of the screen always, but I don't know. You might be right, dude, about it not working for Tarkov. I wouldn't know. I've never played Tarkov with a monitor crosshair, so I don't know. But I think a monitor crosshair is always a bit of an advantage, I believe. I've heard a Tarkov streamer in the past admit that they used something on their screen, freely admit it and not have an issue with it, you know. Like, I'm not judging, I'm not going to say who they were, but I've heard it. Not anybody that I've ever played DayZ with, by the way. But it might be slightly different between guns on Tarkov, but usually when I play Tarkov in the past, maybe that's why I'm not good. If I'm hip firing or point firing, I'm normally point firing to the middle of the screen, and you do kill people, you know. How's it going? What are your thoughts on Richard Mille? I'd rather have not a Grand Seiko, fuck me. I'd rather have a G-Shock. Richard Mille are for like people with £20 million or so and too much money, you know. They got some kind of fucking stupid car that they spill themselves out of with their fancy watch, you know. Richard Mille are technically very good in many ways, but they're just like they're billionaire G-Shocks. I buy normal people G-Shocks. Jambon, on YouTube it's about 96.5% male, I believe, but I don't get stats on Twitch. Keep seeing adverts for Panzera watches any good? I don't think so, dude. Doesn't really matter though. If it tells the time and you like it, it doesn't make it bad. But I don't think they're one of those like. I think Panzera are a little bit like MVMT. They're kind of like, they're not really making what. If I'm right, I might be wrong. Oh, somebody asked about them yesterday. Second person. Yeah, that's where it rings a bell from. They're not as bad as I just described. They're a little bit better than people like MVMT. You can get better for the same money. It doesn't make them bad though. If you really like the design, there's nothing wrong with them. They look all right. They use Seiko movements. If you really like the design and you love the look of it, they're fine. But they use Seiko movements and they cost more than Seikos. I don't think recommending a vintage watch for somebody wanting a watch to wear every day is ever a good idea, to be honest, Capra. The vintage watches come with a side order of issues, like magnetism and not being waterproof and all sorts of other things. Vintage watches are not to be worn every day by people that aren't really au fait with what they're doing. I come with a side order of issues, don't we all? Now what gave you bat-like hearing? I've I'm back. And we're not dead, that's good. 30. I was alt tabbed out. I did say I'm sorry guys, one sec. I'm pretty sure I did, unless I'm going mute. My mouth moved and words came out. Didn't come through on the mic, did it? Well, that fucking sucks. I don't know what happened there then. Maybe where I was looking to the side. I wonder if I am a little too closely mic'd at the moment. I might just slightly reduce the noise gate next time well, I could do that fairly quickly actually, but I feel like my noise gate is probably just a little bit too up because it's cutting out too easily. Like if I moved just a tiny bit away from the mic, it seems to not work. Noise gates are really useful, but mine is probably not set exactly 100% where it should be.
I am a terrible fan. I'm so sorry. I hope you're doing well, Paul. I never forget you, but I've had 0 time for days at all the last few months. Have successful but suicidal clients ATM and...
Schnorbert, you're fine. You don't need to offer any excuses. Cheers for coming in. I appreciate it. Dude, I hope everything's going well with your job anyway, dude. I hope all is well. Let me come back. Head to ball. Find a degree of consternation in the metaphor of shitting bullets. The simple physics of the process with the shortened rectum barrel would suggest poor muzzle velocity. Head to ball. Thank you. Sorry, I did hear it a bit, but I was kind of listening for the dudes a bit. But thank you. Underpaid Nick, Short, Scott Esterly, Welder. Thank you very much. Toby, thank you for the sub on YouTube. I feel like I missed that, dude. Sorry, Toby, that's a long time ago now, but thank you for the membership on YouTube. Schnorbert, thank you very much for the resub too. Did we ever find out if that guy on the mouse yesterday was a dodgy bastard? I don't know. I didn't. Maybe it's in the mod room, but I missed that bit. Head torch on. Give me one sec, guys. I'm gonna adjust the gamma, not the filter. The noise gate filter. Right. I've made it open a tiny little bit. Help me not cut out. It'll probably. Right. It's still not picking up. Still not picking up button clicks. I'm gonna move the mic away and keep talking. See. Shit. Holy shit! My mic only works when I'm about 2 foot from it. Not 2 foot, like 1 foot from it. Even it goes any further than that, it doesn't pick it up. I need to adjust that some. Hang on. Sorry. Filters. We there? Okay, we're back. So let me just try again. That's not. I must not be adjusting the right thing, but I literally moved. Working. That's crazy. The open threshold is the bit that. Going the wrong way. Working. Holy shit, that's going the wrong way. Right. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's picking up button clicks now. I need to find a happy medium. I'll get there though. Hang on. Filters.
Keep on running.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2. That's a bit better. Right, I'm just going to go with that for now, and we'll see how it goes. So I've adjusted the opening of the noise gate so it comes in slightly earlier, so it doesn't need quite so much noise. I have to really twat my keyboard for it to come through though, so we should still be okay. See how it goes. Do a punch card run instead of New York run. I don't understand, Vile. We're on Chernarus. There is no punch card. And New York isn't open. So we can expect it. I'm not really a keyboard smasher, to be honest. Moving the mic away from the keyboard makes it better. That's like the noob's approach, isn't it? My mic isn't on the desk, by the way. It's on a swing arm. It's not actually that close, but mics are quite sensitive, right? And keyboard clicks are quite loud, so yeah. I think it's better to use a noise gate than that. Turstaz, thank you for the 16 months. Mouses, thank you for the new sub. Cheers for the Prime Bootleg. Thank you for the 3-year inning. Do I know where I am on the map? Yep, this is Chennai Palana. I remember when Chennai Palana was added to the game. Whoa! Well, that's nice. I'm injured. Oh, fuck, he had a gun. It's all KOS these days. I wanted to try and use my pistol, but I wanted to try and get somewhere where there was stairs and I could kind of funnel them up to me, you know. Oh well. I was in Chennai Palana. Now I'm wherever I spawn. This is not so good. This is the same kind of spawn as I had last time, you know. It's a really good spawn. This is possibly... Well, it's one of the best spawns in the game. It's a really good spawn for getting across and into the action pretty quick, or getting to Balota and maybe Prison Island, but I already looted the Prison Island before, so I don't know. Do I ever play DayZ Underground? I've not played DayZ Underground for about 4 years. Last time I played DayZ Underground, I bumped into Acro FPS. That's the last time. 3 years, 4 years maybe. Underground isn't very full when I start my streams, you know. Underground's a great server. I probably will go on it again at some point. But like when I start, like today I started about 2 PM. Underground isn't really that full. JJ Milwaukee, thank you so much for the sub on YouTube. Cheers for the cheers for the membering. So I didn't do Ballotta Airfield last time. I think we'll probably have a look at that. 42 of 80 about 3 PM. That's kind of interesting, Loose Beans. I'll maybe give it another look then. Last time I played Underground, it was incredibly hard. I don't think it is as hard anymore. You all know more than me, but when I last played Underground, you would get to the Northwest Airfield or somewhere like that, Tissy, and if you had an SKS and like 6 bullets, you were geared. Time for revenge, no mercy at all. Yeah, we're going to struggle to get revenge on them. I just can't, I can't stick this sound. I'm going to... it means I won't hear footsteps the same, but I can't stick that. Remind me to turn it up when the rain stops. I'll definitely forget. I really like this loot route, Kay. Like you've just said, it's a really good loot route, but the problem is that's the one I took on the first life. I don't really want to do it again. Isn't steak beef? Yes, but it's not the same thing. In much the same way as bacon is also bacon is pork, but it's the way it's cut that differentiates the name, right? So steak is a cut of beef. Tony, I don't give out the server, dude. Most streamers don't. It doesn't really help for a streamer to say what server they're on. It tends to spoil streams. Oh shit. So it's just as a heads up, I'm trying to let you know. So if you go into other streams and I ask you, sometimes you'll get a little bit of negativity. It's kind of like a not want to talk about kind of question, you know? People ask every day, 10 times a day, so you're not alone. Everybody does. I don't like Ballotta myself so much. I don't like Ballotta as a loot route. I like this side of the map, but more for the Prison Island and Kamensk military base, and then the places we went on the last route until we died. I don't think that shot was at me. I don't even know where the fucker is. Oh, Tony was the dude that I just met in game, was it? Someone's asking him why he would recognise it's me. Well, it's pretty simple. He might recognise it's me because of my voice. However, the monkey chants and the showing off might imply that they were doing it for the stream, but I don't know and I don't really care. It's crazy when, like, let's just assume that was not stream sniping for now, because I'd rather be naive just bother worrying about the other side. But let's just say he recognised my voice and then came in. Like, how dumb have you got to be playing the game and then kill a streamer and then have to immediately come in and go, ha ha, I just killed you. Like, where's the mindset now? Like, let's assume it was legit, right? What's the... Like, I'm not bothered. Like, I had nothing. I'm not bothered about the death. You know, fair play. GG, shotgun, dead. But what's the mindset in coming into the stream to try and do it? Like, I just killed you. I'm fucking... Like, what's the reflected glory there? I don't really understand. 4 messages ever. Well, it doesn't matter. I probably was stream stalking, dude, or sniping, sorry, but I don't have a clue how long he's been in the chat. Don't really care. Like, can't be a regular viewer. You said 4 times chatter, but I die like 6 times a stream, so it's not like I'm like made for this, you know. You know that episode of The Simpsons where Homer Simpson fights Drederick Tatum, and it's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. That's me when I stream. I'm Simpson. I just take punches and respawns all day long. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'll die again soon. It's all fine. Ooh. Sometimes when you're on a body, it sounds like there's 2 lots of flies. We died to a crossbow. That's kind of cool, isn't it? Stay Rusty, thank you for the member-inning, dude. Very, very kind. Thank you. Al's Juice, maybe it would make you smile if it happened once, but if it happened for 9 years, you'd probably not really be bothered either way, dude. I'm not bothered, by the way, but like, it might make you smile, the idea, when you've never done it, but when you've done it for 9 years, you might feel differently, you know. The comment was that if somebody was going out of the way to do that, it would make me smile. Like, I completely understand what you mean. Like, if you've made it to a level, then that's kind of cool, because that means that kind of thing's happening. But nonetheless, I don't give a shit, you know. Like, whether they were watching the stream or they weren't, I had a pistol and 9 bullets, and I tried to create a situation where I could have a go, and I didn't. And the reality is that sometimes I get stream sniped, and often I kill the stream snipers, you know. It's just no big deal. Akira, thank you for the follow. Cheers, Fabian. Thank you very much too. What's a good server to play on as a beginner? I wouldn't play on official personally, David, although you would be fine on it potentially, but if I were you, I would play on like no modded servers. If you're brand new to the game and you've not played console, I would be inclined to play Spaggy Vanilla or Zero Vanilla. If you're in Europe, the ping will be fine. But try no modded first and just enjoy the game for 20, 30, 40 hours before you go on to other servers. I had the best unranked request last week. I'm sorry, my brother was on my account and stream sniped. Yeah. DayZ is a hard game to learn, but there's lots of source material to try and learn. You know, there's loads of videos on YouTube, there's loads of streams, there's loads of ways to learn the game. It is a tough game to pick up, but there's lots of routes you can go down to learn what you're doing, isn't there? What happened with my first life, Laszlo, I got knocked unconscious at the summer camp just south of Moschino, tents. I killed the ghillie suit guy. I actually have got a savannah with 6 bullets and a mag hidden, haven't I? If I can get back to that, I've got a savannah with a handful of bullets I can go and get. I killed the ghillie that had one and then hid his gun, so I can get that. So yeah, I killed a ghillie and then I got shot unconscious. Thankfully, I just got inside, got behind some, behind a building when I went unconscious. So I woke up, managed to kill one, but there was 2 or 3. There was either 3 or there was 2 players shooting at 1 player. I'm not quite sure which it was, but there might have been 2 other groups. But anyway, I was in a fight, killed one, then died. I'm gonna quickly come down here. I'm yellow thirst. To be fair, no bollocks. I've got this bottle. Oh shit! I'm still gonna do it. You don't see that very often, where you go red on both at the same time. That pretty much just happened. So this is a bottle from that dead guy. This is a slight risk, but most people that are that geared are not already carrying their only bottle on them with dirty water in it. You know, like he might have had more bottles and whoever killed him looted it, but because it's full, I'm going to assume it's clean, and I'm just going to go this way. I missed something on the furnace, never mind. I always looted in empty servers. I did when I very first started playing the game, Kenstra. Like when I very first started playing the game, my first so many hours. But I very quickly realised that I was robbing myself of the game by gearing up on empty servers. You know, like you could spend 3 hours travelling the map on an empty server doing nothing, and then you get geared, you switch maps, and then you get killed like really quickly. You know, it's so much more fun. Once you've got a few hours, if you're brand new to the game, learning the map on an empty server and gearing up as you go, who cares, you know? But the sooner you can get on maps with players, the better adventure you'll have along the way, you know, like. D-Rate, you can't combine bullets if they're ruined. If they're ruined, they're done. And by the way, if you're talking about weapon quality, sorry, bullet quality, it doesn't make any difference. So you used to be able to take, say, 3 badly damaged rounds and combine them to 6 pristine rounds and end up with 9 worn. But you can still do that now, but it doesn't make any difference because there's no difference between badly damaged rounds and pristine rounds in terms of how they work. They used to be, but there's not anymore. That, like, guns jam only because of the state of the gun and the state of the mag and nothing else now. Stay Rusty, thanks again. Cheers for the support. Akira, thank you for the follow. That's cool. There's usually some aminals just around the corner here. We've got a knife. I can kill one of the aminals now. Near the barn. Oh, so it's very much a red dry bag day by the look of it. If a full mag gets ruined, you can't eject the bullets, Bamboo. No, if the mag's ruined, it's ruined, you're fucked. The bullets can't come out either. Or just play heavily modded, that's how I started. Power-ups, you're not wrong if that's what you did. Like, people may end up on heavily modded, but I genuinely think it's a better idea to play DayZ the survival game before you play DayZ modded. I'm not against DayZ modded. I think it's great. I'm playing modded right now. It's lightly modded, but it's modded. I just think it's better to start with the base game. Otherwise, you don't get any bearing on other things. You know, you've found your niche on what you enjoy with how you started, but it's so much easier to know. If you know the game, then you can compare what the mods are like and start working out what you like. I think in a better way. You know.
Schnorbert donated $10. Yeah, they are doing very good. I've never lost a person, they are doing all great. But I hope you are doing great as well, Paul. Really think about you every week here and there, but I just don't make it in. Sending you my most sincere wishes.
Dude, thank you. Cheers for the tip, man. Thank you. Honestly, like, you should never feel bad. No one should ever feel bad for not watching a stream. There's no obligation. I'm here most weeks like normal. Whenever anyone's around that wants to watch, and I'm grateful for that, dude. There's no need to worry about any other shit, dude. There's no register. Cheers for the support, dude. We Rook, thank you for the resub. Thank you. Right, I'm thinking around the barn there's usually some goats or something like that. I'm going to need some food. Just up here. I might be unlucky. There's very often goats or sheep in this field. I think a lot of streamers have tainted the view on modded servers. In what way, Justin? I think there's plenty of people playing both types, you know. Oh, it's all good, Dipster. Hi, ah, there they are. Look, they are still here. Very nice. What is your #1 tip for new DayZ players? You're not playing the same game that Toprek's playing. That's my #1 tip. Don't try to be at the Northwest Airfield killing a squad of 4. Just try to be at the Northwest Airfield one day, you know, like, take your time and enjoy it. Spoil sport, I want to be Tope. Doesn't mean that there's plenty of people that don't stream that are as good as Tope, you know, like Tope is an amazing player, by the way, but lots of people are good at DayZ, you know. Tope is definitely one of them. But the point is, you need to, if you've never played the game before, your goal shouldn't be PvP, it should be finding a bag, learning how to melee the zombies, where the well is, learning the map, like, can I make it to the next town, like, maybe, like, your main goal could be, I'm going to make it to the Northwest Airfield at some point, and then try and find your way there, you know, like, small goals, you know, baby steps and all that shit. I'm not even going to bother fucking badly damaged mags, bollocks. I need to wash my hands before I eat this food. So I'm going to go to the town. I don't normally go to this town straight away. I normally go up and loop behind, but I'm going to go to the town so I can go to the well. Shank, I don't know. I don't know what. Apparently I'm still allowed to enter the other events, even though I qualified in the first one. So I might enter another event if I'm allowed. Apparently I'm allowed, so I've applied for the next one. I've also sort of messaged about potentially trying to shoutcast, but the only thing is, there was already 2 shoutcasters on Twitch and 1 on YouTube. I don't really want to replace any of the shoutcasters, and there must be a limit to how many are needed, so I'd like to shoutcast 1 at some point if possible, but I don't want to do it at the expense of anybody else, you know. I'd feel a bit shit if I was taking somebody's slot. So we heard that shot, I think it was a BK-18 at Balota Airfield. That dude could be coming this way, so I need to be a little bit on the ball. Normally wouldn't bother with the red bandana, but given I'm wearing a great big red dry bag, I guess it doesn't really matter. You could always do a watch party and do a private... Well, you mean like not on Twitch? I wouldn't want to do it on Twitch, but I don't know. I think that would... I'd just probably stream. Shit. Shouldn't be using my bare hands for that. So I do still need to go to the well, but I might as well just cook this first now, because I can eat it now. I can just clean my hands with the iodine we just picked up. I possibly shouldn't, because I could use it for bandages as well, but I'm going to just cook it here. Even if I just wait, I might wait a little second. And then I'll just cook it now, and then we'll go to the well afterwards and wash my hands if needs be. You know, I can still do that, but...
When going to the well, you might as well.
That's another really good tip for a brand new player to the game. You can drink a lot more at the well than you think. Don't just sit there and have 3 or 4 circles worth and think you've had enough. Drink until the stomach full symbol comes up. So keep an eye on the bottom right hand corner of the screen, just to the left of where that drop is. When the stomach full symbol comes up, you'll know it's up. Stop drinking then. Don't stop until you've done that. Well, streamers can say what they wish, Justin, but my experience is that the mods don't necessarily affect the performance of a server. A lot of the crazily modded servers tend to turn the zombies right down so that they have space for more players and stuff, but I don't know. Whatever people say is what they say, but there's shitloads of people playing heavily modded servers, so I think it's not too much of an issue. Why am I flashing red? Why am I flashing red? That doesn't make sense, does it? I understand what flashing red means, but I'm wet. I'm on Chernarus. I shouldn't be flashing red, you know. It shouldn't be a thing. The zombies break doors down only on servers that are running a particular mod. It's not in the vanilla game. Camphiax, when going to the well, you might as well. Exactly, you might as well do. Thank you for the support, dude. Cheers for that, dude. Thank you for the resub. Would I consider going back to Banov with the recent update? Yeah, depends where there's a server though, you know, like the last time Banov had an update, it was kind of tricky to play Banov with a like kind of lightly modded / vanilla thing. I like Banov. I think Banov's a really good map. So yeah, I'll keep an eye out, but it depends. Like for example, say Zero got a Banov server, it would likely be full at first. God, this temperature is really annoying. And that would make it more viable to play. I'm excited about Lewis going to Ferrari as well, Schnorbert. I really am. I think it's a cool thing. I think he might be a bit too late to be winning another title, but I think it's an exciting thing. Ferrari, the fans of Ferrari are like really passionate. I think it'll be interesting, and it'd be interesting to see him drive with another teammate in another team. Like, we can compare how fast he is to Leclerc in the same car, just for example. That'll be interesting to see, but I just really hope that, like, the last time Ferrari signed somebody as big name, to be fair, they did sign Vettel, so Vettel was a kind of similar name, so that's not quite true. But to me, them signing Hamilton feels a little bit more like when they signed Schumacher in terms of the name of the driver. You know, Vettel was similar, to be fair, but Vettel had won like 4 titles at Red Bull, I think. So it may not be, but when they signed Schumacher, they hadn't really been doing great, and then they went and won like shitloads of titles back to back to back. You know, Hamilton's can't do that. He's going to be 40 when he moves, but it would be really cool to see him in a title-winning car. I think that would be epic. Like in a car good enough to win the title, I mean. But I suspect his chances have gone. But signing Hamilton is as big as Schumacher. In theory, it's bigger, because Hamilton had got 2 titles. In theory, Vettel signing was bigger, but I don't feel it was. Schumacher was just so imperious, you know. Like, but anyway, like Schumacher, I think won 2 titles at Benetton, and then I think he won another. Was it 4 or 5 at Ferrari? I forget. I think it was 5. I think it was 5 back to back, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I had something come through from Now TV the other day on email that said that I could get Sky Sports on Now TV for £20 a month. So for 12 months only, it was like a deal. So 240 quid to get all of the sport for a year. That includes all of the football, all of the Formula 1 and everything else that they show, you know. Like, I contemplated doing it, and I haven't done. But the main reason is, like, I'll be paying that money to watch the Formula 1, and then I'll be streaming anyway, so I'll fucking miss it. So I'll be paying money for Formula 1 and then not watching it. Like, I can't say to the missus, oh, by the way, I've decided to start streaming Saturdays because I'm going to watch the Formula 1. That's just not going to work, that. I think there's a lady zombie with a green top on behind a tree over there. Yeah, she's just come the other side. Yeah, brownish top, actually, but I was a bit half wondering if she was a player. How do you not get sick from being wet? Well, Turk Dog, the fire I've just made will help. I do get sick, but it's only a cold. It doesn't mean anything, dude. A cold is like nothing really, dude. It's fine. A cold just makes you sneeze, and it's a bit annoying, but it doesn't really do much. The first 2 races are on Saturdays, are they? That's cool. That's rare, isn't it? Thanks a lot, Schnorbert. Canthiax, thanks again. Thank you. Right, what have I got? Lamb. It's minted lamb today. The clone, it's still quite rare though. Like, that was the first time there'd ever been a Las Vegas race, right? I don't remember many Saturday races in the time I've been around. Num num num. Ferrari has become where has-beens go to fizzle out. Maybe. They've had the second best car a couple of times recently, and their drivers have not been has-beens. You know, Leclerc and Sainz are not has-beens, are they? They were up-and-comers. Rusty, it's mint sauce, which is just like the mint flavour. Mint sauce and lamb is like synonymous in the UK, right? Something on the shelf in the first room. I don't even know what first room I went in. This one probably. Yeah, handcuffs. Oh, that's a little bonus. Shit. Just woke up from a drunken nap. Very nice, dude. I hope you're having a good day then. That's not bad. Cheers for the super chat, dude. Thank you. Could do with making some bolts for the crossbone. I quite enjoyed Drive to Survive when I saw it. Like mainly because it got me into the. Like the old matey that runs the Haas team, for example, he's kind of charismatic. You get to learn a bit more about the drivers, and sorry, a bit more about the drivers, but a bit more about the drivers that know each other, and a little bit about the team, like principles and whatnot. It's kind of interesting. It's edited in such a way as to kind of try and make it into a bit more of a entertainment thing rather than just being about the sport.
Oh
but
boy,
I
just
thought it was
woke up
cool.
from a drunken nap. Hello again.
Oh, thank you again, Marley Green. Thank you for the prime. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. What did Haas do? Fire Gunther Steiner? That's only a fairly recent thing, right? And he's had the job for a long time. The reality is, if you're not doing the job, you're going to get the sack. Just because you're well known off of the telly or not doesn't make any odds, does it? Cheers, guys. Thank you very much, Norbert, Cantiax, Oak, and Marley Green. Right, let's just quickly get in here. Make some of our... Do I have a plan? Don't really need a plan, dude. You don't really need a plan with DayZ. Like, I've got a few choices loot route wise. I'm not sure which way I'm going to go yet, but the best analogy I can give you is if you're a pool player and you're a 9-ball player, you need to pot balls 1 to 9, and you know you need to do them in an order, but how you're going to do that might change. You might get one shot slightly wrong or whatever, you might get out of position, end up having to do a double or whatever, but there's no real plan right now. Not the best analogy, because I'm not even really trying to do a particular thing. I'm just trying to get geared. Potting my 9-ball is getting geared right now. That's it. Snooker is probably a better analogy. You know, like a snooker player pots a red and then they need to pot as many balls as they can to win the frame. They know they need to pot red colour, red colour, red colour and so
43?
on. But they don't plan out every shot. They just think one or two moves ahead. You know?
Hello?
You're right, Zeklon, dude. Thank you very much for the 38-month, innit? Cheers, dude. I nearly choked then. Must talk less. The outcome of the Christian Hoarder investigation should be next Tuesday and Wednesday, should it? He's going to get away with it. I don't know. I'm not saying he's guilty. He might get away with it because he's innocent. But I think if he were guilty, he'd be gone by now. How often do you usually encounter players? Dude, it's really complex. It can be very quick or it can be very slow. DayZ, like the map is big. Is there a heli crash spot near here? CJ, there's a couple over that way a little bit. Excalibur, very cool. Cheers for the super chat. Can't go wrong with a G-shot. Thank you very much, Excalibur. Thank you again, Zeklon, dude. I didn't adjust my volume back up. That's a good shout. I'll do that in a sec. It's a weird thing to find, isn't it? Do I have any tabs? I think this bison has been dropped, so maybe they found a blaze or something. Where am I now? I'm on the south coast. I just left Komarovo. I haven't seen the last episode yet, Shank. I'm intending to watch it, but me and the missus have been watching Peaky Blinders, so I've been watching that. I will catch up with. I'm going to decide where I want to go. I'll come back that way. He's not very good, is he? He's got a vest on. There's a player up in front. He's got a stab vest on that looked in better condition than mine. Oh, I've got no stamina here.
Got myself a Casio Baby G white strap pink dial. YOLO. Love you, bye.
did he go? He looked like he was following the road. He might have gone left towards... Oh, no, he's still in front. Oh, it's going to be one of them. I had to try and shoot him quick. He may well wake up. I don't think he's dead. Drop your shit or you're dead. Drop your shit or you're dead.
Okay, okay.
Drop it all. You can leave your hat on. Drop your baseball bat.
Thank you.
Drop your baseball bat. And then just move away. Oh. You got some nice things there, fella.
Yeah, I got a lot of food.
Yeah, I like food. Oh, you've got a magazine for my gun. I like that too.
How did you, I'm not even bleeding. What did you shoot me with?
A carbine. CR527. Oh, I haven't even damaged your jacket. That's lucky. I'm going to leave you one can of food and a knife and a bandage because I'm a very friendly guy like that. The kind of friendliest of friendly people. And I've also left you a bison there. Look at that bison. That's a really nice gun there, isn't it? Look at it. Did you check that red house back there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
I can't hear you if you're trying to talk.
Did you check that red house back there? Can you hear me?
I'm
Hello?
so confused. You were just talking like a minute ago.
I don't understand. Why can't you hear me?
I see your mouth moving. One sec.
Don't understand. I'm gonna go.
Alright, try talking now.
I'm talking.
Okay, thank you for not killing me. I can't hear what you're saying if
Okay.
you're trying to talk. I see your mouth moving. I
Goodbye.
appreciate it. Thank you. I love you.
I think he might recognise my voice somehow. I don't know why my mic would stop working for him. That doesn't make sense. I believe him. I don't think he was trolling. I thought he came in here, but he was in there and out of there a bit quick. He didn't loot it. Kinda glad I came in here. I nearly didn't. Oh, I didn't even have a mag. I could have left him that as well. I'll keep the knee pads. You've had it happen lots. If you run away and run back, it fixes it. Interesting. I wonder if it was because I was talking and then they opened the map. Sorry, I opened the inventory. I was talking. I kept it held and then I opened the inventory. I wonder if that caused some kind of weird bug. Just ban that IH Misspurse or whatever his name is. It's just clearly some kind of troll account being stupid. Just ban him. They come in here, they loot, and then they come this way. And then they land on that. run 50 kilometres away and run back. You can't find them. Can you hear me now? I need to rewatch that, Tumpty. I need to rewatch Phoenix Nights so badly. I've got the DVDs of Phoenix Nights, but I don't have a DVD. Like all of my DVDs, I've got a PlayStation 3 that can still play DVDs, right? But well, I've got a PlayStation 4 somewhere as well. But anyway, I've got the ability to play them, but all of my DVDs are at my my other half's parents' holiday little place because they have a DVD player there. So I left them there because there was a chance some people might watch them. But I'd really like to watch Phoenix Nights. Tell you what he's done. He's bought them and he's dropped them. I was such a big fan, excuse me, of Phoenix Nights when it came out. I was so big. It was Phoenix Nights that made me really like Peter Kay. I think that's the case for a lot of people as well. I think Peter Kay's cool, but I don't think he's as funny now as he used to be, personally. Comedy's very subjective, you know. I think he's a nice enough dude and everything, but when he did that first stand-up live at the top of the tower, but not really at the top of the tower, and then Phoenix Nights, that kind of period, and then you've got the Mark Park and the Mr. Softy Top and all of that. That was all really, really funny, I thought. Mark Park less so when he became a bit more in it later. Kai, first stream in a long time. Been a long time fan. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Cheers for tuning in, dude. So I went to the prison island on the last life. I think I'm going to skip the prison island this time. Were you a big fan when the Sound of Music came out? Ah, the first cut is the deepest, dude. Fuck me dead. Have I ever watched Ahmed the Dead Terrorist? Briefly, I forget the name of the comedian. I don't find it particularly funny. I nearly said it's Jim Jeffries, but that's not correct, is it? I can't remember what the name of the dude is. Jim Jeffries is the Aussie guy. Jeff Dunham, that's it, yeah. He's kind of a bit funny, but ventriloquists and me don't mix. I don't really... ventriloquists, they can be funny briefly, but it's just a bit weird. Peter Kay is good in Car Share, you're right, but Peter Kay didn't write all of Car Share. I'm sure he had a lot of impact in it. I'm sure he's got writing credits, but Peter Kay is not a Peter Kay show. Sorry, Car Share is not a Peter Kay show in the same way as some of the other stuff he's done more lately has been, well, a lot of it was stuff like I'm a celebrity superstar, get me out of here or whatever. I did that one he did. I was so excited about it and it was going to be great. He was doing a singing competition. I was like, this is going to be hilarious. It's all going to be rigged as like funny and it's going to be like, I can't wait. Like sometimes singing competitions are awful because the characters are so stupid they don't know they can't sing and all this. And then when you watched it, it wasn't funny at all. He was just trying to do it was like a Peter Kay version of, I didn't like it. Yeah, Max and Paddy was good. Dante, no boys in the hood for you, dude. Magicians, God, I keep getting spammed by this fucking magician on YouTube Shorts. I'm guessing it's going pretty well. There's a magician on YouTube Shorts that I keep getting spammed with, and it's the same video with different people. He's talking to random people, like video call, right? And it's the same fucking couple of tricks every time. He's got a decent face for what he's doing, and like he's pretty good at it. But how many times can you see a magic wand turned into a penis? Like once is enough. Can't remember the name of the channel, but... It's not a real penis. It's not a real penis, that's what he says to cover himself. No, he doesn't. Oh yeah, I've got this. I forgot. I was going to hip fire, but I don't entirely trust the accuracy of this shit. This one's accurate. I managed to kill 4 zombies with the same bolt. They last a bit longer. I don't know when they changed it, but you get more. You can shoot your bolt more times. I've shot my bolt over 5 people now. Now I've got to reload. I'm not getting my bolts back automatically, Colonel. No, you have to. You just go over the bolt and you press left mouse button with the crossbow in your hand, and you can reload it. Orb, I did take over New York. It was insane. Do I build bases when I play off stream? I don't really play off stream, dude. DayZ's my favourite game and I love it, but I don't need to play it off stream. I do 5 days a week most weeks, you know, that's enough DayZ for me. I play DayZ off stream a handful of hours per year, usually when I'm a bit stressed or it's late at night and I just fancy just like chilling out. I play it very, very rarely, but I love what I do, but because I play DayZ so much, like effectively as a job, when I'm in downtime I want to do something else, you know. 21 clips of kills and approximately 27 kills on New York. Holy shit! So yeah, I only had one life on New York. It turns out I killed 20 odd players. And a lot of them weren't very geared though, because it's a very shooty map, so I did shoot quite a few new spawns, but a lot of the new spawns I shot were people running back to try and get me because I'd killed them before and they weren't very happy. It was so much fun. If you get the chance, try to watch that VOD back. If you can, I'd watch it back on YouTube because the quality will be way better. Obviously, the stream quality on YouTube is 1440p. I have to say, watching the VOD back on YouTube, the quality of the VODs is insanely good. Anyway, yeah, the last 3 hours or so when I switched to New York yesterday was really action-packed. Give it to your editor. I can't, Ike. My editor's working on something else. And even when he's finished that, there's 3 other things for him to do before New York, so no chance yet. Funky, I know, dude. Even if Salah and Nunes are just about fit enough, they'll only be on the bench. They won't start. Some of the players that came on as subs in the last game are going to be starting, aren't they, basically? Bro, how old are you? 38. Aren't you afraid that streaming will tire you and you'll feel disgusted with your favourite game? No. Because I did 20 years of other work before I became a streamer, and it's really hard to do that, I think. But some people definitely do. People get burnt out. Lots of people get burnt out playing games on Twitch, and I completely get it. But I did 20 years of real work before I became a streamer. And it's really hard to get burnt out of playing a game for a living. You know, I love it. It's great. There are stresses and strains. The train's there. I'm going to go and check that in a sec. But it's really hard to get burnt out of playing your favourite game for a living when you've done 20 years of jobs you hated, you know. Yes, I know I'm 38 and I did 20 years and I've been full-time for nearly 8 years. But I got a job when I was 10 because I was special. Wedders, yeah, I think they'll prioritise the league over the FA Cup. To be honest, I think if Salah's nearly fit, he'll play Saturday, not tomorrow. What did I do before? Oh shit. 20 years of retail. That sucks. So we've got a player to keep an eye out for. They're probably going to have gone over to the military base, right? We might be able to catch them up. The dead zombie there means that they've been there within around the last 6 minutes. All the doors were open. There might... He's still there. He could have actually a good gun. He could have a good gun. I need to let him get a bit nearer. Now I'm a bit worried that he's going to be down the dip and I've missed him. I haven't missed him. We must have stopped. I have missed him. He did. I'm glad I did that. Oh, he hasn't actually got that good of a gun. Oh, bollocks. I'm surprised he hasn't got better, to be honest. Poor guy. Here I am moaning about the shit loot he's got while he's dead. He's got some good bullets, actually. He has got some decent bullets, to be fair. Bottle of water, no thanks, we'll have that. Glock mag? Not really. Maybe. Don't need the BK. This could have been the guy from it could have been the same guy from Bolotta. All that, excuse me, all of that time ago we heard a BK fire. This could be him. I did drop the Glock. I might just take the bullets out of it. I don't really know, but anyway. Right, where's the feathers? Feather, feather, feather. I'm surprised I take the bandages last. Did he have gloves? I'll maybe go back for those. Yeah, I was a bit unsure there. Just the little dip in the beach. I wasn't sure if he'd stopped in a bush or carried on. I could have easily missed him there. The backpack is ruined. It probably isn't, dude, but I don't think I've got the mental capacity to switch from my great big red bag to his bag right now. I'll just go to the military base and hope that one of the zombies has got a tortilla bag or something. I struggled enough there to try and decide what to take of his and what not to. If you drop something that's ruined on the ground with items in it, does it disappear? Only when you leave the area, dude, but it will disappear quite quickly, yeah. Despawn loot despawns quickly. Right, I have other red shells. That's good. I've dropped all my green shells. I don't want those. I might drop this scorpion as well, to be honest. I don't think I need that. I might leave it on the body as well. Fuck it. I don't need it. I hate the scorpion. Well, no, I don't. The scorpion's actually okay, but I don't feel I need it when I've got a shotgun. What's wrong with green shells? Nothing. The green shells are good, but only if you need the green shells. So green shells are slugs. They're powerful and they fire rifle rounds. But well, they're not rifle rounds. They behave a bit like rifle rounds do in the game. That's great. If the shotgun's your only gun, then slugs can actually be really useful. But I've got a carbine with a scope, so if I want to fire something that's like a solid projectile to try and hit somebody at any kind of range, I'll use this. You know, like. I don't need to use slugs. The red buckshot are much better for CQB, which is what I want the shotgun for. And I don't want to accidentally put green slugs in it. His jacket is bigger slots. I didn't even check it, but given I shot him in the upper body, that jacket will be ruined. I'll be absolutely staggered if it isn't. I don't think there are any jackets with bigger slots than the one I'm wearing, though, to be honest. I have got the Savannah. We're going to go there at some point. It's a long ways away from here. I can't believe I nearly missed him. I really thought he must have been in one of the containers, but I really thought it was all done and dusted, but he was still there. Oh my god, I really thought that was a dude there. Kelly, cheers for the follow on YouTube. Thank you. Kai Tava, cheers for the super chat. Bobby Two Time. Thank you very much for the 4-month inning. Damon, thank you for the follow on YouTube as well. Am I going to check the military camp? Nah. I should probably go up the hill first. Maybe we'll do that now. Yeah, of course I am. Oh.
HH baby.
So if you tap F on a crossbow bolt, it puts it in your bag. If you've got the crossbow in your hand, you tap left mouse button, it puts it in the crossbow. So do that, improvise bolt, load round, click left mouse, load round. But you can just do it really quickly, you don't need to wait, you just tap left mouse button when you're near it. Oak, dude, thank you for the gifted memberships, dude. Thank you very much for the continued support, you crazy bastard. Thank you. Cheers for the support once again, man. Thank you very, very, very much. There's quite a lot of Zeds there. I don't normally bother with that area, so... I think that bolt went through him. Saw it land here. That doesn't happen often. It went through the Z. I love killing zombies with the crossbow. It is kind of satisfying. So I'm hopeful of a tortilla bag. That's kind of what I'm after. I don't want that shit. Please no mine. The missus goes on the crossbow. Huh? My missus doesn't go on a crossbow. That red dot does, the MRS. I know that's what you mean, by the way. It does, but I think it was damaged. And I don't want a damaged scope on the crossbow. Oh, there we go. Like, it does fit on there. And I have got a battery, so we can give it a whirl. I don't really like it with the damage kind of puts me off as much as it helps. See what I mean? It might have missed there because of the ranging. It changed the ranging compared to the regular crossbow. I think it changed it, putting the sight on, changed the ranging to 50 metres, so it might have gone above. Yeah, it does, look. It changed. I don't actually want it to range at 50. I should keep that, though. We could use that on something else. Yeah, this has not got a great deal of loot, has it? I did loot it earlier, but it should have spawned a load more stuff since then. No tortilla bag. I think that bolt looks ruined. Oh no, it's not. It's okay. Got one more go. Quite a few military Zeds. Enough to make me wonder if perhaps there's another player. UMP mag? Don't really need a UMP. Fuck that. I don't know. The UMP is pretty decent. Jerry can. Should be ruined now, I think. Yeah, I think that one is ruined. Look, you can see it's ruined. Should check what loot the dude's got. None. You can take the bolts back out of the body. That's what I'm doing. Who we like in Luton Man City? Well, I'm a Luton fan for the day, Rad Jordan. Go on, you hatters. It is at Luton, isn't it? I think Man City are playing away to Luton right now. Luton will probably not win that game, and Man City probably will. But any away game at Luton is not easy. Their ground's not easy. You know, it's Kenilworth Road, isn't it? I think. I don't know. But yeah, I'd rather. It's not the easiest away game. Spitz Bubbly. Thank you very much for the Prime. Cheers for using your Prime sub on my channel, dude. Thank you. Are we talking soccer ball again? Yes. Neither is the airport. Coombs, I haven't seen the whole conversation, but there are definitely players out there that don't want to open up their own server just to test things, right? There are people out there, not just because they're lazy, but there are people out there that want to just play the game and learn that things have changed as they play, you know? Like, some people will, for example, intentionally not watch Wobo. I watch Wobo, but sometimes I don't. Wobo's videos are great, but if he's making a video predicting the future of the game, sometimes I'll avoid that, because I don't want spoilers, you know? I know it's only a guess, and he might not be right anyway, but I don't want to know what's in the game code, necessarily. Unfortunately, sometimes I find out anyway, but... I understand that, Coombs. I understand the conversation, but the point I'm just making is the bit that interested me was your comment around the game is plagued with people that that are spouting wrong information but don't go into servers don't open up their own private server to test things, you know. There are plenty of people that don't want that level of detail in the game, you know, like, that don't want to know what gun will knock you out at what range off the top of their head. They just want to play the game and have a feel for it, you know. Like, some people, like, I don't know, like, Wobo is brilliant for all the signs, but I don't know the ins and outs. Someone asked me earlier, how many shots with an MK2 will it take to kill somebody wearing a stab vest? I don't fucking know. I'm guessing 6, 7 or 8, but it'll be a lot, you know, probably more. But the game changes all the time, dude. There are changes all the time, and people get things wrong, you know. It's no big deal, is it? But yeah, the Blaze double shot thing was fixed. I think it was fixed before the last patch. It was fixed on the patch just before Christmas, wasn't it? I watch Wobo sometimes and never remember anything. I really like Wobo's videos. I think he's providing an amazing service for the DayZ community, but some of the videos stray into sort of spoiler territory, and I try to avoid a few of those if I can. Doesn't mean you shouldn't make them. It's just, but that's the point. You can avoid them. The only thing that can be a little frustrating, and this is the case for all YouTubers. It's not a Wobo specific thing, but sometimes the spoilers in the thumbnail, you know, I mean, like when you're predicting what's going to come back, and then you've got a thumbnail of the Dallas mask from. Do you know what I mean? You can't avoid the spoiler if it's in the thumbnail. Spitz, thanks again, dude. Cheers. Right, the convoy wasn't here earlier. The leftover loot from the last convoy was. Maybe it will be there now. You never know. Maybe we'll get lucky. In fact, let's eat a little bit of space in my inventory. How many players are on the server? It'll be full by now, Alexander. I don't know exactly, but it'll be full. We're on Chernarus and we're currently in the middle of nowhere, but on the last life, I got... No, not true. On my main life today, I got killed at Meshkino summer camp. I killed one, and there was another 2 alive that killed me, so that's 3. I spawned in and then got killed by 2 players in Chennai Polana. I've just killed someone down here, so it's a busy map. Avidity, the best gun in the game right now is the DMR, so if I can have my first pick of any gun, I'll have a DMR, please, with a... Ideally, if we're on a server that's got it, the Spectroscope. DMR with a Spectroscope is godlike. That's a modded scope, of course. No convoy. Bugger. The giant bag is still there. There's something else there now. What's that? Is that a Talon? Yeah, that won't have anything then. That may have already been there. I'm going to take this bag. I hate it. I don't like this bag. Oh, I thought I saw it. Is it on the ground now? Oh, someone else has had it. Fuck's sake. Someone else has had it. Look, since I was here, there was an Alice bag there, and they've taken it and left this one. I'm getting fucking sloppy second. Sloppy second only said handbags then. Loot bags. $757, that's why we're here, for the convoy, dude. Okay, assuming the DMR isn't available because it isn't really realistic that I would get one, what would you aim for? Everty, I don't ever aim for a particular gun. I aim for a sniper rifle of some sort and a secondary to back it up. So most of the time I would go with something like either a Tundra or a Mosin or a Blaze or a Savannah if I can't get one of those three as my long gun, and then I'd like to get something as a close range gun to go with it. Like good standard would be SKS. Better secondary would be AK-74, M16 or similar. Best would be M4 or whatever. But if you can get a long gun with a hunting scope, preferably a Tundra or a Blaze or whatever, or if you prefer the Mosin, then the Mosin. I'd normally go for a Blaze or a Tundra. And then to back it up with like something that's good at close to mid-range, like an SKS and above, then that would be the way to go. Oak, GG, you did the whole suicide grenade thing. Thank you for the super chat once again, dude, and yeah, I hope it worked. That's the thing, you never get to find out, do you? If I had any gameplay with the new gun, I used it on experimental, Adam. I had it on a life earlier today, but I died without firing it. So, this is the same run we did before. It's quite a long run to get to the next decent loot spot, but the next decent loot spot from here is where I died. I doubt there will be gear because other people have probably been, but where I died, there was a dude with an Orgay X in front. There might still be some loot
Got
looking
killed on
around.
TNW last night by a group of 3 respawned close by, found a grenade. But the small military before the ferry ran back unpinned. I hope I got them.
Aztec, thank you for the resub. Cheers for the support, dude. Rusty Buck, thank you. And Dr. Stupido, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for using your Prime on my channel, dude. Thank you. In dark. This is the last life I'm getting. I don't know. We're 5.5 hours in. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. Which is better, M4 or AK-101? M4. There's not much in it. All of the assault rifles are fairly close. All of the assault rifles are fairly close, but the M4 has got a higher rate of fire than the AK-101. And also, I think, certainly I prefer the scopes. The AK-101 scopes aren't as nice, so if we're talking vanilla scopes, the AK-101 scopes are pretty gash, and the M4 scopes are a lot nicer. The best assault rifle, if you're just talking about having one gun only, the best assault rifle is probably the Orgay X. It's close between the Orgay X and the M4, but the Orgay X is better. M16 or AK-101? It depends on mags. If I've got the same amount of mags and bullets, I'd probably go 101, but well, obviously the bullets are the same, but if I've got... Somebody stepped on it, I think. Pretty sure that's where I left the bear trap, right there. I think somebody stepped on it. Yeah, if I've got the same amount of bullets and mags, I'd take the AK-101 over the M16. However, if I've got one extra mag or whatever if I've got a 40-round mag for the M16, I'm going to take that. The M16's got a touch more stopping power, but there's the iron sights. I like them, but they're slightly harder to use. Oak, dude, thank you very, very much for the support once again. Really, really generous, man. Thank you for the gifted member. Was it a different spot than that one? Okay, I thought it was that one. You're probably correct. Cheers for the support, Oak, dude. Thank you very, very, very much. And yes, Jeremiah, thank you for the bits. I thought it was near a track. I thought it was, but you might be right. I don't really know. That was a Bison. It wasn't a baby AK. I wish. Cheers, Oak, dude. Last one for the day. Thank you.
The only convoy that I usually find is the one up near on the tracks by Ratno.
ETX, I find the ones along here, the one where we just looked, that's my best one so far. The one where I just got this crap blue mountain bag. I've done the best with that one. But I found a convoy in quite a lot of spots. Probably the second best, or kind of around the same. There's one fairly close to Mishkino Tents. It's a little bit north and a bit east in the forest on a track. But that one that's quite close to it's closer to the industrial north of Mishkino Tents. The one there, I get the convoy there a lot, and it doesn't seem to get looted very often either. Blue, thank you very much for the bits, dude. That dude that I killed just on the coast before, he was actually being quite smart and checking behind him for players. Like, he'd left the train and he turned around to look back to make sure there was nobody coming. So the fact that he got shot from behind is going to piss him off. Or her off. Like, they're going to be somewhat frustrated, you know, because when they went past, I was clocking him and he turned around and really had a good look behind and then travelled about 50 metres further in front and got shot from behind, you know. Have a thought about creating sound files for thanking support instead of thanking yourself? Nope. I think that would be a bit shit for my channel. If other people do it and it works, great. But if someone's, for example, Oka's just gifted 20 memberships, that's £4 a membership. The idea that I just click a button to say thank you for that, I don't think I'm big enough of a streamer to feel that that's justifiable, you know. Someone's just very generously tipped £80 worth of gifted memberships. I think I need to say verbally, personally, you know.
I'm a scat man. B-A-D-A, B-A-D-A, B-A.
Maybe not for that, though.
Boda bopeski by dibby dib yoda dub dub yoda dub dub.
I think that deserves fucking bans, is what that deserves. Yo, do. Devon, thank you for the resub, I guess. Idareable, thank you for the tier 2. Thank you very much for the resub as well.
I just joined in. How's the run going G today?
Tony, it's been alright. We've had a decent day. Like even on this character, I've shot a dude unconscious and then robbed him and let him keep his stuff. Well, that's not true. Robbed him of most of his stuff, but left him alive and gave him enough to carry on with, right? And then I've killed a guy. I'd killed a different dude as well. So I could have held him up, but we're in a bit more of a dangerous area, so I decided not to. But yeah, even this life has been kind of interesting so far. The first main life of the day was good too. Tony, thank you very much, dude.
Not sure if I like you. Ads are annoying though. TRMZ love.
I don't think I'm really taking that love, to be honest. Not sure if I like you. Well, thank you for using your Prime sub for 3 months nonetheless, though, right?
TRMZ love.
Thank you, Jochen and Righty as well. Cheers for the resubs, guys. Thank you. I'm not buying that TRMZ love emote, Tony Goff. Not Tony, sorry. Jochen, I'm not buying it. Oh dear, that door's closed. Could there be a dude in there? And it doesn't mean it's just this particular house. Like, a door can be closed all the time, right? But some houses people seem to cook in more than others. This house gets cooked in loads, which is why it's ringing alarm bells for me more so than an average house would do.
Happy sub day, FA Cup day, or for me as always fecking Tuesday.
Carty, thank you very much. Happy pre-hump day. Is it better to sub on Twitch or join on YouTube? I honestly don't know. If you mean financially for me, I honestly don't know. I think the revenue split is the same between the two, if I'm honest. That's not something I'm sharing. That's common knowledge. But I think the revenue split is the same. I just don't know. I guess it depends what country you're in. It's a very complex thing, that, but if you sub on Twitch, there are different prices for different countries, right? So if you sub from India, there'll be a lower price to subscribe than there will be in America or the UK or whatever. Whereas I think on YouTube the cost is £3.99, and that's the cost everywhere. But I doubt I get many subs from India. If you're from India though, hello. Tyler, thank you for the follow on YouTube. Thanks for following if you found me today on YouTube and followed well, subscribed I should call it really.
Yay.
But yeah, cheers for subscribing on YouTube, Tyler. Thank you. Damien, thanks for the 3 months, dude. Nick, I don't know, dude. I don't know if you could call it illegal, but it's not something that would be a... I guess people can do it. You could potentially VPN to try and buy a sub from another country, whether Twitch catch people doing that or not. Sorry guys, one sec. Yeah, if you could VPN to buy them, it would suck. Yeah, and I guess it would be illegal actually as well, I suppose. Whether it's not really that big of a deal, but when you subscribe to a channel, you pay VAT on that. If you're subscribing in India, you're avoiding the tax, so it'd be incredibly unlikely you'd ever get caught for that. It's such a tiny thing, but in theory that bit would be illegal, I suppose. Has my trigger finger recovered from my trip to New York yesterday? Yeah, just about. True's Nose, thank you very much for the super chat. Chopper dyes his pubes ginger. It's an interesting choice. What are you doing getting close to Chopper's pubes exactly? Are you the one dyeing them? Blunt, I absolutely agree, but someone said would it be illegal, and my answer was no, and then having thought about it, it would be illegal, but like I said, you're incredibly unlikely to get caught, but nonetheless, it doesn't stop it being illegal, does it, you know? Big Daddy, it was Red Hunter is the name of the dude what's making it. There is I think it's exclamation New York, I can't remember, but yeah. There's a link in the chat for the Discord. There you go. Thank you. Exclamation New York. Cheers, Topper dude. There was oil on the road, was there?
Completed DayZ today. Got the new BDU helmet, pants and jacket, DMR and M16 from a convoy TRMZ LUV.
Dobby, dude. Holy shit, that's the jackpot, baby. Nick, you're right. That's definitely the definition of the law. Nothing is illegal if you don't get caught. Jack the Ripper did nothing wrong. I don't believe that, by the way. Fucking hell. I know there's a kappa there, so it's fine. It's a joke. I just carried on. Irish, good night. Thank you for the raid, dude. Welder, dude, thank you for the gifted subs. Cheers for the continued support as well yourself, dude. Thank you.
Wow, actually watching you on the big screen tonight and the missus isn't batting an eyelid. Trouble ahead.
DayZ novice. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I feel nervous now. I'll try not to say anything stupid, but it won't work. Ever thought of doing a stream just chatting to other DayZ streamers? I think I'd rather just play DayZ and just chat, you know, but was it this? It wasn't that one. No, I haven't, to be honest. I haven't. I've been asked, there's a few people doing like podcasts and things. I've been asked to go on 1 or 2 of those, and at some point I'm going to try and commit to go on a couple of those, because there's some cool people doing podcasts and interviews and stuff, but I'm a little bit threadbare time-wise, you know. Oh, fucking hell. Great.
What do you call an alligator in a vest? An investigator TRMZ love.
You going? I think he's going.
Blue M12 donated $5. I'm relatively new to your channel, but I enjoy you more than any other streamer so far. Hope you haven't. Don't break your leg in this run, LUL.
Blue, thank you very much for the tip. I really
Might
appreciate
as well
it.
waste
Thank you.
my prime on you. Happy hunting, chap. Smiley face.
Xenox.
TRMZ love. TRMZ love.
I'm afraid I missed that gag. I've just read it. I'm quite glad I missed it out loud. Sorry. Xenox, Blue, thank you very much for the support. Freaky, cheers for wasting your prime on me. I appreciate it, dude. Chris Werner, thank you for the gifted memberships on YouTube, you crazy bastard. Thank you very much. Tyler as well for doing the same thing. Cheers, Chris and Tyler. Thank you very much, Michael, for the follow as well. Cheers for the support, guys. You're very, very kind. Thank you. Right. This is where I died. Just in there. I sincerely doubt there's any loot, but you never know. There should be warning for wolves, Max Rayman. It should be a thing. Like what happened there. There was no howling or anything. That shouldn't happen anymore. You should always hear howling, but it still happens occasionally. Oak, you said you were done for the day. Thank you very much, man. That's very, very kind as well. Oak, Tyler, Ben, thank you for the resub. Right, so there was a lot of people here before.
Free sub.
I'm going to take that. I much prefer that jacket. I don't care where the rest goes. Oh, shit. I could probably do with cutting off and going and getting that savannah, but I'm going to loot here first, and then I'll probably not go to Mishkino. I'll go and get the savannah, because it's just up in the map a little bit from here. I heard something. It's a long time ago that I died. Come on. Long time ago that I died. But there absolutely could be some loot like put behind the bar or something like that. They might have like moved some of the guns and not moved them very far, you know. You just never know. We might as well have a quick look while we're here. That's good. OJZ, thank you for the subbing on YouTube. Hetman, thank you for the prime on Twitch. Cheers, guys. Thank you. This is where... Oh, yeah, see, there is guns. There might be... Oh, they left the... Oh, they've left a tundra. Holy shit. Don't have to go back and get the Savannah anymore. I'm not ready for this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Fuck the shotgun. Shotguns are boring. I did miss a Zagorki bar there. I know it's a criminal offence. I'm going to keep this on single fire because it's only got a small mag. So they chose to drop the VSS to take my Vicky. My Vicky's gone. They took my Vicky, bastards. Has the MK2 got a mag or not? No. I'm thinking I might drop the crossbow, but I don't know, it's pretty useful. I'll maybe not drop it just yet. Coburg, I played New York yesterday. It was hectic as fuck. It was really fun. I enjoyed it loads. We got lots and lots of kills. I had suicided to play as my regular character, and then I had one life and we got 20 odd kills. Mid-20s worth of kills, I guess. My missus just asked if someone stole his Vicky sponge. That's damn straight, you know. Someone stole my Vicky sponge, but not because they were being evil, but because they knew it would make me shit through the eye of a needle. That gluten, you know, it'll go straight through you. Well, it won't you, but it will me. Victoria sponge with a nice cup of strong tea. Oh, it's good, right? You know you're old when you're enjoying things like a nice cup of tea and Victoria sponge, right? Coburg, it's all good, dude. Thanks for coming in. The VOD is still there. It's 2 or 3 hours at the end of the stream, but it was really good. There we go. What did I think of New York? I had so much fun in it, Grinchi. It's really hard to judge the map. I don't think I don't think New York as it is right now is going to be like a PvP, sorry, anything other than a PvP map. But that's not a bad thing. The game needs maps that are for PvP and maps that are for adventure, you know. Not every map needs to be like the next Chernarus or the next Deer Isle or the next like Banov or whatever. Like maps that fill a kind of a cool little slot as PvP maps. That's kind of cool too, you know. Like, and I feel like it's a really cool map in terms of it being different, and it runs pretty well considering how many buildings are in it as well. But yeah, I think it's, as PvP maps go, it's going to be a lot of fun. Did I take part in the Lights Out 2 event? Yep. There will be a video of the day 1 of Lights Out coming out hopefully on Saturday with any luck. New York is a small map. It's all city. A couple of other islands I didn't explore. Essica's still around, Excalvador. It's just that a lot of people that play on Essica's a really cool PvP map, but a lot of those are playing Alteria at the moment, because Alteria is kind of like similar kind of mold to Essica, but it's not. Essica is finished development. It's not finished, and that's it. Whereas Alteria is more finished already, with more development yet to come. Also, Altaria's only been out a matter of what? It's been out for a few tests, but it's only been out a number of weeks right now, whereas Essica's been out a number of years. You know, like there's been tests of Altaria before, but there's not been maps up for much more than a couple of months so far, I think. This is going to get proper dark in a minute. I want to go and overwatch the tents right quick if I can. Before it gets so dark I can't see. Mind you, this doesn't get as dark, this server, I suppose. I think it's meant to be, Valzepho, it's meant to be a PvP map. You're not going to make a map that's for adventure and then set it on Manhattan Island, are you? You know, it's meant to be a PvP map. Although Manhattan Island, if you made it to scale, would be fucking huge. Do I ever play on modded servers? This server's modded. I play on lightly modded servers more, but this server's lightly modded, yeah. Your videos, your best videos are the ones when you're in competition. I don't even know what competition means. I'm afraid that one's gone right over me head. Day one Essica's looking at the axe. Alfred, I'm on Russia 11, dude. OJZ, thank you again for the sub on YouTube. Steve, thank you for the super chat. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. I will have a pee, please, Bob. Showing your age there by me.
The Zagorki bars are on me, I suppose.
Yeah, I missed that one, Max. I did. What are modded servers? It's something you get on PC. You have to download mods before you can join the server, or let the launcher download the mods for you. So the server might be having a mod to make Chernarus into Winter Chernarus, or it might have a mod for trader bases and all sorts of things. But modding is downloading stuff that allows you to play on a server with a particular like rule set, if you like, or a map that's different to the others. So you can change all sorts of things about the game. I don't think I want to go down and loot there. We already looted it before. I don't really want to go down there. I would like a helmet. Tony, yeah, normally YouTube is behind Twitch, but it's because it's doing a lot more encoding for YouTube because it's 1440p. So YouTube don't allow ultra low latency for 1440p streams. It can't process it as quick. Max, thanks again, dude. I left what was the gun I left behind? Sneaky, I left a shotgun behind. I don't think I left anything else. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm going to go and check the next convoy spot, and then after that I'm going to have to go for a piss. I've had a big cup of tea and a massive 32-ounce bottle of water. It's time for a piss. It's kind of scary, the lag between different things. Even if you like watching the football, like it might not be the same now, but if you used to watch a football match on BBC One and you watched it on BBC One HD, it would be behind the BBC One feed that wasn't HD for the same kind of reason. Only a second or so, but it was. If there is a convoy here, if nothing else, we might get ourselves a 30-round mag for the VSS. I don't think I'd get more views if I had my face in the corner flip. No, I don't. I just seen a few people answering your question, but no. I don't think cameras necessarily equate to more views unless you're playing a certain game, or I don't think it makes any difference basically. Convoy is there. This is good news. However, there's no zombies. Which is not so good news. Better just quickly put the gamma down. But whatever. This may have been looted. Ugh. That sucks. That's good. It might not have been looted. Ugh, what the fuck is this? What kind of shit loot is this? Fucking Mosins and CZs bollocks. They're all good guns. That kind of okay. They're all good guns, but it's weird that this server seems to make the helicopters better than vanilla helicopters, but the convoys are worse. It's just bad luck, I guess. I could have got luckier, you know, but like Mosins at the convoy, that's kind of a bit of a weird one. I definitely want the SKS. It's just so much more of a versatile secondary, like, closer range weapon. Aren't heli crash sites supposed to have the best loot outside of permanent gas zones? Not on official, no. The military convoys are better than helicopter crash sites. And, like, unless you're really lucky, I'd say probably 9 in every 10 times. If you did 10 helis and 10 convoys, you'd get better loot at the convoys. You can find a DMR at a heli, but the chances seem smaller, whereas when you go to a convoy, it seems like way better than 50-50. I've got the PU scope, but I don't really need it. I don't want it on the SKS anyway. Holiday, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for the support. Thank you for using your Prime on my channel. How's Toby? My wife heard your voice one day and said we need to get another dog. Her name is Dave. That sentence is confusing me in a few ways, so but anyway, I hope Dave is okay. I don't know if that's your wife or if that's your dog or what, but I'm confused. But anyway, all good. Hello, Dave. Hello, Dave. You're my wife now, Dave. Toby's doing great, dude. Yeah, he's doing all right. He has his moments, but he's all right. Average Joe, thank you very much once again for the follow on YouTube. Gustavo, thank you for the follow too. Fair enough, dude. Coburt. Not often you get to do a Papa Lazarou reference and it make any kind of sense. Have I been paying my cheese tax? Yes. I'm a bit of a sap. My missus kind of, not takes the piss out of me, but like rolls her eyes with a resigned "you fucking wet lettuce" with me and the dog. Like the dog likes fruit. Like, so if I'm eating a pear, I'm almost like, what? That's one for me and one for you. Like, I have a mouthful of pear and then I give him a little bit. You know, I don't do that with everything. Like, if I have a banana, I save him a little tiny bit off the nubbin of the banana, right? But if I'm having a pear, right, he gets like about 5 little bits. My missus is much more normal. I'm a bit of a sap. I'm a feeder. Blue, I'm having it every day. I had one this morning. I'm only having like one a day normally. I might have one later, but 1 or 2 a day. I am feeling good, but I think I'm feeling good mainly because I've been eating better. I've been moving more, and I've not had any alcohol for a month. Conference pairs are fucking amazing. Conference pairs are the best, right? Spencer, keep on running. Thank you. I'll do my best. Cheers for the super chat, dude. Thank you. Yeah, the gamma that I'm doing is an OBS filter. It's not anything I'm giving myself. It's a filter inside OBS. Thanks for clarifying, Connor. Someone's asking. We talking bowel movements now? Nope. I need to go and have a code yellow though. I think I might do that now. I might as well do that now. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it, Chris. I'm gonna make it. Trimo, thank you for the 9 months. Cheers for the support. Apparently, there's one more like needed for 1,000 on YouTube, so someone could be that like. Imagine that. Ooh. Moritz, thank you for the follow on YouTube. Rakis as well, thank you. Rakis does, it's not really the same, but it reminds me of the word Arrakis, which is, oh shit, emails.
It's time to start
Yeah, I can't. I'm watching Dune 2 on Saturday. I hope it's as good as the first one. Bowser, thank you for the Prime. Right, I'm gonna miss that. I want to fuck around with that. Just gonna go this way. We're near to the West Evac military location. Mikey, thank you very much for the Prime. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Has there been any conversation about TwitchCon Europe yet? I'm probably not going, not really over it. I've got something else in the works which I might go to.
They catch the real point Herbert was trying to make. We all want a messiah. But you damn well better watch what you wish for, because you may get your wish. I almost don't get that.
Ironballs, thank you for the support, dude. Thank you. Very prophetic, right? Yeah, it's not DayZ related, but I might have something else I'm going to, which will be using up the free time I can use for something like that. To be honest, if I go to TwitchCon anytime soon, I'll probably try to go to the American one. I don't think I'm going to go to San Diego this year, but if I don't go this year, I'm going to go next year if I can. I'd like to go, but I've got some IRL stuff going on, and I just don't know if I'll be able to go or not yet. Thank you, Paul. Cheers. Congrats on the Namalsk event. Thank you. Mikey Ripco, thank you for the Prime. Iron Balls, thank you for the new subs. Sorry, for the bits. Thank you, dude. He's coming to my birthday party. I'd quite like to go to one of the Twitch cons, but only really for the meetup stuff. I don't really want to go to the Twitch stuff. I'm sure it's great, right? And they have lots of Twitch bits and stuff and community things, I'm sure, but if I was going, it would only really to be meet people that watch the stream, a few other streamers, and like so on. You like maybe even a few mods from the stream, you know, that kind of thing. Blue, I've done a couple of meetups, but well, I've done one meetup in 2016. I went to EGX in 2019. I went to EGX in 2016, but it wasn't really a meetup. I was in the DayZ Livonia booth. But I only met a few people.
Apparently that means a whale's vagina.
A whale's vagina, eh? San Diego. I got up like such an old man. I've kept my legs a bit still while I've been streaming today. I don't think I've been moving them as much. I've been like walking really regular lately, which is good, you know, all good. But I got up and my legs just felt like they had no life in them whatsoever. They were like fucking dead. I just hear a bear. I think I did, but it's distant. Well, Zepho, yeah, it's kind of cool to meet people that are like-minded. People, if you can go to something where it's like a meetup, like a Twitch meetup, is not much different than a car meetup or something. It's a shared hobby. Whether you're a streamer or a viewer, it's a shared hobby, right? You're all into DayZ or you're all into Twitch or whatever, you know. Like it's a bit like going to a car meetup or whatever else it might be. You know, if you're into, I don't know, whatever car, and I don't know, if you're into like I don't know, old Escort Cosworths or something. You go to a car meet-up and you meet other like-minded people, you know? Blink twice if it's related to if it rhymes with avoiding red mine. I'm definitely not avoiding red line.
It's time to start running!
We've come quite a long way here. What is that? Oh, that's the mag we need. That's the mag we need. And armor-piercing rounds as well.
I just realized that I owe my sobriety since November in part to you raising this topic. Thank you. Love your stream, by the way.
Serge, GG. Since November. Well done. You made it all the way through Christmas. I didn't do that. I didn't want to do that. I wasn't trying to, but that's by the by. Well done. I do feel a lot better. I know it's a bit boring. Lots of people enjoy alcohol, and there's nothing wrong with that. But my last drink was was the 28th of January, and I do feel pretty good on it. I do miss it a little bit though. Like mainly the TV. Like we're watching Peaky Blinders at the moment. Me and the missus. I've seen it before, other than the last season, but. On Peaky Blinders, there is hardly a scene in the entire show where they're not either drinking or pouring fucking whiskey. It's if you like whiskey, don't watch Peaky Blinders if you're trying to avoid it. Yeah, well, I'm not giving up smoking, so I'm not struggling with that the same. But yeah, if you're a smoker and you watch something like that, then it's the same kind of thing, you know. There's a slight difference in that if you're giving up smoking, you're really properly giving up an addiction. I don't feel I like having a drink, but I'm definitely not addicted to it in the same way as you get addicted to smoking. You can be addicted to alcohol, of course, but I'm not. I know when I'm addicted to something, and it ain't it for alcohol. But yeah, I do feel pretty good. I quite like the way I'm doing it this time. I've just sort of decided I'm going to try not to drink for February, March and April. But I'm not doing what I was doing before, where I'm counting the days and doing a 75 hard and whatnot. I'm just not drinking till March. Sorry, till March. I wish. I'm just not drinking until May. I don't really care if I don't make it, you know. If I decide to have a drink tonight, so what, you know. But in my mind, that's what I'm going to try and do. Whether I succeed or not, we'll see. E-cig was harder to quit than smoking. I guess the reason for that, though, and this might sound harsh, dude, but if you switch from smoking to e-cigs, you didn't really give up. You just replaced one with the other, you know. It may be a bad example. I know it's a little bit better for you, so it's still a GG, right? But it's like saying I've given up whiskey. I'm now on gin, you know, like... I don't agree, Nurse Stabby. There's still the same kind of drugs, and there's still there's a skull and crossbones on the side of a vape. It's not good for you, is it? It's better for you than smoking, but you're still inhaling stuff into your lungs, and you're basically replacing one type of smoking with another. I'm not. However, people give up, it's still a GG. People that switch from smoking to vaping, it's still a positive, but you've replaced one addiction with another addiction. That's pretty obvious. Of course you have. Vape is nicotine only. No, it's not, dude. That's not true. You buy a vape in the UK, it's got a skull and crossbones on the side. If you think it's just nicotine, you're a fucking idiot, dude. Sorry. I'm not saying it's really bad, but it's not good for you. They wouldn't. It's not 100% all good for you, but it's still better than smoking. And it's still converting from one addiction of inhaling smoke to another of inhaling vape. Still the same kind of thing, right? And if we're taking that as a comparison, alcohol is the drug in whiskey, and it's also the drug in gin. Just like nicotine is the drug in smoking, and nicotine is the drug in vaping. So the analogy's fair. Conks Joe, thank you for the prime.
I am, and I don't care. It helps me forget.
I think it's still a better thing though, and it's clearly a lot better. Just like, I don't know, like drinking a bottle of whiskey a day and getting yourself down to a couple of pints of beer would be much better for you as well. Of course, there are improvements to be made without completely quitting. Nurse, well, I think some people phrase it like it's giving up, but you're just replacing one addiction with the other. I don't really understand why you're arguing. I actually said it's still better for you. You agree with me, but you're hard arguing about it. I don't understand. You're replacing one addiction for another, but it's better for you. That's what I said. Oak, thank you for the super chat. I am, and I hope it. I don't care if it helps me forget. GGD. Right. Let's have a look in here. I don't really need any loot from here, but there might be dudes. But there's a lot more chemicals in vapes than just nicotine. There are other things in it that may well turn out to be carcinogenic or bad for you, you know. It doesn't have some of the really bad things like you just described, like tar and whatnot in it. It was actually invented, vaping, to try and help people give up smoking, wasn't it? You know, because it's meant to be better for you. But there are still chemicals in it, and you're inhaling into your lungs where there shouldn't be those chemicals, potentially, right? It might not be very bad for you. It might turn out in 20 years that it was bad for you. Who knows for sure right now? You don't, same as I don't. PU scope. Hachi, thank you very much too. Cheers for the follow on YouTube. Oh, it's dark in here. I thought I had a head torch. The 30 round mag has absolutely transformed the VSS. No, Stabby, your analogies aren't very good. Eating butter is unhealthy, lots of things are. But nobody starts eating butter to give up smoking, right? You understand that, right? If you start drinking water to replace whiskey, you're taking a really healthy option, right? But if you start, I don't know, if you start doing cocaine to give up heroin, it's maybe slightly a softer drug, but it's still a drug. You know, like, your analogies are poor. Yes, it's better for you. I said that at the very beginning. But, of course, I'm not a healthy person. I'm overweight. I'm not healthy. But it's dumb to pretend that vaping is healthy and to compare it with butter, you know. Like, butter has got some fat in it. They say it's a lot healthier than margarine nowadays, of course. But, like, when you give up smoking and start vaping, it's clearly better for you. But you've replaced one addiction for another. And a lot of people then go on to remove that addiction down the line, you know. But it doesn't mean that it's very good for you in comparison to not smoking, you know. Smoke butter every day. I put e-cigs on my toast. And everyone's got their own vice. My point is that people that give up smoking and vaping act like they've really, really, like, massively given up something, which they've done a good thing. They've done a healthy thing, but they've replaced one addiction to another. That's not untrue. It's absolutely true. Doesn't make it not a good choice. It is a good choice. It's still replacing one addiction for another addiction. I replaced my addiction for gambling to an addiction for YouTube, you know, but one was quite positive and one wasn't, you know.
I spent almost 3 years overseas and some things are worth forgetting.
Denzel, thank you very much for the support, dude. Denzel Washington. What a name. I like that. I would love that to be the... just how cool. Just for the follow, dude. Oak, thank you very much. I spent almost 3 years overseas and some things are worth forgetting. Dude, I think that I can't relate, but I think I vaguely understand. How did it get into gambling? I've just massive interest in sports, really. I've always been into sports. I still am now, but I don't do the gambling, you know. But massively into sport. I stumbled into horse racing and just got absolutely hooked on it. And some kind of belief that I could study the form and find an edge, you know. There is some form to the horses stushy, but it's the bookies always win, you know. That the odds are reflected as such to make it that way, you know. Oh, I thought I saw a dude for a sec. No dude. I think we're just going to go to the airfield. I haven't been to the airfield for a while on Chernarus. Oh, fucking hell, I just got scared of my own shadow. Tried to jump, didn't have the stamina. Wouldn't be surprised. Did you know margarine was originally invented in Germany to try to make food out of coal oil to feed soldiers? I didn't. It's funny how times change, you know. I kind of want to move away from vaping. I think conversation is fine, but I kind of stand by what I said. I think what I said was fine. But anyway, like margarine was considered the really healthy option when it was really being pushed. Maybe because companies wanted to sell it, but everyone was out there like really believing how much healthier it was, and it was high in healthy saturates and low in whatever saturates and all that bollocks. And now pretty much anybody that's a nutritionist or whatever, or a health expert, will say having butter is way better. And obviously don't have too much, but butter is way better for you than fucking margarine. You know, margarine's got all sorts of weird chemicals in it. Butter is great, especially if you eat your toast the right way round. I do like just regular toast with a little bit of butter. It is good. It's the simple things in life, you know. A nice sandwich, a nice bit of toast with butter on it. It can't be bad. Margarine is basically an edible yoga mat. That's not far off, is it? Denzel, thanks again. I quite enjoyed Equalizer 3 though. I think it was much better than 2. It's about time that came on one of the streaming services. I'd quite happily watch that again. I thought it was alright. I ate that tuna already. I think I did. Butter is overrated. Try toasting bread with a thin layer of mayonnaise. No, I won't. I like butter and now fuck off. How much do I weigh? 12t. I don't actually say how much I weigh, Corona, but I've lost a bit of weight in the last year or so. I'm not, I think I'm classed as obese on the BMI index. I'm not morbidly obese, although I have been in the past. But that's by the by. I always find it interesting, dude. You're a first-time chatter and your first question is, how much do you weigh? Never use that in the real world. like, first time you've ever been in the chat, first question, how fat are you, mate, you fat fucker? How fat are you? It ain't a dating site. Yeah. Never mind any pictures. What do you weigh? I'm not really sensitive, Willem, but I don't keep very much for me, but I don't think I've ever said how much I weigh. I'm not really that bothered, but I just never have, you know, for whatever reason. There's pictures of me around on the internet floating around. I'm not that fucking sheepish about myself, but I don't know. Can we make it a dating site? Now there's an idea.
Best to just rely on how tight your clothes are.
That's true. Yeah, I'm wearing some clothes that I couldn't fit in at the start of last year. That's for sure. Thank you very much for the sport, Ali Dunks. Thank you. So guessing this is the only running you do, Dominic. I walk. I lost 43 pounds from May until October last year, and then November, December, and January I put on about 13 pounds of that back, and I'm now in the process of going back on the health grind. So I go out walking every day. I've been out for nearly an hour and a half today. It's not much, but like a hike if you want to call it that. So I'm not going anywhere other than going out to the countryside for a walk, right? So I do that pretty much every day, somewhere between an hour and a half. But that's my equivalent of exercise. I don't really want to do much else at the moment. According to Ish's dreams, I am indeed super muscular. That is correct. Where did I lose it? Kind of all over. Favourite biscuit? Chocolate digestive. If I could have one. Just a regular chocolate Daich for me. They're a thing of beauty. Open a great big long pack, eat fucking half of them, / all of them. I did get through to the next round of the event, Atty. Yeah, I didn't win the event, but I was joint top fragger for the event with the guy that killed me, Senna. So, yeah, it was alright. It was pretty good. I might do a bit more exercise at some point, but I enjoyed the walking. You know, like in 2019, me and the missus went to India, and I went down the gym from like March until November just to try and get my fitness up a bit. And when I finished going down the gym, I was actually slightly heavier than I am now. I was probably a little bit more musclier because I was doing weights, I suppose, but I just don't like it. I don't enjoy it. I get too competitive with myself, you know. I'm doing weights 3 or 4 times a week. If I'm not moving up the weights, I'm not getting stronger. I get too competitive with myself. I do have an addictive personality, and if I start going down the gym, I get really... I just find it no fun. I start feeling like I've failed. If I'm like, I don't know, if I'm on the exercise bike and 2 days ago I did 20 minutes on level 14 and I'm 12 minutes into the same route, same thing, I'm on level 14 and I'm struggling, I feel like I've failed, you know. I did 20 minutes on level 14, so today I need to do 21 and so on. I just can't not try to do better than the last time.
Googly moogly.
And it winds me the shit up. And walking is just, it's very, very easy, it's very simple. I live in a fairly rural area. Suffolk is mostly countryside and whatnot. So it just, like, especially because I'm locked into the internet for so much of the day, stuck in this room. I really love what I do, but going out into the countryside and looking around and seeing animals and seeing shit, you know, it's really good for my brain as well as my legs. That's still a better addiction than horses or vapes. I wouldn't disagree, Thug, but any addiction, if it gets too much, can be bad for you. Even being addicted to the gym, you know, like, it can become too much and start taking over your life, but it's a lot better than, like, wrecking yourself financially, like, you know. I kind of agree, but being addicted to anything to too much of a level, whatever it might be, can be a problem, but it's just no fun, you know. Like, exercise should be fun, you know. Like, if you can, like, if you really like football and you do five-a-side once or twice a week or whatever, if you can do something that's fun and it's exercise, it's much more beneficial. It helps you in a few different ways, right? Well, I like walking, so that's what I do. Is that a convoy there? No. The convoy can spawn here, but there isn't one. Isn't Suffolk flat as a witch's tit? No, there's a few hills around my way. It's not very curvaceous. It's not like up north, but there is a few hills around where I am. Not crazy high, but just enough. Like, there's a few river valleys and stuff in Suffolk, so if you're somewhere near a river, there's some hills. You know, there's a river on the next town over to me, so there's a few hills knocking about the place. I've seen the convoy on this little lane, but not for a while. I don't think it matters though, you know. Like, the gym's great if you like it, but if you go out every day and you walk reasonably briskly for an hour over and above whatever you do in your normal day anyway, that's enough exercise for most people, you know. Are you getting loads of cardio? No, but it's probably enough, you know. It'll stop you dying early. That's enough. It might not extend your life quite so much as if you were doing cardio. It might not, but I think it's enough for most people. Beefy, thank you for the 24 months. I'm sure that went well, Oak. Fucking hell, dude. Cheers for the super chat, dude. Thank you. Thank you very much for the support, man. Thank you. Harry Flashman, Beefy B, thank you as well. Walk to and from the pub. When I was in my mid-early 20s, I used to be a proper gym bunny, like really, like all the time, like 4 times a week for a couple of years, and I was really into it at the time. And on a Saturday night when I used to go down the pub, I used to regularly run home. It's only maybe a mile and a half, 2 miles, but I was absolutely bladdered, and then I used to run home in like going out shoes. An idiot. I couldn't do that now. If I tried to run anywhere, I'd probably puke. It sounds really quiet, doesn't it? I guess it's because it's been night time. They'll all start scuttling out now. This was in the 70s. No, it was not, Saki fucker. It was in the noughties, I think. Just. Great googly moogly. How you doing, dude? Thank you very much, Beefy B. Harry Flashman, thank you as well. 50 monthening, dude. keep seeing players where there aren't players.
I shrunk a couple of my old lady's shirts, didn't want to confess, so I just told her she was putting on weight. It backfired on me.
That took a while, didn't it? Thanks again, dude. Thank you very much. Is it worth trying this game? Dylan, I'm very biased. I've been playing it 10 years and it's my favourite game of all time, so I'm going to say, yeah. If you have a little bit of patience and you want a survival game to be more about the character that you're on and having a story, maybe an adventure, maybe some kills, whatever, DayZ is the best story writing survival game. You know, it's not as good at base building like, say, Rust. But if you want more of an adventure where you just try and play for the life that you're in, yes, DayZ's the best of those by a mile. There are other servers, there are modded servers where you can get more of a Rust-style base building experience as well, so if you want to play more of a base building type gameplay, it is available too. Blue, I go in the Discord occasionally. I check the watches and whiskey room. I have a quick glance at the general room. If somebody ats me, I'll see it and I'll reply pretty much always. So if somebody ats me in general, I won't reply straight away because I don't have Discord on my phone. But I go in Discord every day. However, I probably scan the mod room more than any other room. So we have a section of the Discord for mods, and it's kind of a good place to be. You know, like just to keep Redline in check, basically. No, it's kind of a handy thing just for like understanding what went on yesterday and keeping up with what's what, you know. But yeah, I do go in the Discord quite a bit. I don't post in general very much, but if someone asks me a question, I reply. I try and read the messages, I try and read through as best I can. It's just trying to pick your battles. I'm way more active on Twitter. I'm way more active on YouTube comments and Twitch and... Like, if somebody whispers me on Twitch, I might not always reply, but I will pretty much always read it, just for example, you know, like... I'm pretty good at trying to do all of those things, but you have to try and draw the line somewhere, you know. Otherwise, you literally do nothing but stream and then be on your phone trying to answer messages and then start streaming again. I like the sound of the hooting owls as dawn breaks. The fuck did that shot break to? The pistols are not 100% accurate, so I shouldn't be surprised. I'm going to quickly loot this, actually. I never bother, but while we're here, I've just remembered it's there. We might as well go and have a look. I guess if I got incredibly lucky, there could be a plate carrier or something here, couldn't there? There's a few more than I thought. Oh, this is not a good place to have a jammed NK2 in your hand, is it? Not seen many weapon cleaning kits
My
on this
girl is
server.
furious that our neighbour sunbathes topless in her backyard. Personally, I'm on the fence.
I actually like that one. I don't genuinely quite like that one. I've never heard that one before. That one's pretty good. That one's good. I like that. Touche, Angry Chair. Well found. Or thought of, whichever. Best not take away your creativity. You might have invented that for all I know. Probably not, but nonetheless. Angry Chair, thank you very much, dude. I need to get rid of this fucking bag. Ever seen a tornado in real life? I've seen like the wispy starting of a tiny one in like dust and stuff, but I've never seen a proper one. No, we don't really get them very often in the UK. And even if we do, we don't get tornadoes like you get like proper twisters in America land, really. Like little tiny ones. One person's roof might get ripped off their house or something, but it's nothing like the ones that shred in America. In the tornado belt kind of stuffs. Crazy how quiet this is. The server is full. When I went AFK for a piss, I had to queue to get back in. Obviously I got queue priority, which is kind of cool, but I still had to queue. The server's full, but there's no fucker here. Don't need the PU. I don't need the Makarov either.
It's time to start running!
Holy shit, there's so much of that at the moment. It's crazy how much of that kind of thing I'm getting at the moment. I'm sure it's more since 1.24. Somebody said this yesterday, but it's crazy how much more of that kind of thing's going on. It's all fine until it happens right as you're getting shot at or something, and then it's an absolute fucking ball ache. But right now it's not really caused any issues. Aside from breaking my immersion. Someone drop some Get Alive pants. I think I should put my big boy pants on and drop the SKS. I think that's the answer. Jake, thank you for the prime. Cheers for the support, dude. Would the MRS site go on the AK mount? It would do, yeah. I could do that to save some space. I've got another battery there. I'd quite like to find a mag or two for that AK. It would be a very good secondary. We'll go on the VSS. Let's use that on the VSS. I don't know why I didn't think of that as well. Yeah, that's good, isn't it? I'd completely forgotten it would fit on that. Of course it does. It's the same realm, isn't it? Same rail and everything. There's going to be another update to it soon. I hope you're right, 757. I'd be surprised if we see experimental for whatever patch is next until more around the Easter holidays, maybe the first 2 weeks of April. But that's not a million miles away now, I suppose, is it? You know, it's only a month away. I wouldn't be surprised if it's another month to 6 weeks away before we see an experimental. Jake, thanks for the Primos again, dude. Thank you. The Real Weggy, cheers for the follow on YouTube. Thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the gifted subs. Thank you very much indeed, dude. Thank you. Conseco, thank you for the 4. And Robert Cheney, thank you for the member-inning. Thank you. Just waiting for the server to come back, guys. I can't believe how quiet the airfield is. The server's full. Might be a hotfix. There may be, Laszlo. I suspect we'll probably be okay, but we'll see. Sometimes you do get hotfixes. I guess we'll find out if we get the not in the server, as it were. If we get one of the errors, but I suspect we're alright. I need to get some boots actually. I'm just looking at this, looking at my character here. I look a bit shit, don't I? You know, first aid kit, hip pack, stupidly big blue bag. I look like a right fucking noob, don't I? Look at me. I look a mess. But more importantly, I've got my shit trainers on. I've been muted for ages and not known. I must have hit the wrong button when I changed servers. Sorry, I must have hit the mute button by accident. I've been gas bagging along, like talking away about my my MK2 shooting and all sorts, and I was fucking muted. Anyway, I'm back now. Mainly what I was saying after the MK2 stuff was how it seems like the meta has moved away a touch from how busy this was. You know, the airfield was busy all the time. And maybe it's just quiet right now, but this server's full. It might be that people are still getting in, but it doesn't feel as busy as it did. Vicky.
He's a booking genius. No lighty, no likey.
I've got to take Vicky. I actually think the VSS is a better gun. But Vicky's new. You know, sometimes the new hotness, even if it's not the supermodel that you were going out with before, it's all new. I've never gone out with a supermodel, except now, of course, my current lady. But you get my point, right? It's the new hotness. We're just leaving the supermodel to take the not such nice model, but nonetheless, it's new. Keep digging, Paul. I dug nothing nowhere. That was all fine. And don't you say a word. Shh. Right, so now we've got Vicky. We can't go wrong with Vicky by our side. We'll be fine. Even that sounded quiet. I think the audio should have... Oh no, I never did turn it up. What a twat. That's why it sounded quiet. It's funny, about 2.5 hours ago, someone said, "Did you ever turn the audio up from the rain?" And I went, "No, I didn't. I'll do that." And then I didn't do it. What a dick. So you're saying bye to Emily Blunt and hello to Brie Larson? No. Yeah, no. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be running across this way. It's probably because I've been streaming 7 hours. And whilst I would be quite happy to log out with this character for another day, I kind of want some action. However, doing that is likely to result in action that just involves me getting shot in the face, let's be fair. Where's the... That's good. Where's the... There's normally pallets with loot on, isn't there? But there isn't any. I guess it's random, so sometimes there just isn't any. Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't even do that right. Wow, I've not got the stamina for that. Fuck me dead. It's not that much better, but at least it's not blue. Sit down, Alan, he's blue. Don't want the FNX, can't be fucked. Alright, we'll have that. I think I have got a blood bag, haven't I? Was that the it was the last life, actually. No start kit. Any tips for console players with about 200 hours? Play another 200 hours. Sorry. Thanks for the super chat. Honestly, honestly, the game, just the more you play, the better you get. That's the honest truth. Watch Wobo is a good shout, but it's really hard to give vague tips at 200 hours. You know, like I don't know. By 200 hours, you've hopefully got a little bit of map knowledge. Maybe start trying to play different ways, making sure you're keeping the game fresh. But I should imagine at 200 hours, I still didn't really know the map very well. You know, maybe try Livonia. I missed a morphine. Yeah, one is enough. That'll be alright. But yeah, there's still quite a lot of learning to do, but it's hard to know what you know. I think watching streams is a decent shout. By the way, that's incredibly generous, dude. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Like asking more specific questions either in streams or YouTube comments or whatever, you know, will help along the way. But I think just the key to DayZ really is to have fun more than everything else, you know, like enjoying picking up things and learning as you go is one of the cool things about games like DayZ and Tarkov as well, games like that, you know, you don't know how to build every gun, you don't know how to travel the map or whatever. It's talking about Tarkov with building guns, but just learning as you go is one of the kind of cool things about a game.
Console player with about 200 hours.
One of the cool things about a game like this is sort of picking up more as you go, you know. Thanks again, Robert, dude, and Jason, thank you for the follow on YouTube. And Bill Decker, thanks for the 31 months. No like it, no like it. How is there nobody here? Any dead zombies over here? No. The fuck did you shoot from? Maybe there?
Hi. Thank you for your content.
I thought it was from there, but I don't think it was. There's no ZZAG road over there. It was at me.
I guess you're not totally alone.
I really thought it was there, but I'm not sure. Behind the ambulance near the runway. I don't think it was from there, was it? I don't think it was from down there. I think the shot was from behind me more. You might be right, but... to be fair, I was here. You might be right. There's no zombies aggroed over there either. The ambulance near the plane? What, down there? No way. Unless you mean over there. I don't think it came from over there, dude. I'm pretty sure it came the other side. I don't think it came from over there at all. My ears said behind somewhere, over that way. I think it was more likely over on one of the mounds. He must be getting another position to shoot. Hold my helmet up. Have you ever held your helmet up to see if you can... Yeah, I can't do it. I would like to try, but I can't. I don't know where he is. Just trying to bring a couple of zombies my way. Little bit of an early warning system if somebody comes in. I don't think he fired from in there. My gut feeling when I got shot at was either there or there. But after firing, it probably would have moved. I'm stuck in here now, really. Where do I go now? And I could try to leave, but I don't know. Maybe he's only got an iron... I didn't actually recognise the gun sound very easily, but I don't think it's the biggest gun in the world. He might not have much of a gun to be wanting to push with. How many people in this server? Mika, it's full. Even though you talked bad about my time, I think Vegas is okay. I know it is a little bit, it's a little bit sort of fake in some ways, you know, like a little bit artificial perhaps, but it was alright. It's alright for a weekend. But I don't know, but if it's where you live, it's where you live, you know. Plenty of worse places to live than Vegas, I reckon. Really surprised I've not had a sighter of him. Try and hip fire that zombie. I need to see where the bullets are going. No, no good. Mika, well, somebody just shot at me, but yeah, it depends on the server, dude. Depends on the it depends on the server on the day. Sometimes you get loads of people here. Sometimes there's only one, and then they don't fire once, then run away. Where are my bullets going? least they're coming out of the gun, that's the main thing. Well, I don't know. Oh, fuck, I just saw him. He was prone. Did you see that? I was like, what's that? Is that a pile of loot? It was a fucking ghillie. At least we're not dead. Get out and move. Nah, I wanted to know where he was. I'm not even sure that's the same player, but at least we know. What? How am I finished from there? That's not possible. Well, fair play to him. They must have had a buddy coming up the stairs or something, but that's not possible to be finished from there. I don't think you can wallbang that wall either. Either I got killed by I don't think you can wallbang that wall. It's a cement wall. I don't think you can wallbang it. So somebody else must have been running up, or I don't know what. Possibly a grenade launcher, I guess, yeah. That sucks. That really sucks. Oh well, we died. I saw it. It was like something's wrong there, but I thought it was like a ghillie suit on the ground or something, and then it was a ghillie suit that shot me. Oh well, there we go. Shit happens. These things happen. I enjoyed Chernarus today. That's a sucker of an ending, but I guess if you're firing at the ATC and trying to find the dude, so be it. Reverend Bellend, Chardonnay, X Edward, thank you for the resubs, guys, and new sub. Thank you very much. Guys, I'm back on tomorrow. I'm going to do another map tomorrow. I might try and squeeze that DMR Livonia character in tomorrow. I might not start on it, but we may well do the DMR Livonia dude tomorrow. That could be kind of fun. In the meantime, there's many streamers you can watch. Thank you for choosing to watch me. I've just pressed the wrong button there. I will be back in again from about 2 PM tomorrow, maybe a touch early. Tomorrow might be the last stream of the week because I don't think I can fit in a stream on Thursday, so we will see. But anyway, have a good one, guys. Thanks for coming in, and I'll catch you tomorrow. Love you, bye.